Got it. The Great Temple. High Chancellor. Said Rhea, the High Priestess of Olympia. The Dark Elf has returned. But she is with another with golden horns. Golden horns, hey. He gets up from his seat and walks. That is why we haven't seen her. Those gods went and brought Cirrus Zephyr. The uncrowned emperor. The world's strongest adventure. Shouted Ilya, a priestess under Rhea. Olympia can't possibly handle him. I will deal with him, said Epimetheus, the High Chancellor. Slow him down. I will get Ethon and get rid of him. Outside, in the city's surrounding wilderness. Here, said Nox, handing Aphrodite a large book. Oof. What's this? She said, barely able to hold it up before one of her children came and got it for her. It's Cirrus in my will. Aphrodite looked at her and at the book. TCH. Why did you even make it? You or him will not die on my watch. I have the same sentiment, but Cirrus felt more relief leaving this behind in case anything happens. That fool. I'd kill him before he leaves Artemis behind. She is here, right? No. She's back in Orario. Aphrodite grew angry. I'll bring him back. I can't let Artemis lose her lover. Everyone, come on. We're hitting Olympia. Cirrus and Malian already went ahead first. Hera said to go in after them. Fine. You. Stay here and keep it safe. We will be coming back. Yes, my goddess. The man receives the wool and holds it close. Now. Let's go. The whole of the Aphrodite familia rushes off, even with the people she recruited through the use of her charm. Back to the entrance to the Great Temple. Huff. Huff. Rhea was breathing heavily. Rhea. Shouted several of the priestesses. You. Huff. Won't get in. She struggles to stand up with an arrow in her leg. Malian, take her and go, Cirrus said, stepping forward. Very well. Oh, and take, Nox, with you. Nox came out of his magic circle and landed on Malian's head. Cirrus, I gave the will to Aphrodite. Are you sure you don't need my help here? I will meet you down where the actual primordial flame is located. How bold of you to assume you will reach it. The High Chancellor emerged from the temple, wielding a massive white and red sword. Blue hair and dark skin. Malian, Nox, go. Cirrus draws his own sword. You won't make it past me. Ray! Shouted the High Chancellor. A dazzling dark fire covered the sword as he swung it. Gram full release. Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Diadicasti_s, Logia. His magic circle appeared behind him, and a shroud of thunder and electricity covered him as his sword glowed with runes brightly. Boom! The temple cracked, as did the city from their attack. Cirrus slid down the stairs from the attack, and Epimetheus did the same, breaking up the stairs. I said go. Now. Cirrus kicked off, running up and knocking out Rhea and tossing her to Malian. You're sure I'm not worth your focus? Shouted Epimetheus, jumping out of the smoke and coming down on Cirrus with a powerful overhead swing. Cirrus blocked the strike, causing the ground under him to crack under the force. Clang. Crack. Grr. Go, goddammit! Cirrus shouted. All right. May luck shine upon you today. Malian said. Malian quickly rushed into the temple with Rhea in hand and Nox on top. After her! Shouted a priestess. White bright, white night. A blinding light blinds them, letting Malian get away. So tell me, Cirrus Zephyr. What exactly are you planning? He said this with a crazed look in his eyes, ignoring everyone but Cirrus. None of your fucking business, dickhead. Damocles. What are you? He could feel the metal on his body push him back, causing him to lose strength. Ah! Cirrus then regained their footing and sent him flying high in the air. Epimetheus was surprised. He didn't expect to be sent so high up. He looked down to see that Cirrus had grabbed his leg. Oh, phew. Hey! With all of his strength, Cirrus flung Epimetheus into the temple, sending him crashing into a sturdy wall with hieroglyphs and a sword pedestal. Crash. Gah. Epimetheus had his back broken and his organs punctured by his own bones. Damn. Beast. He clutched his divine weapon tightly, and he could feel the flame fix his body. My, he is fearsome like his mother, but his face lacks that insanity. Epimetheus thought of seeing the resemblance Cirrus had to his mother. Cirrus takes a sword stance as he approaches him, his armor fading. My name is Cirrus Zephyr. The level 8 captain of the Artemis Familia. From the wall, Epimetheus gets back up as pieces of the wall break off and land near him. Rubble. 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 Ah. You're full of tricks. Cirrus could see several injuries on him, but fire came out of the wounds, healing him back to health. So you are actually immortal, hey? Oh my yes, I have been alive for 3,000 years or so. What? Cirrus felt he misinterpreted the numbers. Yes, 3,000 years. Ever since that damn god Prometheus sent down the fire of heaven and I became its champion. You. What is your name? Cirrus's eyes focus on Epimetheus. His body tenses up. I went by many names over the years, Chiron, Nessus, Alcides, and recently Ethon. But my name is he gets into a stance with his eyes bloodshot. Epimetheus, the fool. Cirrus's eyes widen in shock. Ah. Phew. Volume 3 Quest 288 Westward Cloud, 4th Chapter, Part 1 Hero of the Corrupted Flame. Yuug. Epimetheus. Like the first fucking hero, Epimetheus. You're surprised, boy, but that's to be expected. His eyes narrow in on Cirrus as he slowly gets into a stance. Of course I am. I actually really liked your legend. Also, Malayan, did you know this? I did. I am sorry, Hera didn't wish to discourage you. Malayan averted her eyes a bit from Cirrus. I am sorry again. It's fucking AP fucking Matthias. He is my favorite hero. Epimetheus made a sour expression. Pfft. What poor taste. He said it in a dismissive tone. I thought you enjoyed that fool Argonaut, but to know I was your favorite. Epimetheus's expression soured even more at the thought. Really? Cirrus put his left foot forward, widening his stance as he held Gram in his right hand, putting the blade to the ground. I always thought such a pioneer deserved far more respect than what he was given. Well, I guess you can just be a character in my legend. Cirrus said mockingly. Bold words. Let me hurry that legend along, boy. Epimetheus shot forward with his great sword in hand. I'm not in a rush. Cirrus rushes forward as well. They both swing, their swords clashing. Clang. You were faster before. Did that armor make you faster? Maybe. Sparks of electricity and cinders of fire mix and fly within the temple. I must say I'm very impressed. This sword of yours is far more durable than I expected. The fire on the sword intensifies. Thanks, but I guess a cursed sword can hold its own against a divine weapon. The electricity intensifies even more. In the city, they could hear the sounds of thunder and the clashing of blades, while both fire and lighting illuminated the temple's pillars. He must already be facing him. Quickly. Try to take as much of everyone as you can. Commanded Aphrodite. Home base. Epimetheus, I hope you can give my grandson a good challenge, Hera spoke with full confidence of Cirrus' victory. Down in the great temple. Rumble. 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 There's really going at it, Malayan said as she ran through the labyrinth. Let go of me. Shouted Rhea. Not until you help me reach the primordial fire. Now I can do this the easy way, or I can do this the I break your bones and leave you somewhere dark in this labyrinth way. So what's it gonna be? Okay. Jay, just keep your head the way you're going and then take a right. Rhea said. Good. Back to the fight. Clang. Whoosh. Crack. Crack. Whoosh. Clang. They kept exchanging blows with one another. Cirrus was covered in burns, and Epimetheus was covered in singes and numb body parts. Huff. 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 They were both methodically examining one another as they paced around each other like wolves. He's strong, but his swordsmanship. It's easy to tell he relies more on his magic than actual skill. I'll just keep this war of attrition going, but he is a level 8, right? He is far stronger than that dark elf. Who knows how long he can keep going? He's terrifyingly skilled with that great sword. He makes Zald and Otter look like children waving around big sticks. 3,000 years of experience. This was what Hera meant. Fuck me and that sword. Cirrus looks at Gram to see cracks forming on it. A divine weapon against a cursed weapon made by an angry god might as well be a solid metal rod to a bundle of sticks. I've learned enough of his fighting style. It's time for me to really drain his stamina. Cirrus stops pacing, as well as Epimetheus, in response. They stared at each other sternly with fish eyes. Exosia, Adorn, Chimera. Cirrus's shout caused Epimetheus to act first. Epimetheus dashed forward before he knew it. No matter. I'll wait. Is that? Armor quickly dons Cirrus as he holds his ground. Epimetheus could see a glint in his eyes as he smiled. Showtime. On sheer instinct alone, Epimetheus held his weapon up like a shield, and then a clang. Clang. Grr. He gritted his teeth as his own great sword smashed against him, sending him crashing through wall after wall before finally impaling his sword into the ground to stop himself. Rubble. Rubble. Huff. 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 How arrogant of me to think he only had one set of armor. He spent time getting to know my moves to properly know how to use his armor. No matter. So long as... Epimetheus looks around to see he is in the Marone room of the Great Temple, which houses the cleaner part of the primordial flame. Well shit, Epimetheus said, not wishing for Cirrus to get closer to the flame, even if it was a false front. After sending Epimetheus through more walls, Cirrus looks at Graham. Fuck. I wish you could have lasted longer. They heavily damaged Graham, with the cracks being more prominent, damaging the runes. Hecton. Cirrus sheaths Graham and puts it in his shadow before Hecton shoots out his spear, Spec. Let's hope you can last longer against a divine sword. Old friend. He swung Spec around as electricity began to coat it. Let's... fucking... go. Cirrus charged through the hole he made to reach Epimetheus as he looked away. Epimetheus. He glanced at Cirrus before his sword was clad in a blinding blaze of fire. Boy. Boom. Fwoosh. A strong gust of wind shot out through the temple from the force of their clash. Sure enough, thunder and fire came out next. Clang. Whoosh. Ting. Ting. Crack. Clang. Whoosh. Clang. Ting. Ting. Crack. Clang. Whoosh. Ting. Clang. Ting. Crack. Thunder and fire mix and attack one another in a vicious onslaught of metal and magic. Clang. Whoosh. Clang. Crack. Clang. Whoosh. Of course, Cirrus and, in turn, Epimetheus knew they had to evolve their style even more and added more. Clang. Crack. Thud. Clang. Whoosh. Thud. Gah. Gawk. Cirrus threw a kick to his chest, while Epimetheus threw a palm strike at his chest. They both hit one another a few feet apart. Ugh. Cirrus. Tell me. Epimetheus stabs his weapon into the ground to help him stand up. Tell me why you picked to walk down this fucking path of the hero. You know my story. You know how it ended for everyone else who walked that damn path. Ugh. Cirrus does the same, catching his breath. I know they found you amusing. Amazing, in fact. They shower you with praise and admiration for all you have done for them. But despite everything, Cirrus. As much as they love a hero, they love it more than anything to see a hero fail. To fall. Die trying. In the end, they will all come to hate you. So why bother at all? Cirrus gets his breath back. Why? Why I decided to be a hero when I long threw that notion away. He smirks. It's because my wife asked me to be a hero who was happy. Simple as that. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Epimetheus couldn't help but laugh at such a reason. Happy? Being a hero and being happy are two things that will never mix. I know that. You see, you old fuck. Cirrus stores his weapons in his shadow, and his armor fades away. I knew long ago that I was of the same breed of hero as you. A hero of the classical era is known more for their capacity for violence and slaughter than for anything else. In 1,000 years, they will not remember how I sing, how I play the guitar or piano, or the city that I built for the people to better themselves. Especially for the people of Israfan, I am an unredeemable monster. In the end, they will never let you be famous and happy. Then why bother with this? Go back to your wife and let me finish. Finish what? Finish fulfilling the responsibility you chose for yourself. We are the captains of our own fates. Ha! What utter bullshit! Epimetheus clenched his sword tightly in anger. Did you know what happened when I tried to escape my fate? I was only pulled right back in. Never being able to escape it. And that goes for you as well. Happiness? Throw that shit into the trash. You and me are weapons, killers. Meant to be used and discarded when the gods find a sharper weapon. Do not forget that. You can use a spear as a walking stick, but that will not change its nature. It's our fate to be used as weapons to take lives. Fate is what binds a man to tragedy. That is what the title of hero does to you. You are stripped of your agency and forced to play a role beyond your control. Like a puppet on strings. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Cirrus laughs to himself. What's so fucking funny? You think this is funny? Kinda. As fucked as it sounds, I begrudgingly accepted my fate as a hero. Even more, anger fills Epimetheus. Do you actually like my legend so much that you wish to be a fool? He shouted. No, I know the mistakes you made, so I will not repeat them. You think you can kill the black dragon? Ha! I couldn't do it, and neither could your mother. You talk as if you know her. Cirrus glares at Epimetheus. TCH. Only so much as to beat her within an inch of her life before she threw herself into a river. Cirrus closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. I see. Then if I beat you, I would be capable of killing the black dragon, then. Grr. He squeezed the handle of his blade even more tightly, his teeth began to crack and get repaired by the flame. How fucking desperate do you have to be to kill yourself? This is advice from a hero who has experienced it all. I was a king. I had love. A family. But my duty as a hero replaced that all with mockery and scorn at my failure of not killing a black beast. Even after I relentlessly killed army after army of monsters so they can have a home. You truly are a Greek hero. Cyrus lamented his fate. But regardless, I will keep my promise. You stupid fuck. How much do I have to say to get off this suicidal path? A story is not worth happiness. Epimetheus. Cyrus looks him dead in the eye. No man can walk out on his own story, and they sure as hell can't refuse their girl. Cyrus makes a wry smile, clenching his fists and putting them up. So I will fight tooth and nail, no matter what you say. I won't back down. You can prop me up at the gates of hell, but I won't back down. You truly are a fool, high on his own status. Epimetheus sneers at Cyrus. The demon of Shaltzard. The golden-horned demon. The murderer. Doesn't matter what I am called, it's the deeds that make the man. Then I must be the biggest fool in the world, but that will soon change. The world is waiting for me to do it. Epimetheus walks past his sword. He needed to punch some sense into Cyrus. It's not about you. Cyrus goes up to him as well. It's about them. You little shit. You fucking boomer. They ran at each other. Ah! Ah! They both threw their fists, and the sound of meat hitting one another filled the room. Thud. Thud. Two fists clash, seasoned. One young, one old, both heroes. Each other's mirrors. Volume 3 Quest 288.5 Clearing out the swamp. Beltane around this time. Huff. Huff. What rotten luck! Shouted Wu. You damn bastards! Firebolt. Luminous wind. Hell chaos. Tovalo. Boom. 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 Gaia. They bombarded her with magic after magic. I will not lose. I gained this poison to kill Cyrus. Wu shouted with great disdain and fury in her voice. You are not worthy to fight him. Ryuo gracefully evades her attacks while chanting. In the sky of a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Respond to my foolish voice, give me now divine protection of star fire. Give the mercy of light to the one that abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. Luminous wind. A series of winds and lights strike her from all sides before falling to the floor. Jiga. I will survive. I got what I came here for. She jumped back into the swamp and held out her hand. Hate, the sin within you. By my law, I shall draw for your punishment. Bathe in the jar of poison of an exuberant banquet. Go and melt to the marrow of your bones. Sen Shivanko no Kokuhatsu. A light drinking liquid sprang from her magic circle, and the scent of the poisonous swamp was overcome by an even more powerful poison. Talvi! Shouted Lideri. Haruheim! Shouted Bell. Haruheim rose her staff and quickly chanted her magic. Grow! That power in that vessel! Breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes! Until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion. Grow! Confine divine offerings within this body. This golden light bestowed from above. Into the hammer and into the ground, may it bestow good fortune upon you. Grow! Uchide no Kojuchi. A light envelope Talvi as she chants. Liberate, blood bonds. Come winter's balance. Dance, Snow Queen. Obey my true name. Be warned, close away. Go back to paradise. My dream, fasten. Into tomorrow's limit, 1000-year ice castle. Beltane Traumaray. A large barrier blocks the poisonous water, stopping it from getting to everyone. While they were dealing with her poison, Wu escaped. Tisk, she got away. Said, Aisha. At least the spring of revival will be cleaned, right? Asked Haruheim. Yes, said Hestia. But I fear where that spirit will go now. I assume she will go to find more strength. Said Ryu. She took over this place to gain an even more powerful poison to kill Cyrus, so she will look for more poisonous material. But how did she escape the dungeon? Asked Bell. I was told she was the only one to have escaped to the surface for a long time. Said Ryu. Cyrus was looking for her for a while and even asked me if anything about poison came up. Which is why you came to help, correct? Asked Uskari. Yes. It was unfortunate that Cyrus had an emergency quest to take care of. It's fine. I'm glad we were enough to help. Bell said with a big smile. As they were talking, Hestia pulled Ryuo aside. Hey, elf, what mission? From what I heard from AI is that it was an emergency quest directly from the guild. Is something the matter, Lady Hestia? Asked Belle, looking at her troubled face. I'm fine. I just wanted to know something, that's all. She said with a smile. Our Renos couldn't possibly have sent Cirrus to deal with that, right? I mean, there was a rift, so, Hestia's eyes darted around. I will talk to Artemis about this. I doubt she would send her child to deal with that when he has nothing to purify the flame. Volume 3 Quest 289 Westward Cloud, 4th Chapter, Part 2 The Crying Cinders and the Roaring Sparks. 3 minutes later. Thud. 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 Their exchange of fists was like that between a master and a student. Is this all you have? Epimetheus shouted, disappointed at Cirrus's martial prowess. Suck my dick, you 3,000-year-old fuck. Cirrus shouted. HAAA. Cirrus threw a quick, straight jab. Thud. Splat. Cirrus's punch tore the right side of Epimetheus's face off, but Epimetheus just smiled as he threw 3 quick jabs into Cirrus's ribs. Thud. 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 Immortality has its perks. Epimetheus shouted as a fire healed his wounds. And so does this farce. Epimetheus quickly jumps back and spins, grabbing his divine sword and leaping towards Cirrus. So does this. Cirrus shouted, thrusting his arm, and from his sleeve, his spear shot out. Ting. Clang. At least your spearmanship is better than your martial arts. I bet you're so fucking proud after polishing your swordsmanship for 3,000 plus years, all to get dogged on by a guy barely in his early 20s. What can I say? A hero loves his women. 23 minutes later. Clang. Crack. Clang. Whoosh. Clang. 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 Crack. Whoosh. Clang. 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 Crack. Whoosh. Crack. Whoosh. Crack. Whoosh. In that time, Olympia had 342 tremors of magnitude 5.4. Rumble. 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 Several of the buildings are in ruins from their clash. The city is in shambles as Aphrodite's familia continues to fight and gain more and more followers. Watching from afar, a deity watches the first city of humanity get destroyed. To think one man could do so much devastation. Said Zeus in disguise. Ha! That kid sure is scary, just like his mom. To think he could face Epimetheus armed with Prometheus' divine weapon. Real scary, and very impressive. He grinned from ear to ear. They then looked toward the island Hera was on. I really hope she doesn't find me. Zeus rubbed himself with some strong and light lotions. I had to practice abstinence for 2 weeks to see how this went down. Whoosh. A light breeze blows past him. Oh shit. Zeus quickly ran to be downwind from Hera's direction. On the island, Hera darts her eyes and takes a few sniffs. I smell a fuckboy around. Deep under the great temple. This is the door to it, said Rhea. Good. Malayan drops Rhea on the floor. Now open it. I can't. You need 2 priestesses. Malayan could see the smirk behind Rhea's stern expression. Flash. Rhea looks behind her to see Nox in her human form. Nox walks past Rhea and up to the door, tapping on it. Why you're a spirit. Rhea said as her once stern expression fell flat on the ground. Grand Spirit, for your information, you old hag. You didn't think I wouldn't recognize that old garb? Git. You served your purpose. Should we not break her legs or kill her? Malayan asked. She could cause trouble. What could a pathetic priestess who let the flame get corrupted even do? She couldn't even do her single job. Gah. Rhea bit her lips. She didn't wish to wait to see if Malayan would convince Nox to kill her. Rhea turned and ran as fast as she could. Oh look. She could run pretty fast. But how do we even get past the door? Malayan said, examining the area. Through the front, of course. The material used was of rather high quality, but it has wear and tear. Nox put her hand on the door. Phew, she let out a deep breath, and her hair glowed. Flash and gaze. Tear through the cosmos. White night. Flash. Boom. Rubble. 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 Nox's magic brute forced its way through the door and blasted it wide open. You certainly live up to grand. Thank you. Unfortunately, it's only that strong because of Cirrus. I have a horrible magic consumption rate. The spirit and high dark elf walk into the sacred chamber, the home of the primordial flame since time immemorial. Nox and Malayan's eyes widen as they look to see the primordial fire. Whoosh! 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 They walk up to it and see its current state. This couldn't be it, can it? Asked Malayan, not sure what she was looking at was even divine. Nox held out her hand to feel it. It is, I can feel it. Cirrus, we made it to the fire, or more likely, a giant pot of swirling, corrupting darkness of entropy. The flame barely even resembled a flame but looked more like an amorphous blob of corruption. Just being near it felt wrong. He can't hear you. I can talk with him through a special connection as we made our way through the maze. I am his spirit, so how else could he talk to me when I'm in my owl form? Ah. He's still fighting the High Chancellor. Tisk. Then keep me safe. I'm going to help him. How? Nox sits down and crosses her legs. Phew. By giving him as much magic as I can. Her body glowed as holy white, blue lights appeared from the earth and air. They came together in a stream around Nox's body. They go toward her color but are quickly absorbed. Magic power. You're absorbing it right from the air. Malayan said, surprised. What do you plan on doing to require this much magic? I am giving it to Cirrus. He burned through a lot of his magic to fight Epimetheus. Up top in the maroon room a minute back. Crackle. Whoosh. Crackle. Whoosh. Fire and electricity fill the maroon room. Cirrus Zephyr, Epimetheus says while his injuries are healing. Why are you doing this? The flame doesn't need purification yet, it can go for 6 more months before needing Vesta. So why? Why are you so desperate to make a name for yourself? You came here with no way to use or purify the flame. Cirrus looks at him, wiping the sweat from his brow. Seems after 3,000 years your eyes and memory are utter dogshit, did you not see my owl on Malayan's head? She is a pretty grand owl. Cirrus smirks. Epimetheus thinks about it, and seeing Cirrus's smirk aggravates him even more. That familiar? It can purify the flame? Preposterous. Only fire gods can purify it. And even then, they must have a high affinity for purification. So only Vesta can do it. Hat. It seems you came down with Alzheimer's. Don't worry about it too much. Cirrus, we made it to the fire, or more likely, a giant pot of swirling, corrupting darkness of entropy. Oh? It seems they made it to the primordial fire. Telepathy. A spirit no. His words now made sense. A grand fucking spirit. TCH. Another weapon like ourselves. I should have killed that dark elf when I first met her. Epimetheus swings his weapon, leaving a trail of flame behind. Now, Grandpa, she's a high dark elf. What you need to worry about is... Cirrus's body could feel an influx of magic, and a glow of white appeared around his body. Another one of your tricks, hey. Epimetheus narrows his eyes on Cirrus, tensing his body. Seems I didn't respond fast enough. Tell me, is the bottom of that fire pit connected to the primordial flame? Sure thing, jump on it, he said with a smug expression. It was a long shot, but oh well. Epimetheus jumps at him with anger. Die. Incinerate and die, wrathful ashes. Gavtukalayan. A blazing, brilliant storm of fire covered his weapon. The output was enough to quickly come down, smashing the ground. Followed by a whoosh. Shooting out from the temple was a massive tidal wave of flame that engulfed Cirrus as they baptized him in this gleaming fire. The attack was far larger than what he expected, even the flame was more intense. Bam! Cirrus lands ablaze on the ground at the base of the stairs leading up to the grand temple. He clenches his hand in pain. It was comparable to the 3rd level of Graham's test. No, it was even more. He felt his veins boil as they filled with embers, and his lungs filled with ash. His mind ran the fastest it ever went. One chance. Cirrus thought for what felt like minutes. Disengage. In a split second since the armor faded, Cirrus shouted with all of his energy and last breath. Exosia, adorn, dia chrysomelos. The armor quickly covered Cirrus, and it moved the fire through the armor off to the side before cutting it off. The injuries healed. Over 85% of his body was burnt. His veins, lungs, eyes, hair, his whole body experienced a fire. Had he not experienced great pain, he would have met his end, but with his tolerance for the pain, he held on. Ha, ha. His lungs and veins healed. That old fuck still has tricks up his sleeve. Guess 3,000 plus years weren't for nothing. I need to avoid his fire with even more caution now. Hecton gets rid of the ash in my lungs. Yes sir, Hecton responded. Cirrus could feel Hecton's fingers inside him, but he ignored this intrusive feeling. Fafnir, it's showtime. His shadow sprouted 3 pairs of wings. Fafnir got under Cirrus in the right position and flapped her wings. Flap. 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 With a single flap of her wings, her full form came out, a massive dark-scaled dragon flying across Olympia like a comet. Riding on her was Cirrus. His wounds had healed up enough for him to disengage the armor. Many were awestruck to see a black dragon high over Olympia. Fafnir, fly me in and then go help Aphrodite, her presence is too valuable to have in danger, and if she asks, tell her you're with me. Got it. With another flap of her wings, she cut through the air, reaching the great temple quickly. She turned sharply as she approached it, launching Cirrus through the air. He dons his chimera armor again, along with Gram in his hands. Gram. What do you say to one more round? The sword glowed once more, and his eyes spiraled a bit. Cirrus was getting more enthusiastic about this fight. Thundering through the sky, Cirrus re-enters the temple and sees Epimetheus with his back turned. He shuddered for a bit, hearing Cirrus behind him, still alive. Fauna is such a pain in the ass. He shouted. You forgot about me already. You really do have Alzheimer's. Fuck you. It was the same attack Epimetheus had used on him. Sing your Vespers, Swords of Damocles, Diadicisti_s, Logia. Swinging down on him, Epimetheus tried to escape, but he didn't notice several chains blocking his back and binding his legs. What the hell? No escape. Crack. Boom. 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 The three great swords of thunder strike Epimetheus, shattering the ground and temple structure. Rumble. 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 With the smoke from the collapse of the temple still up, Epimetheus is holding on to Ethon. The injuries were far more severe than he had expected, with him losing his left arm, a chunk of his torso, his left leg up to just above the knee, and a good chunk of his face. Huff. Huff. Ray. Epimetheus roared to life again. A bloody fire lit from the weapon and spread to him, having so much to heal, Epimetheus felt more pain than he had in centuries, which will take a while to heal completely. Such speed. I'm envious. If I had that level of strength, I wouldn't be labeled a fool and mocked. I'm sure his fable will be greater than mine and be praised. Why? 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 Why is he praised while I'm the fool? I will devour his legend and become the true hero. I will show the world I am no fool. I am greater than what they praise. Fire. The primordial fire. I'll use you to burn the world and slay the black dragon. Epimetheus' proclamation echoed through what remains of the temple. Guess even when you live long enough to become a villain, you are always a hero at heart, Cirrus said, cracking his neck before using his speed to disappear. You little fuck. Epimetheus turned his head to the left and swung his great sword to block Cirrus's strike. Clang. And here I thought you were losing it. Cirrus then jumped back to get some space. You. Epimetheus shouts again. You have been by far the most pain in my ass in thousands of years. He swings his sword straight in front of him with two hands firmly holding the handle. And you have been the most fun I have had in years. Not every day a guy can fight his hero. Epimetheus stares daggers at Cirrus. I will be sure to cut that look out of your face. Whoosh. His sword ignites into a purple flame. You should be honored. You get to face me when I'm serious. Cirrus only had to look at the purple flame for a single millisecond to know that it was the corrupted flame of heaven. Epimetheus has had enough of him. Swords of Damocles. Crackle. Crackle. Cirrus' spear is covered in electricity. The two men stare at one another, breathing calmly in silence with only their weapons making a sound. A minute passed, and the sound of a pillar falling over signaled the start. Crack. Crack. They both kick off toward one another. Cirrus. Epimetheus cried out. Epimetheus. Cirrus roared out in response. Epimetheus jumped into the air and flipped. He did so to come down at Cirrus with an overhead swing that is further bolstered by the flame propelling him. Whoosh. Die. Cirrus planted his feet on the ground and drew strength from the ground. The strength flowed through his legs to his hip, then to his torso, to his shoulders and arms, and finally to his wrists. He thrust Spec with his dominant hand, his right, and Gram in his left with all of his might. Crackle. Ah. Then the two weapons met. Clang. Ting. Ray. Ah. Kirk. Swish. There was only so much a weapon can handle when up against a divine weapon. Cirrus gritted his teeth as he watched Ethon cut through Spec and through the shaft. Cirrus let go of Spec while moving Gram to block. Epimetheus was smiling ear to ear as his victory was close at hand. Grin. A wolfish grin grew as the flame that propelled him grew in even more intensity, swallowing its master to give him a hellish visage. Gram was long enough to intercept in time, but Cirrus had to hold Gram in an awkward position with his right arm under his left. Next, it was Gram's turn to confront Ethon. Clang. Clang. Not a second later, the cracks in Gram grew even more, and the glow stopped. Time seemed to have slowed for Cirrus. He could see the divine weapon slowly beginning to cut through Gram. Cirrus's mind was racing 1,000 miles a second. He had only one option left. Concede this fight. Cirrus wished he would have been able to continue this duel of his with Epimetheus and grow stronger from it on his own by achieving victory. But he has lost to him. Thus, if he wishes to fight him again, he must live. Hecton! Cirrus shouted. Immediately, Hecton pulled him back. Epimetheus didn't know what he did to seemingly be pulled back by gravity, for all he knows. All he knows is that Cirrus is not getting away without something. RRRR. Epimetheus swung down with even more force. With the length of his sword, Hecton would not be able to fully get Cirrus out of its range. Cirrus watched as the tip of the divine weapon, wreathed in malicious purple flame, filled his right eye. Whoosh! Swish! It was a hot, searing line across the top of his right eyebrow, through his eyelid, then to his iris, then pupil, then down his cheek, just missing his jawline. TSSS. RRR. Cirrus gritted through the pain. Clang. Epimetheus's swing caused him to swing his weapon into the ground. Rubble. Cirrus did not let this opening go to waste. Push! He shouted. Epimetheus looked up at Cirrus as his face slowly regenerated to see Gram already at his throat. Well, play swish. Spurt. His head is sliced clean off. Hecton. Rip him to shreds. His arms sprang out from his shadow and tore Epimetheus's body apart before his head even hit the ground. It caused him to drop his divine weapon, which was no longer covered in the corrupted flame. Clang! Clang! Huff! 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 Cirrus did not hesitate and quickly grabbed the divine weapon and threw it far away without knowing where he was throwing it. God! Fucking! Damn it! He shouted. Sir here! Hecton said, his head popping up, potions at the ready. I have the potions right. Don't bother. He slowly touches his eye, the pain still fresh. He then looks at the hand he used to throw the divine weapon and finds it hot. I guess the weapon doesn't want anyone but its master to hold it. Then your eye, sir? It's... yeah. It's gone. He seared it with the divine flame. Hecton then pours a high potion onto Cirrus's right eye without his permission. PSSSS. The potion did nothing. The cut he left is forever seared into the body. A throbbing pain that will not cease. I think this is the first time you did something that wasn't my command. Hecton. I am sorry, I was not attentive enough. At least I am still alive. Cirrus slowly opens his right eye to see darkness. So? How is it? Hecton looks and notices a scorch mark over his eye. I am sorry, sir. Don't be. This pain is my badge of honor, even if it's a literal pain that I have to ignore. He may have won the battle, but I will win the war. Cirrus closes his eye and gets a piece of cloth from his shadow to cover his now seared eye. Now throw his body around Olympia. Yes, sir. Hecton grabbed the body parts he tore off and threw his body in different directions. Cirrus examines his weapons. Gram is broken and slightly melted. Speck was cut in two. Fuck. He clenched his fists tightly. Hecton. Hecton takes the remains of his sword and spear into his shadow and pulls out some spare weapons. HAAA. Nox, I'm on my way. His armor has faded, and his Serenian armor adorns him. He turns to see Rhea coming up, drenched in sweat. Truthfully, he should have just cut her down, but he was too tired to end her life. Where is Lord Epimetheus? Rhea said, looking around to see a pool of blood. I suggest you better start looking. Cirrus walks past her. I chopped him up and threw him far and wide. Rhea shook a bit, turning to stare at his back. You really are. He told me what he planned on doing. We both are not good people, except I am not the one risking the world. The world is already doomed if the black dragon is not slain, Rhea said with venom in her voice. Then I will do it. It's my fate to one day kill that fucking lizard. Cirrus leaves and goes down where Rhea came up from. Lord Epimetheus. Rhea quickly ran off. With each step he took running, the more he got used to having no depth perception and the small embers of his resolve for what was to come. This was my choice. I didn't fight back against this fate when Auranos gave me my punishment. I didn't think there would be more world-threatening shit than the Black Dragon. I could have let Hestia do it, but then Belle would be left behind. Ah. Was it for her family? No. If it was that, I would be with AI and Artemis right now. I'm doing this because I need to bring peace to the. He stopped his train of thought. No more of this thinking. His heart feels heavy. It was him or me. The fire would eventually reach a point where it couldn't be ignored. AI. Artemis. I want to see your faces once more. AI. I wonder how our child would look. No. Do not think such thoughts. I will see my child's birth. I will. I will. I will. I will. I will. I will. Cirrus marches forward with an eye of determination and will, not knowing the strings of fate tighten around his neck ever so unbeknownst to him as Epimetheus had warned him as he draws closer to being a hero. Volume 3 Quest 290 Primordial Flame, Part 2 Purification of the White Knight. Down in the chamber of the primordial fire, Cirrus finally reached it. The hot air and sickening aura. Cirrus said, looking around. Seems you're finally here. Said Malayan, turning to him. Her eyes widen upon sight. Your eye. What happened? She quickly came up to him, worried. He got me good. Cirrus makes a wry smile. A high potion couldn't heal the slash. I guess I got another batch. Cirrus, we need to hurry. Nox hands him a case of magic potions. It's a shame you lost an eye, but we can't get hanged up on it. Thanks. He drinks them one after the other. Malayan. I will keep watch and ensure no one interrupts you, Malayan said. And? It is a shame you lost an eye. They were the best quality of your mother. Thank you. Cirrus nods his head. You should focus less on me and more on your enemies. Oh, and if you meet Fafnir, know that she is with me, and sorry in advance. Malayan nods. I am not sure why you are saying sorry, but I will make sure nothing gets in your way. She goes to the entrance of the chamber and waits. So. Cirrus walks over to see the pot of darkness. This is going to possibly kill us, hey? I could sense the demi-arcanum emanating from it. Can you not purify it with your magic? I can give you all my magic to do it. Won't be enough. The flame is long gone. Anything that isn't my all won't even put a dent in it. Did you try? How do you know? It's the primordial flame. It's literally like a weaker god, and in case you didn't know, a god is a god. Ha! Cirrus lets out a deep breath. Then, can your full magic do it? Most likely, but with how my magic works, well, I don't know how you're gonna deal with this power inside you. Hecton, you still have my back, right? Hecton popped his mouth from Cirrus's collar. Of course. Then shall we deal with the flame internally? Hecton and Nox agreed. Scared Cirrus? This may actually kill us. Yeah, but I have faith we will make it. Wanna see my kid shit? I just jinxed myself. Ugh. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Nox's laugh echoed through the chamber. Nox laughed for a minute before silence fell on them. The only sounds made were the corrupted fire and Cirrus drinking magic potion after magic potion. The thing before them was radiating power, it was enough to put their existence on edge. Let's finish this, Cirrus, Nox said, getting up and standing next to Cirrus. You survived similar odds. I rather not like to think about the result of those times. But Nox, I think today you can call me Alcides for this. Nox turned her head slightly and looked at him as a smile came on. I always knew you had a true name. She was grinning ear to ear. Well, you can call me Candidus if you want me to call you Alcides. Actually, Cirrus is better. I can say the same, Candidus doesn't really roll off the tongue. And neither will that eye of yours. Nox gave off a snide smirk. Asshole. They both made a slight smile, held hands, and took a deep breath. Let's do our job as a spirit. And as a hero. They both put on their sternest expressions as Nox goes first. She turned to her owl form, which was growing big. Cirrus jumped and landed on her. They soar to the top, and Nox glows. From the shadow of the night Genesis a white light birthed. Outside, everyone watches as the sky turns white. Down in the chamber. My name is Candidus Nox, the beloved darling of the enigma of prophecy. White Knight. The orb fell into the pool of darkness, and it was as if space had broken. It made an incomprehensible sound as the flame was sucked in and entered Cirrus. Whoa! Malayan says as she sees Nox's magic at its highest output. Cirrus absorbed the flame's essence, and his body then burst into purple and bloody red flames. The pain ran through everything, it was as if lava ran through his veins and every cell of his body, but Cirrus knew this would have been the outcome, and with gritted melted teeth, Cirrus shouted. Exosia, adorn sin of Sano, Nox. Boom! White and black energy sprang around Cirrus as he fell from the sky. Cirrus. Malayan quickly rushes towards him. Voyager of the Twilight. Rockvi. She runs quickly, but as she reaches the black and white energy, she is hard stopped. Bam! Malayan bangs her head on a barrier created by the energy radiating off of Cirrus as it engulfed him in fire. And no. She watched Cirrus free falls. Fuck. Fuck. She hit the barrier with all of her strength. Bang. Thud. Clang. Ting! None of it even affected the barrier. It was so deep that Malayan couldn't even hear him crash into a charred wooden altar. Suddenly, the energy and fire moved clockwise. The energy swirled faster and faster until it shot through the ceiling and into the sky like a drill. Outside, they watched as the once white sky moved in a spinning black fire and white light. You must get help. Malayan turned to the voice to find no one. Who goes there? My name is Hecton. I am a shadow of Sir Cirrus. It has ejected me from him. Show yourself. From the shadows, Hecton sprouted one of his heads. Malayan was shocked to see it just appear from the shadows. You must hurry and go. Sir Cirrus is in a stalemate with the heavenly flame, and as much as I have faith in him, the current predicament could only last so long. Tell me what is going on. Currently, he is fighting the corruption in the flame. The flame has taken over Sir Cirrus's mental landscape and even ejected me from it. The form you see now is only a fraction of what I am. Can I not help as well? Yes. You must keep the one known as Epimetheus away from his divine weapon. That weapon makes him a massive threat to everyone. Understood. But what if he gets through while I'm gone? I can hold him off as long as I can if it comes down to it. But please hurry, Sir Cirrus may be powerful, but he is not invincible, and in his mental landscape he is at his most vulnerable. I'll be back. Malayan quickly turned and ran. God's speed. The Plaza of Olympia. Huff. Huff. You're pretty good. Said Aphrodite. Not at all. Said Fafnir in her human form. I am simply doing as my master instructs. Speaking of, can you look around to ensure there aren't any stragglers when you are done to bring Hera and the others who were taking this place as our own? Not at all. Her body turns to ink like darkness before it turns back into her dragon form and flies around. All right, my beautiful children. Time to reinforce our city. Ure! All of her familia and the people she charmed roared to life, even despite having fought for hours, rebuilt Olympia. Acro Hills. Isn't that something? Epimetheus said weakly as he is regenerating his lower torso and limbs. Please rest, my lord. Said Rhea and some of the Order of Prometheus. You were just a literal head and some neck a handful of minutes ago. Where is my sword? My body will recover quicker with Ethon in hand. I saw it being thrown into the mountains. Said Ilya. Ilya! Shouted some priestesses. Where were you? I was trying not to get killed or charmed. Ilya reeled back as if they were gonna strike her. No matter. Find it and tell me. I can feel a throbbing pain runs through them all. K. He is destroying the souls. Shouted Epimetheus. Hurry and bring me my weapon. Yes. Back in Orario. Hum. Yup. That is his kid. Circe said, using her magic to see AI's abdomen. A soft, faint glow grew with a twilight-colored string connected to it. I am connected to it, so yet. Albeit it's weak, but as the kid develops, that connection will get firmer. Of course, it's his. AI said, offended. Who else could it be? My apologies, it's just that. It's really hard to believe you two will be parents. Circe was smiling from ear to ear. Yet. She said a bit sadly. But so when the child is born, will you serve them as you do Cirrus? Well. Given that I pledge to serve his blood and that child in you is his, I will serve them if the contract is finalized. Until then, they are like an extra lifeline for me. What do you mean? Lifeline. Well, unlike Nox, my contract with Cirrus is not so intimate, but it is far longer. If, for example, Cirrus has a child, I am bound to serve them as I pledge to serve his blood and Nox pledges her soul, so if he dies, she goes with him. But me, so long as his blood is flowing through one of his kids, I too will live on. AI understood more about why he wanted to have a child. For Nox, it was ride and die together, but for Circe, she had an option Nox doesn't. Look, you want to see? AI nodded. I think I will keep to this myself. I don't know how Circe would react. From how she is acting, Cirrus didn't tell her where he was going. Circe walks up to AI and makes a circle with her index finger and thumb. A myriad vapors obscure the light. Atelio_TOS voyage. A transparent sheet of glass appeared, and AI could see faint threads connected to her womb. She could even see the glow of their soul slowly getting brighter. A warm smile grows across her face as she gently touches her abdomen. So. She looked at Artemis. How does it feel to be a mother soon? It is amazing. She said it with a small smile. So, any thoughts on names? I came up with a few, but I think I'll keep them to myself until Cirrus comes back. That's wonderful. So tell me some. Circe's eyes quickly go dull as a twilight glow covers her whole body as it goes limp. Circe. AI quickly catches her. Artemis. Lenoa. Artemis quickly goes over and checks on her as strands of blue light, or natural magic, are absorbed into her. She is all right. Artemis said. She is just. I guess he's in a mind-down-like state. Damn it. Walking in, Lenoa looked at the three. Oi! You lot should look outside. Room of prayer. As Fels and Auranos were discussing some stuff, a door from the secret passages opened up. Auranos! Shouted Ai and Artemis, who were carrying Circe, who was burning up as she glows. What is wrong? Fels quickly went to Circe. What is happening? Circe is knocked out and the sky turned white and black. Shouted Artemis. It seems Cirrus and Nox's fate put them at a halfway point, Auranos said. What does that mean? Artemis shouted. It means Artemis that Nox's purification wasn't enough to fully cleanse the flame. The corruption has begun to fight itself off. It got to the point that it forced Circe into this state to supply Cirrus with magic. Is there anything we can do to help? Circe has a mind-down-like state. The magic she is absorbing is overheating her. Fels said. Go to Olympia and help Hera and Aphrodite. The barrier that hid the city is now gone. I permit you, Artemis, to use your tracking ability to get there quickly. Bring Hestia with you as well. She is the only one who can save this situation. Lord Auranos, the Hestia Familia, left a while ago to save a small nation at the request of the nation. They are not in the city. Artemis, you and your Familia will make a path for Hestia. There is no. Lord Auranos. Royman shouted, running down the stairs. The sky. It's white and black. Royman. Just on time. Tell all the Familia to be on standby and bring the Hestia Familia up to speed when they return. Should the worst happen, Orario must not fall. Artemis, I trust you and your Familia will hold the line. I stay here and... No. He is my husband. I will get him back. I can still fight even if I am pregnant. Why you're pregnant? Shouted Fels and Royman. Yes. So let's get a fucking move on. Sometime later, in the chamber of the flame of heaven. So. Hera said, looking down to see Cirrus on the altar engulfed in flames. That's what it is. Seems we need to bring Hestia after all. Seems like it. Unfortunately, Prometheus can hide his or her damn divinity. Said, Aphrodite. Master had hoped it didn't have to come to that, said Fafnir. Hera looked at her. Is there a particular reason besides the fact that she is a virtuous goddess? I do not know. She knew she lied, but knowing she is somewhat of a spirit, getting the truth out would be a waste of time. You giant. Hera looked into a shadow. That is for Sir Cirrus to say. He said, popping one of his heads. Tisk. Hera looked back at Cirrus. He is fighting with everything he has. Fafnir, how fast can you go? Hera, you're not thinking of. I am Aphrodite, I need to return to Orario. I'm sure by now those gods are having a denatus and wasting time. Fafnir, you can handle yourself in combat, yes. Of course, I am in terms of power, at least at the level of a spirit king. Good. Aphrodite keeps the defense up, we don't know when that fallen hero will come back. Malign is keeping watch, but she doubts she will be of any use if Epimetheus finds his divine weapon, so as much as I would like to say to find it, none of us could even touch the blade or let alone have the skill to outmatch a 3,000-year-old hero. So defending the city to the best of your abilities. No need to worry. My children are very well skilled in construction. Aphrodite said so with great confidence. Good. Hera then walks away with Fafnir behind her. His condition is stable, he's holding his own, but it'll slowly start to destabilize, and even more, if that hero gets Ethon back. Who knows what it could cause in this situation, and the most crucial issue is what that demi-arcanum is doing to Cirrus and Nox. I will need to ask Auranos some questions. Volume 3 Quest 290.5 Endless March. Day 1 within Cirrus Mindscape? Cirrus opened his eyes to find himself in the desert. What the fuck? He looked around to see that he had no weapon and that he was wearing Nox's armor. Hey? I'm not being burned. Cirrus. Nox. He looked at his armor. Can you turn back? And you can talk. No. I'm stuck in your armor. I have a 360-degree view of your surroundings. As for the talking part, yeah, I can. I got used to the feeling enough to talk. Cool, cool, so you can see that we're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Cirrus looked all around to find nothing but sand. At the very least, it's familiar to us. Can you imagine if we were in the sea? Haha. You and the sea do not go well together. Haha. I have bad luck while I'm out at sea. Bad luck? Boy, you always find yourself in a storm somehow. Even Poseidon was shocked at how much bad luck you have at sea. Stupid fucking Orion. Sirius lamented his fate entwined with Orion. To love Artemis, you have to be her Orion god well. I suppose it's worthwhile to be with her. Anyway Say Nox, how good and far can you see? Why do you ask? Because about a few miles out, I can see some familiar-looking uniforms. Nox focused her range of sight directly in front of Sirius to see the Israfan military coming towards him. Just behind them were several monsters slowly being incorporated into the army. Well, this is just great. Monsters are also in the mix. It seems we need to fight a bit. Sirius reached into his shadow and pulled out Gram and Speck, broken. Ha! I'm sorry, you two. He sighs and puts them away. Before taking out some other spare weapons. I should have made some spares. Sirius regretted. Oh well. I can always rely on my limbs. Sirius and Nox could see them walking closer with blood-stained clothing. The army, once in view, burst into purple and black flames. They charged wildly at Sirius. Sirius clenched his weapons as a white light enveloped them. Fuck. He said softly. Sirius took a deep breath and jump. Flung himself into battle. Sirius didn't bother to look at those he cut down. Sirius they turned to salt. They must be purified. Then I'll keep fighting. Slash. Thrust. Thud. Until they're all gone. Nox, can you watch my right? What a rhetorical question. I got you with 360 degrees. Sirius crushed the flaming skeletons in every way that he could, a thrust of the spear, a slash of the sword, a kick, a punch, an elbow, a headbutt, biting, and large swings of the spear. After about 19 minutes of non-stop fighting, he felt he was in a Muzu game, just clearing wave after wave of grunts and mini-bosses. Grow little starlight of liquidation. White Knight. Several beams of light shot and cut through several of the skeletons. When will they fucking end? Sirius shouted. They better fucking hurry and get help. Quickly. Sirius dodged the thrown punch to see him, Briareus. Annoying. Sirius, upon seeing the face of the first person he killed, was not looking forward to his stay here. Even Nox was not looking forward to it. Yoo. Hey, I don't know this guy. Sirius said he was dodging a rather handsome man who looked oddly familiar. That is Vento. He gave his life to save me. This place is rather shitty. Ah. I can see the family resemblance to Ace. Hub. Sirius punched him, turning him into salt. It seems this place is gonna drag up some sore memories from my life as well, hey. Day 2. Sirius goes through another army of flaming vestiges of people who died, mixed with some of Nox's past. That makes. I lost track of how many we purified. When will it end? He doesn't even need to turn to see the endless waves of fire and flesh. Hey, I see a flaming skeleton. Sure, just add more shit. At least after we clear a wave, we have some time to breathe. Yeah, a very short time before something else pops from the sand. Day 4. Come on. Come on. You fuckers. Left. Lower right. High back. There was no physical exhaustion in this place. Sirius doesn't even need to eat or drink. The only thing that did slowly get whittled away was Sirius's mental state and his overall damage. Huff. Huff. I want to sleep. Sirius said, mentally tired. Why hasn't the sun fucking moved? The desert's sun continues to bear down on Sirius, its heat slowly melting his sanity. Oi! Sirius, you lost a bit more of your skin. Look at your left wrist. Sirius looks at their left wrist to see some bits of his skin were broken off like a vase. I don't like this. He looks at it, but he could see through the small broken section to see the backside of his wrist. Do I not have organs? He figured out he was not in his physical body but somewhere along the spectrum of a dream. Day 16. The unrelenting sun still beats down on Sirius. I'm losing my fucking mind. I grow numb to killing, even more so now than before. I swing and they're gone. Sirius doesn't even pay attention to what he's doing anymore, his arms simply swing in a direction, and his body moves to avoid damage. Keep your head up, Sirius. I have started to count the minutes. When did the floor turn white? Sirius looks back to see a sea of salt. You have been purifying them. You kill them, and they turn to salt. Sirius looks back ahead at the horizon, which is filled with enemies, including much stronger monsters and people. Keep going. Keep going. Sirius mutters to himself as he charges into the army, a bit more of his skin breaks off. Day 32. Sirius has explored the space he found himself in. It's just endless sand and enemies. There is no boundary, just infinity. I lost count after 473 hours. We need to find a way to end this. I miss my family. If not for you, Nox, I think I would have lost it by now. I can say the same to you, Cirrus. When this is done, I just wanna sleep. When this is over, I want a big family. I want to sleep with my wives. Have them in my arms, warm and comfy. Sound nice? Can I join you? By all means. But when we want some privacy, we're going to throw you out. It's not like I've never seen your dick before, Cirrus. Not the point actually, have we not spoken about personal boundaries before? I swear we did. A bit more of Cirrus's skin breaks off. I mean, what is the point of it now after so long? Guess that is true. Day 64. Cirrus and Nox stopped even making sense anymore, they just fight. Clang. Swish. Bang. Crack. Boom. Pew. Pew. Whoosh. Pew. Crack. Crackle. Boom. And fight endlessly, covering the world in salt and sand. They focused solely on the fight, they abandoned reason and made their minds only focus on battle. It was not their intention, but when one fights for so long and so much under the desert heat, they will eventually snap. With each step they take, they are leaving behind the broken off skin of Cirrus and even some of the cloth from Nox's armor. Cirrus and Nox were stuck in a purgatory, the time dilation was hell. Every 2 days, they were in there fighting, it was a whole hour outside. With each new crack lost from the containers known as Cirrus and Nox while processing primordial flame, their souls are slowly breaking apart. Yet. Day 100. Ah. I wanna see my kids. Cirrus thought that cleared his mind. Nox was screaming, having also fallen into mindlessness like Cirrus. Nox. Shut up. That's an order. Cirrus said sternly. Nox's mind suddenly became lucid upon hearing Cirrus's order. Ah. Where are we, Cirrus? Still in this hell. Oh look, it's the Nucalavi. I think I see Hecton. Cirrus and Nox will keep fighting. Ah, I only have my right arm. Cirrus noticed. Hey, I lost some of myself too. Your right sleeve is gone, but the left one is still there. How does that make sense? Well. Cirrus could feel and see Kali's tattoo glow and pulse. It even grew to cover his arm and even some of his neck and upper body. Seems you are getting some use out of that, hey. Yet. Let's not lose our minds again. We lost track of our own time. Cirrus dreams a bit of those halcyon times of his life to find some solace. Volume 3 Quest 291 Primordial Flame, Part 3 Foundations. 3 days later in Orario, Babel Tower. Hestia. Said Loki. We never got along, but... I'm sorry, but you are the best choice for this matter. Loki made a pained expression. We put this off the most we can, but... this has to be done. I fully understand, no need to be so sad. Hestia nodded. I am thankful for you all to let me even have this much time. Every other god looked down on Hestia as the best and only god for this situation. Hermes, can I assume you have prepared a mode of transportation? Said Freya. Yes, Uranus has informed me of Olympia's location. When the White Night began, whatever, the city had to hide for so long was gone, allowing Uranus to find it. Most in due part to Artemis. And how long is the trip? Hestia asked. About 1 week or... Hermes turned his head to the side, as did every other god. This divinity. Loki said, a bit shaken. It's her, Freya said, her eyes sharper than a knife. Down below Babel, several familia gathered, ready to move on whatever the gods decided. Belle was feeling nervous. Don't worry, Belle. Said Welf. I'm sure whatever is happening in the city can take care of it. I know, but... I just feel like something bad is going to happen. That is a natural feeling, said Ace. I have heard you have returned from saving a small nation, right? It was because of an Belle leans into her ear. A spirit. Before leaning back. I, see, in her status. She got away, said Lily. Say, have you seen Sora anywhere? Or any of the Artemis familia? They all looked around and could not find one member of the Artemis familia around Babel. I can go and see if they are in their district. Said Mikoto. It is. Ace turned her head to see a black figure flying extremely fast. What is that? Haruheim said. It looks like a black dragon. Ace's voice and demeanor changed drastically. Tempest. Ace then began to run up the tower. While running up, Ace could see that it was heading toward the gods. I won't let you. The gods watched as the figure approached quickly, and when it was about to crash into them, its form changed and it landed gracefully on the floor. As Fafnir returns to her human form, she puts on her sunglasses before revealing Hera. Dramatic as ever, Hera, Freya said with a displeased face. Maybe one day you can reach this level, darling. She said it with a smirk. Fafnir smacks that child down. She's going to mess with my hair. Fafnir looked to see Ace jump up with her sword drawn and the wind covering her in front of all the gods. Blow, force of wind. Your servant asks you, Paimon. Incarnate of wisdom. King of wind. Bellowing force. Fafnir chanted her magic with frightening speed. From her magic circle, a blast of powerful wind struck Ace, sending her flying outside the city limits. Now. Hera takes a seat. Hestia, you are coming with me. Your familia can be left here. Wait. No. I have to at least spend a week before. Do you know how this came to be? Every god was curious. Hera must know more about this than they do. And no, but it has to do with the heavenly flame. Correct. You pointed out the one thing you, of all gods, should know. Yes, it is the heavenly flame, and right now it's in the process of being purified by Cirrus. Him. They all shouted. The gods began to sweat bullets as they looked at the swirl of white light and black flames. How? Shouted Hestia. Only a god could even begin to purify it. And that god is me. The owl, her name is Nox, the grand spirit of the White Knight. Nyx's spirit. Many of the gods shook. By Nox's title alone, they knew she had the attributes to try and cleanse the flame. It also explained why Cirrus was so mighty. Right now she and Cirrus are trying to purify it, but as you can see. She looks outside. They are trying to purify the evil of humanity. The gods take another look and notice that White is gradually losing ground. But I should have been the one to do it. Hestia shouts. I agree, but as fate would have it, this is part of his labor given to him by Aranos himself for his past actions in the Chaos Desert, and maybe a little red paint on the streets during the battle with Evilus. Hestia's blood ran cold. She desperately looked to find Artemis, but she wasn't there. Where is Artemis? Every god noticed that she wasn't there. With all the commotion going on, none noticed the huntress was gone. Even Hestia was swept up in all the hubbub of the city when she returned. I saw her and my grandson's wife already on their way to Olympia upon a good steed, along with the rest of their familia following behind them. Hestia looks a bit conflicted now. I will go with my children. That is final. Even if this was his labor for his past actions, this is still God's sole duty. You are right, he's a massive fool, but that is why he is a hero who can devour every one of your children. Her tongue was as sharp as her eyes were cold. I'm sure if he survives this, he truly will overshadow anything I or Zeus have ever done. So was that the real reason you sent that elf to Master? Said Fafnir. Maybe a little, but his intervention was inevitable with that fallen hero and his labor. You are truly a horrible woman. I am happy Master doesn't take a single aspect of your shit personality. I can't say the same for you. You have his foul mouth and nothing else. Our business here is done. We only have one more place to go. Hestia, I suggest you hurry to Olympia, or else you truly would need to sacrifice yourself. This situation is on a timer, and you shitheads were too soft to send Hestia on her way. Hera walks to the edge, and Fafnir grabs hold of her, turning back into her dragon form and flying toward the guild. Hestia! Shouted Ganesha. I have some tamed flying monsters. My familia will get them ready immediately. Thank you, Ganesha. Down in the room of prayer. Hera, why have you come? Aranos said, opening his eyes. Hera walks down the stairs with Fafnir behind her. I came to ask you how the status really works. I have a theory of what it could be, and I wish to ask you. Aranos's eyes train on Hera. I am listening. As far as I and every other god know, when a child goes up a level, they get closer to godhood, right? Correct. That is the aptest metaphor to explain it. And each time they level up, they start back at rank I, but their previous stats are hidden like a blanket. The more they level up, the more layers one has. That is how it works. But I've been thinking, what if a child does eventually become a demigod? Who would they take after? Like say, Cirrus, for example, he became Astria's child from level 5 to level 8, but what about the last 4? I doubt Hermes was the one, so. Who was it? It was I. Hera smiled ear to ear. Now tell me, who would Cirrus turn out to be? Would he look more like you or Astria? Given that you both have your godly essence, the fauna, as foundations and all. It will most likely be up to chance, I would assume, but why are you asking this now? Because Cirrus is a level 8, and he absorbed the weakest possible form of Arcanum in Gakkai. Who knows what could happen if or when he opens his eyes? He could very well be the first actual child of a god since eternity. That is a quandary. I do not know how to act in such a situation. The existence of a demigod is a concept we longed to give up when we descended upon Gakkai and made familias. That thought never even occurred to me. I only hope his body and soul are strong enough for such power. Of course, it will be. He is my daughter's son. Even so, when or if Cirrus comes out of this, he will certainly be something. Not even the gods would know. Volume 3 Quest 291.5 Wind Trail. About an hour after Hera has left the room of prayer. Huff. 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 Ace is running at full speed, not letting Fafnir out of her sight. You won't get away. Tempest, awaken. Boom. Hoosh. High in the air. Fafnir, it seems that child you swatted is still following behind. Said Hera as she gazed down. What do you want to do? Keep. She noticed the sky had stagnated, the black flame and white light standing still in the sky. Half the sky was black flame, and the other a white sky. Something happened. Damn it. She glanced down at Ace and smirked. Land, I wish to see this child more closely. She could prove very useful. Very well. Ace saw Fafnir was landing. She was so focused on Fafnir that she didn't see the state of the sky. It's landing. This is my chance. Ace quickly ran as fast as her wind could push her, and when she finally reached the clearing, she saw a black dragon with 6 eyes, each one a different color. In front of the dragon was a goddess. Who? The currents of wind stopped. Ace couldn't help but see Cirrus in her face, it was so similar to his but more feminine that it was easy to think she would be his mother, but her divinity said differently. Ah, so you were the one who was following us. Child of the wind. You look so much like your mother. Immediately, Ace was thrown off her game. Why you know my mother? Well, no, but she was friends with my spirit, Arch. Auntie Arch. The fire spirit that was with Auntie Evelda. That's the one, but... Hera looks at her with her cold, ruby eyes and smiles. It seems you reached this era through the dungeon, hey. Ace looks down and nods. Good for you, hatred is truly soaked into the core of who you are. Ace grimaced a bit before speaking up. Tell me. Tell me why you are with that. Her voice was cold and filled with loathing. Oh her? Don't worry, she's fine. Show her Fafnir. Fafnir. Fafnir began to shift and form back into her human form. She was beautiful, but her eyes were unnervingly intimidating. Fafnir quickly put on heavily tinted sunglasses. My name is Fafnir, I am the 6-winged black dragon spirit king. Bit of a mouthful if you ask me, Hera said. I'm working on fine-tuning the name, anyway. As you saw with my eyes, I am a forced creation of the ones who you previously fought like Revis, but they jammed me with several other spirits resulting in a mess like me. So. They forced you into a dragon's body. Ace said, slowly lowering her sword. Well yes, I mean, I had no choice or agency in the matter of my existence. Master Cirrus helped me get some autonomy back into my life. Actually, I saw you down in the Gnosis when Master was pissed. Ah, Ace remembered the eyes that glowed behind Cirrus when he arrived that day. All right. She sheaths her blade, trusting in Cirrus. Well, come along. You're already here. You might as well help, girl. Help with what? Fending off a fallen hero. Fallen hero? Yes. He is a man who claimed one of Cirrus's eyes. Ace reasonably is shaken by that fact. How? I would believe he got hit, but to lose an eye. Yes, that is how strong and dreadful this man is. You are a level. Hera examines Ace up and down. 6. Yes, that should be good enough to help my child fend him off. Hell, I am sure if luck is on your side, you could use him as your stepping stone to level 7. Hera knows where to hit to get someone to follow her. Let us go. Ace said enthusiastically with a stern expression. I will help Cirrus however I can. Volume 3 Quest 291.6 Azure Flame and Holy Light. Purgatory. Crack. Crack. Bam. 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 Zald and Althea were a lot weaker here, Cirrus said as he beat waves of enemies. Yeah, along with the horde of enemies, which took us what? A few months to get a full roster of the people you fought or killed. Nox said. Yeah. At least the ones from Bokhara aren't here no. They are yet to appear in this hell. It has been 144 days since they arrived. They have gotten used to fighting 24/7. Mentally, they are far more resilient now, but their body is now down to a leg, torso, and right arm. Cirrus used his spare weapons as makeshift limbs. Nox's body was also in a similar state, with only his torso being covered. Ha! Let's keep pushing. Alright. Let's him. What's the matter? Do you see 4 Zald and Alpheus? Maybe a hecton thrown in. No. The position of the sun changed. Are you sure? Very. Take a few steps back. Cirrus glanced at the sun and took a few steps back. The sun returns to hang right above them. Now take a few steps forward. Cirrus did just that, and he could see the sun move slightly. Ooh. This was the first time the sun had moved in a long time. Maybe this is our chance. One last push. Come on. Cirrus ran as fast as he could. Nox kept watch as the sun slowly fell from the sky. 6 hours later. The sun has finally set, and they found their candle at the end of the tunnel. That candle was a brilliant, ever-changing energy underwater, and he knew they both knew that was their key to something. Ooh. It fascinated Cirrus and Nox. How lucky we are to breathe underwater, Cirrus said. Well, we aren't even in our bodies, so I guess we lucked out, I guess. It was changing into various phenomena, reactions, animals, people, and even shapes with wild colors mixed and blended. Of course, there is always a final trial before the end. Whoosh. Fuck. Fuck. Before Cirrus and Nox, when they are so close to the end of their tunnel, the kids from Bokhara, along with every single enemy, including a flaming copy of Epimetheus, stand between them and the exit. TCH. Annoying. At least they're half as strong as the originals. Yet. I also grew tired and angry about all this. This place brought those kids to torture me. Cirrus has beaten himself up enough to numb himself to his actions in the Chios Desert. By this point, they are a sore spot that he simply bears and lives with, not even affecting his daily life. Still, it will leave a sour taste in your mouth. Yet. But I will wash it from my mouth after seeing my kid. Cirrus ran ahead, fully intent on ending this endless horde of half-baked enemies. But mostly he wanted to sleep. He wants to eat, drink, see another person, hold hands with his wives, kiss them, hold them, and have sex. He wanted to feel intimate love. But more importantly, by this point, he does not want to fight anymore. A few swings later, he cleared the last obstacles in his way. Huff. Huff. He slowly walks to the amorphous thing, using his spare spear as a walking stick. Finally. This can finally end. Yet. I can finally have legs and arms. Cirrus reaches for the ever-changing existence, and the second he touches it, it takes on a different shape and alters the world. Gah! Fuck, that's bright. In a flash of light, the world turns into a white void, and it takes on a very familiar shape bathed in iridescent light. That shape was Nox. She looked like an ancient regal queen, her hair was even more white than it already was, with black stars in it. Her eyes were topaz, reminiscent of a figure Cirrus saw in his dream long ago. Ooh! Cirrus was captivated by this incidental beauty. Hey, I look pretty hot. The eyes could be a better color though. It then took another shape, and the world changed along with it. Oh, Cirrus braced himself as water crashed into him. Splash! 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 Growling. Cirrus and Nox bore through the pressure as they opened their eyes to see before them an assortment of old wooden planks stacked up like an altar, engulfed in an azure flame that illuminated the darkness of the depths they were in. What the fuck? Cirrus looked up beyond the azure flame and into the darkness, where a pair of red eyes like those of a white serpent appeared before turning into indigo eyes, then emeralds with indigo pupils. They soon grew closer to Cirrus as more of its shape took form. The darkness soon had dots of light grow like an empty universe slowly gaining stars. The water currents then shaped the existence. It was wrapped in an azure night itself. Flap. Flap. A robe that holds the azure night sky and it flaps by the water's currents. Creak. It steps on the altar of wood engulfed in flame, slowly walking closer to Cirrus. Creak. Creak. Soon its head was adorned with golden antlers like a crown with two bowls, reminiscent of a weight scale, hanging off them from threads of gold. They couldn't see its hair under the veil that covered it. What the fuck? Ooh. Cirrus, if I appeared before then this is me. As if to respond, the entity rose its head to see past its veil to be Cirrus, with Kali's tattoo encroaching where his scar was and in fact, that tattoo even went down to match what he has currently. What the fuck is this? Cirrus wonders what these versions of him and Nox were. Do not fret. You're not ready for the full power of Elpis, said the entity. This is only the beginning, you still have more fights ahead. Just as they said that their appearance changed again. What? Cirrus wanted answers, but the entity gently placed his index finger on Cirrus' forehead, and then he was absorbed. What the fu ck? Power. Pure, unadulterated power. What the fuck is this? It was disgustingly powerful. Energy melted through the makeshift prosthetics Cirrus made and regenerated his limbs, along with Nox's, as more of her armor was repaired. Their bodies quickly became energized. Too much of it. Gah. I'm drowning. I can't. Their bodies began to break and regenerate, but even then, bursts of energy shot out of them like a light bulb in a broken vase. Eventually, their body stopped breaking, and it was contained. But then it now began to violently stockpile within them. He felt his organs melting and growing back. Sirius! Sirius, hold on! I'll try to take as much of it as I can. While Nox was fine, Sirius, however, was now overwhelmed to the point of bursting from the power, but with each new crack on his body, the power would fix it, making the container stronger, but more power build up, causing more cracks, repeating the cycle. Fuck! Fuck! He bellowed out in his pain-stricken voice. Sirius! Hold on! I'll... The pain drowned Nox's voice. I will not die here like this. No. 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 Fuck that. I have come too far to die like this. I will not just fucking take it. I will fucking see my kid. I will have my fucking family. I will have my happy ending. His eyes swirled, and all of his negative emotions pushed him forward to the homeostasis of consciousness from the pain. Grr. Grrrrrr. Nox. Help process the energy. Go all out. That's a fucking order. Do not hold back. Nox chanted without missing a beat. From the shadow of the night Genesis a white light birthed. Paradox by nature, I tore through the balance. No god shall touch the night, I dance upon the stars. Nox did not hesitate at all. She chanted her magic at such speeds that one would have bitten their tongue clean off. White night. The sky turned white, blotting out the sun, and intense heat and bone-chilling cold filled the area as around Cirrus formed a black and white droplet. Then, it absorbed everything in a swirl of black and white. The world went white. A sound beats through the void. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Then, from that emptiness, an azure flame with a deep indigo core came into existence. It emitted a boundless night sky like smoke filled with golden stars. Whoosh! Then came a ball of pure white light with a topaz core. It did not emit grandeur like the blue flame, but its light was brilliant enough to closely match the flame. Flash! The ball of light got close to the blue flame. There they remained together, simply existing. The blue flame reached out to the ball of light, but the ball did not resist it, instead, it reached out as well, and the two formed a bond. From the white void came a purple-black flame, shooting out like a volcano. Whoosh! Monsters and people arose from that flame. They all ran towards the blue flame and ball of light. With each step they took, the world turned back to before the void swallowed it. Desertification took place as it reached the two of them. The ball of white light moved in front in defense of the blue flame. It fired out beams of light. Pew! 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 This would be the stalemate. No matter how hard the purple-black flame tried, it could never encroach more into the white void. It brought forth a more dangerous monster, and no one could survive the ball of light assault of light beams of purification until something upset the balance that formed. Volume 3 Quest 292 Primordial Flame, Part 4 Arrival. The Base of Babel. Lady Hestia! Shouted Belle. What happened? Are you all right? He asked with deep concern. Hestia was making such a stern expression that it did not fit her at all. Don't worry, I'm fine, but we need to get going. Get your weapons and gear ready. Where are we going? Asked Mikoto. Olympia, I'll explain more while we're on the road. Hey! They quickly get ready and meet up with their goddess back at Babel. From there, Ganesha came and took them to the northeastern wall, where he had several tamed monsters. Shall we get going? Said Hermes. Lord Hermes, you're coming along as well. Said Belle. I know where Olympia is, and well, I am curious as to what is happening there. Plus, since we don't really know what we're heading into since Hera up and left already, I brought along some backup. They look behind him to see Asfi, Ryuu and Aisha. Ryuu, you're coming along as well? Belle asked. I asked Seer if she could cover for me. It was lucky Lord Hermes needed some help. Enough talking. Hestia said, getting on a tamed wyvern. Let's get going. They all got on and left. They all flew with great urgency, so fast that all but Hestia and Hermes knew why they were going. Lady Hestia, do you mind if I can ask you to explain what exactly is happening? Belle asked, riding with Welf. Right now when you see that swirl of dark fire and white light, it is because of Cirrus and his spirit purifying the primordial flame of heaven. What? They all shouted. Cirrus has a spirit. Shouted Belle in surprise. What did they look like? You met her, said Hermes. It was that white owl Cirrus had with him at all times, and the musician is known as Yoru. Instantly they felt it all click. So that's why he was so absurdly strong. Said Welf. No, that was because of his efforts. I saw him slay the Goliath on the 17th floor when he was 7 to reach level 3. Note that this was before he had even met Nox, or, well, Yoru. Level 3 at age 7, said Aisha under her breath. That explains why I wanted him back then. What are you talking about, Aisha? Said Asfi. Nothing, I was simply talking to myself. So is Lord Cirrus in trouble? Asked Haruheim. More or less, he's still trying to purify it, but he's at a standstill, so we need Hestia here to help push him along, Hermes said. And we are on a timer. Hera said we don't have much time. Even now. Hestia looks to the sky. Something must have happened. Hera. Like Zeus and Hera, Hera? Asked Belle. Indeed, Belle, said Hermes. She returned to Orario to inform us, and after her business was finished, she took off back to Olympia to help what she could. Just stay behind me, and I'll take care of her, Belle, and you at Hermes. I know she can shake you down like a timid child, Hestia said, looking at Hermes. That's not true, Hestia. He began to sweat a bit. I can keep myself in check. And I have Asfi here to help. Sure. It's true. I have been hiding Zeus for years. Wow, that is impressive. But I doubt you ever were in the same city, let alone in such close proximity to her. With her sense of smell to rival Dionysus's. When they saw the sky no longer swirling but remaining stagnant, they hastened their travel. They travel for 2 days when they spot a campfire in the distance. That must be Artemis, Heem said. Asfi, can you check? She nods, activates her magic boots, and flies ahead. She comes back and tells them it was the Artemis Familia. They land, and they go to see Artemis while their mounts rest. You arrived quickly, Artemis said as she picked up the fire. Those mounts must be from Ganesha, right? Everyone was around her. Yes, he offered them, so we can hurry to Olympia, Hermes said, taking a seat. Artemis, Hestia said, sitting down. Why did Cirrus go? I'm sure he told you, right? He did. Crackle. Wood in the fire cracked. Then why didn't you stop him? I would have taken his place. I tried, but he used my own words against me, and it was his labor. Should something world-threatening happen, he will answer the call. You is it that bad? You have a sad look, Lady Artemis. Said Belle. Did you not tell him what it means to purify the flame, Hestia? You know you can still pay the price if you get there too late. Hestia. Her familia looked at her. What does she mean? Asked Lily with a concerned voice. Hestia remained quiet, and her expression looked like Artemis's. It's their life. That is why Cirrus was sent. Said, Hermes. Then Cirrus is. He's not, or more likely, we don't know. Artemis interrupted Lily. Nox is a powerful spirit, far more so than the ones you faced in Knossos. She has walked this land long before even the gods. But despite being only second to the god who created her, she is not a god, and this. She looks up, as does the other. Is how far she can go, a half-complete purification. A struggle against the corruption stemming from the evil of humanity. They all made a solemn expressions. Where is Ai? Asked Aisha. How is she handling it? She's in the tent behind me. She's holding on, but she is tired. For now, I think we should rest. We ride early in the morning, and we are about a day off from Olympia. I'm going to check in with Ai, said Aisha. I will go as well, said Ryuhu. They leave first. I'll see you in the morning, Artemis, let's go. Said Hestia as the rest of her familia followed her. Belle looks back as Artemis pokes the fire. I will help to bring him back. Belle says to himself as he walks away. Aren't you going to sleep? Artemis looks at Hermes. I figured you needed someone to talk to. You're the last person I want to tell anything to. Fine, but at least take this. Hermes hands her a flask. You look like you need it. No. I'm fine. I will feel much better when I know Sirius is safe. You know he will survive, right? None of us wish to have Artemis lose her love. Crackle. Thank you for the kind words, Hermes. Hermes sighed and left her to her fire. The next morning. Are you holding up well? Asked Ryu. I said, eating. You sure? You shouldn't be eating so much. Asked Aisha. So? I need my energy. Ai looks at her as she eats another piece of bread. Come on, Rethusa said. Your rides are all set. Elsewhere within the camp. Ah, Kalian. I knew you would be here. Said Belle. Lady Artemis asked me, so, of course, I would come and help, Kalian said. You're also not wearing your disguise. Said Welf. There is no need. The reputation of the Artemis Familia allows me some leeway with it. Oh, speaking of which, one of our kind members wishes to meet with you, Belle Cranel. Do they? Belle said, surprised. It's not Ween, right? No, this Zeno is, well, his name is Astrias, and he is a bit different from any other Zeno you met. I see. We're moving. Said Artemis. Sorry for cutting your conversation, Kalian, Belle. Not at all, Lady Artemis. Belle said. It's fine, Lady Artemis. I bid you a temporary farewell, Belle Cranel. Kalian bends down, and both Ai and Artemis get on. They all traveled for the entire day, reaching the secret passage by late afternoon. They go through it to find themselves in a large forest. The smell sniff, ashy. Said Haruheim. Hold on. Artemis pulls out a flare gun and fires a flare into the sky. A bit passes, and a familiar black figure could be seen approaching at high speeds. Bam! Whoosh! With a single flap of its wings, the dust of its landing was blown away. Before them was a black dragon. Its black scales were lustrous in the light of day. They could see vein-like lines across its scales and in between them. Her eyes brings back memories of the Gnosis. Lady Artemis. Her voice was pleasant to hear. Fafnir, Ai said, walking up. Where is he? Master is in the chamber, I can bring you to him. You as well, Goddess Hestia. Why yes, I'll go, Hestia said a bit timidly around Fafnir. Quickly travel to the city. The citizens of Olympia should be alerted. I will bring them over and come back. She said as she holds her hand down for them to get on. See, could I bring my child? Hestia asked. No, should any of the Prometheus Familia come, this group will need every hand they can. They have a foe who can match Master. You by Master, do you mean? Asked Ryu. Sirius, yes. So I suggest you go with extreme caution, and if you should find a white and red great sword, hide it and inform me. What's so special about it? Welf asked. That god there will tell you if you find it. Now come, we do not have all the time in the world. Artemis and Ai get on, followed by Hestia grabbing Artemis's hand. Oi! Shouted Aisha. Why can't we ride on your back? Only Master is allowed to ride me, and Lady Artemis and Ai are far too precious to risk falling off my back. Her wings spread open, and with a single flap, she was high in the air, and another, they were already gone. We should get moving, Rethusa said. Daylight is burning. They gotta move on. Great Temple. A handful of minutes later. Whoosh. Bam. Artemis, Ai and Hestia get off Fafnir. Sandro will lead you. Fafnir then took off again, heading to where the rest could be. Hestia walks up a bit to see the city of Olympia. She could see construction going on and a familiar deity in the city. Ah! Lady Artemis. Lady Ai. Said Sandro. It has been so long. Sandro. They both said. Hestia turned to see a handsome man with long, blonde hair. Which familia are you from? Hestia asks. Oh, I am one of Lady Aphrodite's children. I am sorry she couldn't be here, but she is helping with the construction of the city at the moment. Ah, okay. Well, follow me. It is a bit away, but Fafnir shortened it as much as she could. Why do I feel I'm being watched? Hestia looked around. Oh, Lady Malign is monitoring the city from up there. He points up to a wooden tower, where they could see a dark elf sitting down with her bow in hand. Her eyes gaze down, and there is a look of exhaustion and determination in her eyes. That is Hera's child. Said Artemis. No need to worry. I can tell her skill with the bow is good. As Artemis and Ai follow Sandro, Hestia quickly follows behind. Hurry, goddess of the hearth, Malign said, watching from above. Olympia Wilds. So Lord Hermes. Said Welf. Do you know anything about the weapon that the dragon talked about? I can't say. I need to see it to tell you anything, Hermes said. Belle glanced around the wilderness. What's wrong, Belle? Hermes looked at Belle, who was concerned. Worried about your goddess? A bit, but I'm more concerned about who could fight and match Cirrus. It is impossible to think someone outside of Orario could match him, said Lily. I agree, said Ryu. He is someone who has fought a variety of strong foes. And that is why it is so concerning, said Asfi. Sir Kalian, said Haruheim. Do you perchance know of that dragon? She said, nervously. I do not. Lord Cirrus has his own secrets that I am not privy to, but I can assure you that the dragon, known as Fafnir, is not purely a monster. Its existence, I would say, is a species closer to a combination of monster and spirit. Many of them have their ears perked up. I see, said Haruheim. Whoosh. Bam. Landing before them was Fafnir. Who is your slowest? We can't have them slowing you down or even having them be used as leverage, Fafnir said, looking at all of them. By the time they arrived, it was already night. Welcome to Olympia, shouted Aphrodite. I'm sorry, it's a mess. It got really banged up during the seizing of the city. The city was more or less rebuilt, but several buildings were still cracked from Cirrus and Epimetheus fighting. Seems your time in Yamato has stuck with you, hey? I didn't think you could capture and defend humanity's first city so well, Hermes said. Well, while you were off being a scummy snake oil seller, I was bettering myself and truly becoming a beautiful, unique goddess. While they were talking, many of her children came and helped them. Ah, Belle, said Ace, carrying some stuff. Ace, said Belle, walking up to her. How did you get here? I followed Lady Hera and Fafnir, then Hera just took me along since I already chased after them for a while. Oh, have you met the person who matches Cirrus? Ace's eyes widen a bit, and she nods. Yes. A man with tan skin and blue hair. Extremely dangerous, his skills with the blade are better than mine. I could only hold him back due to my support and my magic to fend him off. Somewhere in the mountainside. Ooh. I found it, said a guard of Olympia as he looked down at the divine weapon embedded into the cliffside. I must tell Lord Epimetheus. Volume 3 Quest 293 Primordial Flame, Part 5 The White Knight's Hero. They traveled through the man-made labyrinth pretty easily, as Fafnir had melted through it down the middle. When they reached the door and opened it, they found Hera staring at the sphere of swirling darkness and light. You're here. Hera turned to see Ai, Artemis, and Hestia. He's in there. Ai and Artemis walked a bit more quickly toward the sphere. They touched the sphere, and they saw Cirrus on a wooden altar with white armor around him and a multicolored flame engulfing him. Cirrus. Ai looked sorrowfully at him when she saw an eye patch. His eye. What happened to his eye? Ai turned to Hera. He lost it while dealing with Epimetheus, who wields a divine weapon, Hera said. Then, of course, he ripped him apart and then threw his body around. Epimetheus. Artemis and Ai's expressions were grim. He fought his favorite hero, TCH. They grit their teeth as they look back at their love. Hestia walks past Hera and looks down to see Cirrus. He looked like they had put him on a funeral pyre. All right, here I go. Stand back. I will get him back. Artemis and Ai step back where Hera is. Phew. Hestia closed her eyes and as she placed both hands on the sphere. Hestia glowed in several transparent colors, a bright red flame pushed its way into the sky. The glow grew stronger and brighter. Purgatory. In that world of empty white dunes and sand, a change came. Whoosh. A fierce red flame emerged at the border. From that flame, a flash of warmth burst across the sky. A woman with bright red hair and dull, clear blue eyes wearing a holy garment appeared. I am Vesta, goddess aspect of the. Immediately, she held her hand out as a flame shot out, blocking the incoming attacks. Pew! Pew! Boom! Boom! What is going on? She shouted in a monotone voice. Vesta looked to her right to see several monsters emblazed by a purple-black flame. The corrupted flame? TCH. She extended her hand, and a blue blaze shot from it like a flamethrower. Whoosh! They all burned with a flame that slowly turned to ash. Vesta then sent out a massive wall of blue flame, incinerating all the monsters. Having eliminated the enemy, a beam of light went over her and struck down a monster, turning it to salt. Salt. She looked to her left to see a ball of light continuing to fire beams of light. What are no? It couldn't be. Behind the ball was a deep blue flame, emitting from it like smoke was a clear night sky that continued to grow far behind it. Vesta could feel an odd power radiating from the two, a power that was hidden within the flame of heaven as its protective shell. Elpis. He gained the power to actualize potential? Impossible? How did no? If it was Artemis's Orion, then it's expected he would be full of surprise. Still, to think he found and processed Elpis, the god's hope. Heed your assault, grand spirit of the White Knight. I am Vesta, goddess of the flame. I am here to help finish the purification. She shouted, still in a robotic yet stern tone of voice. Vesta looked on as the beams of light hit the monsters rather than her. Good. I can see what exactly is going on. Vesta quickly floated over to the ball of light and blue flame. Arriving to see them up close and personal, Vesta quickly pieced together exactly what happened. To think even Elpis was absorbed and split between spirit and human. Even more impressive was that you both found it in this sea of corruption. But your soul. She slowly reaches out and touches the flaming azure soul. It's not even human anymore, no, it's still but yet not. Has your mortality been burned away and replaced with 4 divinities that I can detect? Auranos, Astrea, Artemis, and... who is this last one? Their influence is extremely small, but is it still enough to affect you? How interesting. How long has this divinity been with you? She focused on it to feel like, despite being so small, it was more influential than she thought. Fascinating. But now is not the time to be amazed. Let me help you gain a form. She held her hands out. She glowed like fire. Cirrus's soul began to shift and take shape. Whoosh. The flame grew massively, far more than Vesta expected, and her eyes widened at the sight. From the azure flame came Cirrus, now veiled under what seems to be the night sky itself to rival Nyx. He now had ombre hair. Towards the end of his brown hair, the ends were as white as Auranos's. His right eye was still lost, and the scar remained. Coming up from his right side, Kali's tattoo grew to reach his right eye. His left eye, however, had a change. Inside the emerald gem was a nugget of deep indigo, the same as Astrea's eyes. He took a deep breath and released it. Phew. Phoom. The white void was instantly replaced by a lush green forest. Below him, green cloud-shaped flowers bloomed and spread all around them. The ball of light then responded, it glowed so brightly like a second sun. From that bright light, her body took form. Flash. Nox appeared in a pure white ensemble that blended with her even more inhumanly white hair and was only highlighted by gold accessories. Her eyes were like golden stars, shining ever so brightly and fiercely. Cirrus blinked his eyes. Cir, Russ, Nox said weakly. Hello, Orion, love of Artemis. I, Vesta, goddess aspect of flame, am here to help purify the corruption. Vesta said, examining Cirrus and Nox. Well. Ugh, that's great. Cirrus said, rubbing his eye and forehead. You don't mind if we rest a bit? We have been fighting for so long. Yeah, it's like we have been fighting for almost a year, Nox said, cracking her neck and back. Her eyes glowed before dimming. This space has a time dilatation. You have spent around 288 days in here. Ah fuck. Lady Vesta, can you? Yes. You have fought long enough. I shall take it from here. She turned and floated away. From the distance, Nox and Cirrus could see a blue glow. Cirrus and Nox said. Finally. Some sleep. Said Cirrus. Finally, said Nox. They turned to one another, not noticing their changes, and hug each other while their eyes slowly close for some sleep. 1 hour later, in the wilderness of Olympia. Good work. Said Epimetheus. Right on time as well. The light and darkness took on a new hue. My lord, said Rhea. How are you going to get your weapon? Like this. Epimetheus walks to the side and drops. As he falls, he grabs his sword, and a purple-black flame surrounds him, followed by a blood-red flame that shoots up into the sky and joins the corruption. Everyone could see a pillar of corruption shooting into the air. He's found the divine weapon! Shouted Aphrodite. Everyone prepare for battle. On the still damaged wall, Belle could see an evil flame spreading around the land. Hestia. Cirrus. Vesta turned her head and looked out into the void. He has grabbed it. Vesta looked on as the purple-black flame shot high into the sky. Whoosh. The corruption grew stronger and stronger as a bit away a pillar of blood-red-purple fire darkened the sky. Tap. 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 Epimetheus emerged from among the flame-engulfed monsters. Well, look at that. Did you lose your way? Vesta. Epimetheus said, looking at Vesta with venom. Epimetheus. She said it with some anger. Stop this now. Let me purify the flame and this will. No. He said, taking a stance. I still need to use it to burn the world. So you gods can just sit your lazy asses to the side and let me do my job. Vesta emanated an intense heat. Do not make me use force, human. Human? Ha! I am not a human, I am a fool. He charged headfirst toward Vesta with his divine weapon ready to swing. You leave me with no choice. Vesta was covered in a blue flame, she waved her hands, and with a wave, a blue sphere of flames burst forth. That's nothing to me. Epimetheus shouted as he ran through the fire. What? I'm immune to fire. Better luck next time. He came in for a swing. Vesta could see the blade coming. She knew this was going to kill her, it was a divine weapon in his hands. Vesta didn't hesitate and simply blasted as much fire from her palms to get her out of there. Whoosh! Swish! Epimetheus cut a bit off her left side. Grr! She then quickly flew away. TCH! You're not getting away. All of you! After her! All the monsters and even some people roared at his command, and they all rushed after her. Epimetheus ran along with the corrupted monsters, but the forest was slowing him down. TCH! Burn it down! Do not let! He felt his presence again, this bloodlust. Epimetheus raised his great sword. Clang! Growling! They pushed Epimetheus back, he dug his feet into the ground to stand his ground. He looks to see a generic spear that quickly melted. Sirius! He howled at the name of his foe. Tap! Tap! Walking out in his new appearance, Epimetheus was surprised. Well, seems like it's time for another round, hey! Sirius said, holding his hand and clenching it into a fist. I'll even give you a handicap. Hat! Hee hee ha 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 ha! Here I thought you bit the fucking dust. Sirius Zephyr! Laughed Epimetheus as the flame covered him. You are the first since Albert to give me such high hopes. The white of his divine weapon turns black and purple as he holds it. So let me do what that one-eyed bastard did to his party and kill them all. He slashed the ground and from it erupted a massive wall of corrupted flame. Rejoice! The fate of a hero is soon upon you. Then it all fades away into cinders. An empty void remained. Sirius! Vesta came up behind him. He has left for the outside world. He has even taken in all the corruption. You must go out and defeat. I can't do that. He said this while looking on as the flame was snuffed out and the forest grew over the destruction. Why not? You held him off well enough. This is of the utmost prudence. Sirius takes out his weapons and shows Vesta, Speck, and Graham. My weapons are not strong enough to withstand a divine weapon. And as much as Sirius is good with his hands. Nox walks next to him. Fighting Epimetheus, who took his eye, will be several times harder without a suitable weapon. Vesta could see that despite being the aspect of Hestia's flame attribute, she could see the quality within Graham and Speck. Her mind raced and raced when Nox caught her eye. A grand spirit! But you have your spirit here? Use her to serve as your weapon. Sirius looks at Vesta sternly. No, I am not. It is my purpose to serve you, Sirius, Nox stated firmly, looking Sirius in the eyes. I can. No. He said it resolutely. You are my best friend. My fucking sister, I won't ask you, nor will I ever tell you to be a weapon. So do not just listen to her first suggestion and... You have no choice, Vesta said. It is either her or the world. It will also serve to send the portion of the flame you cleansed up to heaven. Vesta. You can't make me. Sirius, Nox said. I am okay with this. We both knew we would have a good chance of dying here. I am just happy it is me and not you. She gives a faint smile. Nox. Sirius gently caresses her face. It has always been my goal to make you the world's greatest hero. Some tears slipped through and stained her face. One who will outclass all others. She gently holds the hand he was holding on her face. Up till now, you have been more than I could have hoped for. She smiled ever so gently and earnestly. Sirius Zephyr, hero of the White Knight. My hero. No. He takes back his hand and looks at Vesta. No. Vesta, you can't just appear and tell me to use her too. Sirius, I like my suggestion as much as you do, but there is no one better. Being Hestia's aspect left some qualities in Vesta, one of them being her kindness. Even if Vesta does not show it with her stone face, she doesn't wish to sacrifice someone so easily. I could use the heavenly flame. I can use it to make a weapon that could match Epimetheus. I have collected all the rarest and most fabled metals in the world. I even have the scales of the black dragon. Sirius, with his position and wealth in Yamato, used it to find and purchase the rarest of ores and legendary materials he could get his hands on. Things such as sacred branches or dew, legendary metals like geometal, Lugos iron, and exotic materials like arcanium, and Kylan hooves. There is no metal or material he doesn't have that is not yet discovered. Sirius, Vesta said in a low monotone voice. I am sorry, but you can use all the best material in the world, and it will not compare to Nox, a spirit of the first generation. She will be more than enough to match Ethon. But Epimetheus couldn't kill the black beasts. So the scales of the black dragon should be. The reason he lost was not that the monster's body was that strong, it was that Epimetheus fought alone. Vesta looked Cirrus dead in the eye. I have seen his attempts from heaven long ago. We all pinned our hopes on the hero Prometheus chose, with the faith that they picked the best possible hero for the job. Even Zeus gave Epimetheus the green light. Yet even with a divine weapon that could cut the hide of the behemoth and the scales of the Leviathan and black dragon, he could not endure the might of the behemoth, handle the currents of the Leviathan, or even fly to graze the black dragon. Cirrus remained silent. Cirrus it is. No. He shouts, cutting Nox off. The world shakes at his voice. Vesta. He turned to meet Vesta's cold eyes. Well, what about you? You can become a weapon, right? I cannot. I am not a spirit, I am a goddess, an aspect, but my constitution is inherently different. It would be like saying you can turn gold into diamonds. I should also mention I have no material body aside from that lazy goddess, Hestia. Cirrus. Nox walks up to him. It's okay. But Nox. Hugs. She hugs him tightly, burying her face into his chest. I am a spirit. A being whose whole existence was to give strength to a hero so humanity can see the next morning. I have enjoyed these years together with you, Cirrus. She took a few steps back, and she had a resolute face. There was no fear or sadness in her eyes, but even still, Cirrus could see she was holding back her tears. You can at least be a little sad. Cirrus smiles wryly. Humph. She takes a few steps back. What's so sad about fulfilling your purpose in life? She put on a bright, smug smile. Besides, as I have said many times before, I am bound to you even until death and through reincarnation. I will always be by your side, in any shape or form. For you are my master, my love, and my little brother. She kneels elegantly and shows her neck as if to offer it to a daimyo. I am Candidus Nox, Grand Spirit of the White Knight. She looks at him with an even sterner gaze. I await your command. Cirrus is heartbroken, but what other choice does he have? It's her or the world. So with deep regret, he bit the bullet, fully intending to see this all the way through, no matter what. Fine. He said it with a begrudging tone of voice and pain in his heart. Let me think on how this will. Nox can simply turn into a weapon, Vesta said, interjecting. With my help. She holds out her hand, and a brilliant, intense flame erupts from her hand before she snuffs it out. It can be done with more ease and speed. Hold on, let me wait. Can I add material to improve her? If Nox is to become a weapon, she must be the best that the world has ever seen. Vesta nods. As I am Hestia's aspect as the goddess of the flame, and with you and Nox having split Elpis between you two, anything should be possible. Except, of course, for creating a weapon to match a divine weapon out of nothing. Even a power such as hope can't skip the first law of thermodynamics, it merely brings out the zenith of one, be it weapon or person. Cirrus thought. He understands the power he took on and has come up with an idea to fully maximize this situation. If Nox were to be a weapon, he was going to make her the envy of all divine weapons. Tell me, Vesta. What would happen if you were to split from Hestia? Vesta was confused by the question. Nox smirks. Yeah, what would happen? Nox knew exactly what he was going for, and she smiled from ear to ear. Aspect of the flame goddess, Nox said, standing up. Would you make a contract with him? Vesta's eyes widen. What? No, that is not. You said with Elpis I can do just about anything, so would making a contract with you be possible? You dare ask me? She was a bit offended by this notion. A goddess this. So. Cirrus ignored her little outburst. I wish to create my mangum opus with my closest friend here, and now with you in the mix, this weapon would be even greater. Or do you wish to stay with Hestia and let me face Epimetheus armed with the full might of the corrupted flame? You have some gall, Orion. Vesta looked at him even more sternly. So? The flame of heaven is a god's problem, so shouldn't you help me finish the job? They all stare at one another for a minute. Vesta herself began to think before a crack formed on her neutral face. Ha 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 ha. She laughed joyfully. Ah. To stay with that lazy goddess is something I wish to avoid, I merely languish in slumber. But what an idea. As expected from one who tamed Artemis. Ha 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 ha. She had a slight smile on her usually expressionless face. I will be the one who ensures your weapon does not fall into the wrong hands. With your ability and passion to make your spirit shine, your weapon is sure to be constantly watched over. I guess she is a god who wouldn't jump at this massive new opportunity. Thought Cirrus. Fine by me. Let's proceed to finish this contract. Vesta shouted as a blue flame covered her. Come. Cirrus Zephyr. Candidus Nox. Let us forge a contract like no other and create a weapon that will make the eyes of all the gods of smithing bleed from jealousy. What about the corruption? Nox asked. Epimetheus has. Do not worry about that, Vesta assured them. He is the perfect vessel to send it back to heaven. Chamber under the great temple. Hey! The light surrounding Hestia was suddenly gone, followed by something inside her going missing. What is Ga? Hestia was rejected and flung back. Thud. Hestia! They all shouted with concerned looks. What happened? Said Artemis. I was cut off. The last thing I saw was... Why can't I remember? Hestia tried to remember, but all that would appear were her placing her hands on the sphere of energy. You don't remember? What could? Immediately, the light that was in the sphere of black and white changed to a warm red. They all quickly turned to where Cirrus was. Artemis! Hera shouted at the top of her lungs. Ai! How is Cirrus doing? Ai and Artemis dashed off and saw. He's standing wait. Whoosh! The barrier turned pure white as an intense heat radiated off it and the white soon turned to a mild to bright orange. It was so intense that the wooden altar, which bore the brunt and heat of the heavenly flame for millennia, burned away. Cirrus, of course, fell to the ground. Thud. It was almost as if falling caused Vesta to pop out. Someone appeared. She has bright red hair and white garments. Ai shouted. My aspect! Shouted Hestia, quickly getting up. They ran to see Vesta hovering above Cirrus, and then he moved. He's moving. Said Ai. From Cirrus's shadow, several materials and metals from all across the world came out, with one of them sticking out that Hera recognized by feeling alone. Scales of the Black Dragon. How did he get his hands on them? He's going to use the heavenly flame to forge his weapon. Said Artemis. What? Shouted Hestia. Then is he trying to crack? Back to purgatory. The material all floats in front of him, and Vesta. A blue flame and lightning engulfed all the material, along with wood from the altar. I don't want you to go, Cirrus said, hugging Nox tightly. I know. But the world comes first. So you better make me beautiful and strong, got it? She said it with a smirk. Of course. I won't settle for anything but perfect. Good. And I love you, Cirrus. Remember that, little brother. Of course. Big sister. They both stare at one another, and a smirk forms on Nox. Ha ha ha. Nox laughs boastfully. That's not my style. Alcides. You better fucking beat that old man's ass. Nox shouted at the top of her lungs as tears streamed down. Cirrus cracks a smile as tears stream down her cheeks. Of course. I'll knock his old ass out. They both shed tears as Nox glowed brighter and brighter. Cirrus and Vesta held out their hands. Exousia, adorn sin of Sano, Nox. Shine. Nox turns into light and goes into the flame. BWOOSH. The flame then exploded into an iridescent kaleidoscope of colors. Vesta. Cirrus roared. Damocles, sing near Vespers. I'm on it. Vesta shouted as she too turned into a flame and entered the forging process. The flame intensified even more. Back to the chamber. Crack. Whoosh. 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 Lightning and multicolored fire began to crash and burn within the sphere, and the sound of it could be heard throughout Olympia. He's doing it. Said Hera, in awe of the sight. This. Said Ai, covering her ears. This is so much worse than before. Hestia was the only one who kept her eye on the process, she could see the scales and all the metal turning white hot, and melting. So many kinds of material merged into harmony. Sublime. She said with widened eyes filled with splendor. The sight reminded her of when Hephaestus forged the knife for Bel. It was a sight to see, and she was lucky enough to see it once more. In the forging process, Nox asked Vesta a favor. Vesta, can you look after Cirrus for me? I had thought that was a given. Your loyalty is worth more than praise. I do not want praise, I simply don't want Cirrus to cry. I am his best and oldest friend. So I only want the best for him. So can you look after him for me? Until I get back. I understand. I will honor your words till the day you return to your contractor. Phew. Make sure you treat my body well. It has served me well these past eons. Very well. I hope to see you soon. I can say the same. Oh, before I go, Can you do me a solid and write down some last words from me to Cirrus? Absolutely. For you anything. Vesta holds out her hand and writes hieroglyphs into the blade before slowly being fully absorbed into the weapon. Vesta is being absorbed! Shouted Artemis. The moment Vesta was fully absorbed into the weapon, a bright white flash engulfed the whole room. Flash! A beam of pure white shoots through the sky, gifting the world with one last white night before dissipating. Everyone quickly closed their eyes and opened them to see the pit Cirrus was in was covered in bleached earth, standing in a crater. A scorching heat filled the chamber, leaving many mouths dry. Everyone noticed Cirrus standing there, his clothes charred or ripped, and his eye patch missing. In his hand was a weapon with some slots along the spine. Still white hot, it sears Cirrus's right hand. Tssssssssssssss. Phew! Cirrus lets out a deep breath, ignoring the pain. He closed his left hand, and when he opened it, he had two blue gems, one as blue as a lake and the other an icy blue. Arbuda, Thetis. Cirrus throws Thetis and Arbuda's cores into two of the slots, and they click into place. Slot. Slot. Fssssssssssh. Steam erupts from the blade, cooling it down and revealing its beauty and regality. The weapon's shape was that of brilliant nightmare. Pure black with lines, circuits of red, blue, and light blue in a circuit pattern, and 7 slots arranged like constellations on the spine of the blade with a red gem already installed in the guard and 2 more at the base and 1 more above it. Small dots litter the blade, giving it the look of the night sky. The pommel of the weapon has a fire-like cloth with hieroglyphs written in gold on it. He holds the weapon close and runs his left hand along the edge, then quickly swings it. Swish! Whoosh! One would think the swing would have flung his blood off, but no. The hieroglyphs and red gem glowed after having drunk Cirrus' blood. The weapon's heat quickly dissipated, leaving only a cooled black weapon. "The contract is sealed," he said softly as he brought it close to him to see his reflection. "Your name will be..." With tears dripping on the weapon, he was about to give it its name when he was interrupted. "Cirrus!" shouted Ai and Artemis as Hecton's arms helped them go down towards him. He slowly turns to look at them and smiles from ear to ear. "What is that?" said Hestia, tired and surprised from the long day. "That weapon." Getting down to the bottom, Ai and Artemis rush over to Cirrus. "Cirrus! Are you all right?" said Artemis. "Here, hold on." Artemis quickly took out a high potion and dosed it on him, healing his wounds. "I am not okay." He then stabs his divine weapon into the ground to stabilize himself. "Can you update my status?" Cirrus then slowly looks up at an opening in the ceiling. "My labor isn't done yet. You want me to update your status now?" Artemis shouted in shock. "You're practically in tatters. You even lost your eye." Ai said, gently touching it. "At least rest and do as he says," said Nox, in a monotone voice. "We do not have time to waste. Epimetheus is already on the move." "Grr." Artemis clenches her fists and teeth tightly. "Fine. But you are to come back immediately once you are done." "Got it." "Of course," Cirrus said, slowly moving his hand to pat Ai's head. "I did promise I would be a happy hero." His sly grin made them both happy. "Ai." Artemis held out her index finger. Ai draws her blade, and Artemis cuts her finger on it and drops it on Cirrus's exposed back. As his status opens up. Boom! A pillar of light. A god was returning to heaven, or so it seemed. "Wah!" Ai said she was surprised. Hecton quickly gets them out of the way. Grrrrrrr. Cirrus gritted his teeth as he felt the deepest part of himself break free. They watched and felt as 2 divinities came out and took shape. "Auranos," said Ai, gazing at a vast, boundless sky adorned with a zodiac wheel in the center. "Astrea," said Artemis, looking at a massive woman with perfect wings holding a scaled sword. Along with them, 2 more appeared but were far smaller. "Me!" shouted Artemis, looking at her more diminutive and godly form with small antlers and a crescent moon in place of her small gold hair accessory. "And is that Kali?" shouted Ai, looking at a small child with several arms and a necklace made of skulls. "The foundations of his status!" exclaimed Hera triumphantly. "They have taken form." "Hera, what is going on?" shouted Hestia. "Do you know what's happening? We are watching as he becomes something greater. The son of a god." "You can't be serious," said Hestia, turning to look at Cirrus. "No, look." The divinities then soon began to merge and mix, forming a boundless sky filled with stars that go in and out, when another divinity, a veil of the night, came and wrapped it up. It then goes back to Cirrus's back, and he shoots his head back up. Cirrus has reached a sense of nirvana, it feels like he has been asleep this whole time. A chant rang through his mind with a direction. He holds the weapon up to the heavens. "Wake up, Nox, dot. He spoke softly while tears came down his face. Flash. Boom. The hero of the White Knight makes his presence known. Up in heaven. It's finally time. The topaz-eyed goddess smiles as that green cloud-shaped flower glows. Your journey has finally come so close to the end. The green cloud-shaped flower's glow began to grow and take shape. Volume 3 Quest 294 Primordial Flame, Part 6 The night that guided the cloud of the western wind. Laying face up in a field of night phlox, Cirrus sleeps peacefully. Wake up! Wake up! Said a cool, older female voice. Cirrus slowly opens his eye to see the night sky, filled with star trails. Where? You're in heaven, star dot. Cirrus's eye widens, and he sits up after being called his name before being reincarnated. He turns his head to see where he is, and all he finds is that he is in a field of night phlox. Their sweet fragrance, carried by the cool night breeze, was a calming experience. Good, you're wide awake. Where and who are you? Cirrus said, a bit concerned as he stood up. In front of you. He looked around. I don't see shit besides the night sky. Behind you. Are you just fucking with me? Cirrus turns to see an older, more mature Nox with long hair, like the very night sky he is under, and even blends well into it. Her height also reflected that she was as tall as Aranos, if not an inch or two shorter. Her eyes were like the most polished of topaz, with a skin that never even met the light of day, yet was just as healthy as one. Her garments were of royal purple to further emphasize her skin, hair, and eyes. Hello, Cirrus Zephyr. I apologize for calling you by your former name, but I didn't wish to call you by your birth name. Well, second birth name. Cirrus looks at her with eyes still wide. Hold on. Snap. She snapped her fingers, and her appearance became closer to Nox's, with more simple black hair, yellow eyes, and a more mature look and hairstyle. Yet her clothes were still breathtaking, he could gaze at her clothes for hours and still be fascinated. She still also towered over Cirrus. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nyx, Goddess of the Night. She made a sweet, accepting smile. Seems your memories are still there, I was worried that they might have been messy for a while. Why am I here? I didn't die from making that. Oh. His face saddens me. No. You did not die from creating a divine weapon and you should not feel sad about Nox's passing. She should arrive here soon. Then Nox is here. Can I see her? Please. Sorry, but you won't be able to stay here long enough for her to arrive. Why? She died before I arrived here. Heaven is an odd place. It doesn't work on the same flow of time as it does on Gakkai, so. Yet. Cirrus looks down with a painful expression. So. Why am I here? Well, to make this clear. You are not dead, you are simply in a state of mind close to heaven. Which happens to be similar to dying, but. With you absorbing Elpis, or, well, half of it, that state of mind has made it easier to extend our conversation. Oh. Well, that's nice, I guess. So, did you just bring me here to talk about something? Yes. But first I must say, Cirrus, one reason I brought you here is to thank you. Thank me? For what? For freeing my daughter, Nox. Lady Nyx were you? I was. I was the one that plucked your soul from the cycle of samsara and covered you in my veil to deceive the gods. Did you never question how you could lie to them? I assume half-truths worked? But with you saying it and being the one responsible, it makes more sense. Also samsara? Isn't that the Hindu or Buddhist afterlife? I'm foggy about it. I assume that for you, being a Greek goddess, it would be like the underworld or something. Not quite. All things that die go to heaven, we scrubbed them clean, or at least as best we could. Some stains just won't get out. Those stains range from fears to talents to personality traits, etc. You understand, right? I do. But where specifically am I? Of course, you're in my domain. Look up and see. Cirrus looks up to see the star trail-filled sky. Whoa. His eyes widen in amazement. The way I set my domain up is that those souls that are making the star trails are souls from the Great Cycle, just interpreted how I like it. While those stars that stand solidly in the middle of the sky require bleaching. And the ones falling are the ones who are returning to the cycle. Right. She nods her head. That is correct, every god and their subsequent domain has its own interpretation of the Great Cycle. It's beautiful, isn't it? A massive shower and dance of stars. Oh, you know Artemis' way of doing things involves her hunting animals that represent souls. Of course, they are not hurt or damaged in any way, you know, but once they are killed and butchered, they return to the cycle. Why am I not surprised? But why did you pick me? There must have been many more people out there to do what you wanted, right? Cirrus, Do you know what other attribute I am least known for? No. Prophecy. Now it's not so powerful as one would think, as the future is ever-flowing and diverse, even here in heaven. So string theory is real. Well, yes and no, to an extent. A world could only support so many timelines before it pruned them away like a bonsai tree. If it keeps growing out of place, the foundational root of it, all will need to maintain its form and start the pruning. That. Okay, I think I got it. Now, as you are an example, we get souls from your world, hundreds upon millions of souls, but they could not save my daughter. Many would be too passive and not even go to her tomb, staying in Orario till they died. Some would be too aggressive and find her tomb, but then she would be used as a weapon or a toy. You were the outlier, you were neither too aggressive nor passive, you had your morals, and when you went too far, you would regret it to the core of who you are. You tried to be the best you could in the era you were in, and that is what allowed you to save Nox. A overwhelming amount of love, appreciation came off the goddess of night. Her words were as filled with love as mother would to their child. Yes, they were words Cirrus felt from Fells. You did not treat her like a tool but as your companion, and then later on like a sister. Nyx got teary-eyed. Oh, how I loved the scenes where you and her would sing and dance with the people. The times you drank and laughed at the pubs. A big smile grew across her face as tears rolled down. And even the time when you lie in each other's embrace and pour your hearts out to one another. Those were my favorite moments. The bond you shared with her was the best I have seen for my child. Oh, and there was the scene where she punched Zeus, that was very cathartic. She chuckled a bit. Is that really all you reincarnated me for? Just to save Nox and have her punch, Zeus? Cirrus knows in his heart what he said is not true. He wants her to prove him wrong, that she is that loving of a person. No. She quickly responded. There was one other reason. In the future, I saw that it was going to eventually hit a point of stagnation. The people and gods would remain static. With your existence, it caused some effects that would ease this problem. Is it that much of a problem? Very much so, as the world would need to have to keep growing to face its most dangerous foes. Primordials. What the fuck are those, or them? You will know in time. But to explain it quickly, they are what you might call outer gods. Oh. Cirrus felt his heart drop. Like Thulhu, outer gods. More or less. Gods like Thulhu are in heaven, not this heaven per se, but they are part of the inner conceptual rings of heaven. Look, it's a whole thing to get into, and it's not relevant to you. Just know that primordial are things that will be a problem for your future self. Cool, Cirrus said, very confused. I have the dungeon spirits and now outer gods. Great. Do not worry, your children would handle both masterfully. Children? As in more than one? Does I have twins. I won't spoil it for you too much, but you will have 4 children. Each of these children will take up your fights. 4. Cirrus was getting dizzy. I will have 4 fucking kids. Yes. Each one of them will help the world in their own way. So AI is going to bear 3 more kids. I never said she would bear all of your children. Wait, what the fuck? There is someone who passed those criteria? Me and Artemis fluffed it up to be impossible. Nyx smiled, seeing Cirrus's expressive concern. I will not say more than this, but you wished for a large family. So you may never be alone again. Cirrus shook a bit. I think I said that. Do not worry. It will be fine. You will come to enjoy being one big, happy family. Can we move on to something else? I don't want to talk about my future. Very well, but we are running out of time anyway. Nyx walked up to him and held his hand. Cirrus. I know losing Nox broke your heart, but know that I am happy I could see my daughter again. She smiled so warmly and sweetly, just like Nox. You have her smile. Cirrus feels a bit comforted to see that. Can I ask how long we will be apart? That is also a little spoiler, but do not worry, she will find her way to you. Cirrus got teary-eyed. Yeah. Thank you, Lady Nyx. Cirrus kneeled as elegantly as he could. Thank you for this new life. Thank you for all that this life has offered. Thank you for creating Nox, she is the best friend, sister one could ever ask for. Nyx kneels before him with her hand on his shoulder. Before you leave, I have 2 presents for you. Cirrus looks up to meet her topaz eyes. They were filled with as much love as her words were. I think you gave me more than enough. How very considerate of you, but I very much insist that a mother wishes to spoil her child even if you and I are now loosely related. Nyx held his hand and put something in it. She then wiped the tears from his right eye. Open them when you return to Gakai. When next we meet, your story will come to a conclusion, and you will be given a predicament. Oh, before you go, know that when you meet a red-haired goddess with Zeus, fight Westward. Okay, goodbye, Cirrus. Bye-bye. She waved him goodbye. Wait West, what? Right before he left, kaleidoscope strings threads so thin and delicate they were beyond the comprehension of anyone, not even a god lightly attached themselves to Cirrus before he disappeared from Nyx's domain. He returned to Kakai, leaving behind the same green cloud-shaped flower where he stood last. Nyx took a deep breath and watched the stars trail through the sky for a while. Anank. You are a fast worker. Nyx said softly to herself. She turned her head to see a white-haired spirit walk out. You didn't want to say goodbye. Nyx said, glancing back. If I wasn't the one who reincarnated him, I doubt he would have believed my lie. No, Nox said, walking through the night flocks. I will always stay by his side. Besides, you told me yourself, I'll be back with him eventually, and I've already left him a message. Besides, I need some downtime after finally making him the world's greatest hero. Is it because it would be awkward if you two met after such a heartfelt goodbye? It would be awkward. You know, with the goodbyes and stuff, it would be like saying goodbye to a friend but then you two walk in the same direction, kind of awkward. But... Nox walked up to Nyx. I wanted to spend some time in heaven with my creator. My, mom. This brought a smile to Nyx's face. Yes, there is much to discuss, my child. Can I ask how long I'm gonna be here? As much as I enjoy being on vacation, I do want to go back to him and the little runts he sired. Also, can you tell me about his past life? He never brought it up? When I try to remember the things that flowed in my mind when our contract was established and fully finalized, some memories were still blurry or hazy. That is because of my veil. It hides all that I wished to hide. Well, because of your magic, Hecton and Fafnir know. Also, no. She looked far off in the distance. I think it would be better if you don't know his future. TCH. We reunite after my creation, and you won't even do me a solid. Nox said in a dismissive, sassy manner. Nyx turned and looked at her daughter with a sharp glare. Do not give me sass, young lady. I was gonna treat you to some fine cake, but now I won't. What? Come on. You can't do that to me. She looked at Nyx with her most precious puppy dog eyes, which she had learned from AI. I am not Cirrus, so do not expect me to fold when you give me those eyes I gifted you. Even if we match now. If I had a room and a door, I'd be slamming it right now. At least tell me his past name. I wanna tease him when I get back. Ptah ha ha ha. Nyx laughed loudly. I never thought I would ever have this conversation with you, Candidus. So. Can we eat the cake and the name? No. That name is something he no longer recognizes as his own. Come on. No. I wanna go back. This place sucks worse than Afro's singing. Hey. Do I need to wash your mouth with some? How the fuck did you do that with your mouth? Volume 3 Quest 294.5 Firefighters. A while back. They are coming. Fire. The Aphrodite and Artemis Familia fought back. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ace was cutting through hordes of flaming monsters. Firebolt. Whoosh. They blasted a swath through. HAAA. You rat. Mikato and Welf fight off the stragglers. Send people to the east. Commanded Lily. Some are trying to get in. HAAA. Ray. Boom. 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 Ryu, Aisha, and Asvi also help in pushing back the fire army. Ride upon the battlefield, rider of the white stead, Katokti_SI_. Malion's bow was covered in white light as she fired arrow after arrow of light, going through 5 soldiers with each one. Penetrate, Lance of Thunder. Your servant asks you, Amdusias. Incarnate of Power. King of Thunder. Sunlight Spear. Fafnir was helping from the back with thundering strikes. Aphrodite watches as everyone fights with everything they have. What the hell is going on? I felt a new divinity-like thing. Go. Keep fighting. Aphrodite uses her charm to boost their morale. While firing arrows, Malion couldn't help but notice Bell. His white hair wasn't uncommon, but for Malion it was strangely striking. Why? Why does he remind me of her? I will ask him once this is over. Fafnir. She gave her a sidelong glance. Do you know that white-haired boy? Finally got used to me, elf. Fafnir smirked as her eyes darted around the battlefield. Enough not to shoot you. So, my question. His name is Bell Cranel. He's a new adventurer or something. I didn't really pay him much mind. Cranel. Malion looked at Bell again. I will need to speak with him once this is over. As Bell was fighting off the flame soldiers, he could feel Malion's gaze on him. What is wrong, Bell? Asked Ryu. It's nothing, just that. That dark elf is gazing at me now and then. I am sure she is looking after you, as she is your support. Yet. Bam. She shot a flame soldier that was about to attack him. Oi! Rabbit! Malayan shouted. Stop talking and more fighting. Why yes. Somewhere on the battlefield. There are so many, said Ace. Their number isn't slowing at all. Said Asfi. Even when I fly up, it's an ocean of fire. TCH. He must have gotten his weapon. Ace spoke with sharp eyes. Who is he? Asfi asked. Him, she said, getting into a stance. Walking up to her with a nonchalant demeanor, was Epimetheus with his blackened divine weapon. We meet again. You flying girl, I'll give you the chance to live. His eyes were cold and erratic. With my weapon back in my hand, your fate is sealed. Asfi, go and help the others. You are no match for him. He matched Cirrus with that blade. Asfi was shocked, but she bit her lips and did as she said. I will bring help. And then she flew away. Wise, now let's. He looks at Ace with some curiosity. That stance. Maybe it's because I saw this era's finest hero, or my memories have gotten better, but... It has been centuries, but you remind me of that bastard Albert. Ace froze a bit at his words. Yes. You even looked like his wife. What was her name? It's been so long that I forgot. Tempest, awaken. A fortress of wind clad her. The image of Ace clad in wind brought memories back for him. Ah yes. Arya. You look like the spitting image of her. And with Albert's sword style. How could I have forgotten that? Age truly has been catching up to me. Stop. Stop talking about my father and mother. She ran as fast as the wind and clashed her blade with his. Whoosh. Whoosh. The fire spread even more with the wind. You are their child. A Nephilim. To think I would see one like Makia. Makia. That name again. Who are you? How could I even possibly know my parents? While Ace was in Olympia, the Aphrodite Familia omitted who Epimetheus was, for the same reason as Cirrus. That, and she was helping with construction. My name is Epimetheus, the hero of flame. The fool who failed to kill the black beasts. A.P. Matthias. She said, confused about who he was. I like you already, you don't know my tale, and you never would. He swings his great sword, and massive heat and fire come with it. Clang. Hush. Ace met the blade but used her wind to soften the blow, but the heat was getting to her. I won't die so easily. She then ran up to him and delivered attack after attack, each one faster and sharper than the last. Is this what you can do? I'm disappointed, I expected you to give me a challenge like Cirrus, but it seems you haven't hit full maturity yet. Nizzle. Nizzle. A powerful black wind covers Ace as she charges again. Each blow of her attacks pushes Epimetheus back and blows the corrupted flame cinders high into the air. Good. Good. You're almost there. Show me. Show me your hatred. He parried her attacks and began his assault. Clang. 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 Ace then began to block and parry his attacks, each time Ace weapon, desperate. Show me. Show me the hatred that runs as thick as mine. Show me you're better than your failure of a father. I'll kill you in the Black Dragon. Ha ha ha. With your shit skills. You're a child throwing a tantrum. Hell if your father with his non-existent footwork was better than this dribble you call swordsmanship. Ace no longer bothered to parry but went full offensive, her wind grew furious as she traded blows with Epimetheus. Clang. 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 Each of their blows could be felt throughout the battlefield, with the hot winds being felt by everyone. Ace received several small cuts. Epimetheus was playing with her, making her angrier and angrier. With each swing, Ace poured her life, heart and hatred in. They were as solid as her soul is golden, but her sword had reached its limits by clashing with a divine weapon of fire. Cling. She could see her sword, which had indestructible properties, being broken. Her eyes widened as if she had woken up from a dream. Disappointed. Epimetheus came down with a swing. Ace could feel this was the end, her anger had led to this moment. As she looks at the blackened, inflamed blade coming down. Riveria's words echoed in her racing mind. Don't you dare imitate him. He has years of experience and training under his belt. Ace let her temper get to her, as it did with Cirrus. Now that a purple death was overheard, ready to cut her in two, she wished with all of her heart that her hero would come and save her the same way her father saved her when she was a child. Father. Then almost as if her wish was answered, a streak of familiar white caught her eye. Clang. Ace. Shouted Belle, meeting and holding back the divine weapon, boy! Epimetheus shouted in anger and surprise. This damn brat! Why? Why does he look like those two fucking bastards? Get out of the way, you crack! Thunder boomed through Olympia, slightly shaking the city. Thud. Thud. 2 arrows of light struck him in his left eye and right shoulder while he was distracted. Gah! Damn crack! Thud. Epimetheus's head broke and flopped to the left. Cranial. Ryu shouted, having broken his neck. Run! Now! She then quickly ran. Let's go! Belle shouted, picking Ace up and running away. Epimetheus looked up to see a white light shoot into the sky. You're alive! Sirius! Good! I will take your other eye. With a villain's smile, he fixed his neck, and the arrows burned off. While running away, Belle has Ace in a princess carry. She looks up to see the visage of her father in Belle. Was this how he felt when I saved him? That day in the dungeon. Belle looked at her and met her eyes. She felt her heart skip a beat as she blushed. Ace! Are you all right? Why yes. She said, looking away. Get going! Shouted Asfi, throwing grenades. Keep running! Shouted Ryu, and she and Aisha made their way back behind the city walls. I'll slow them down! Shouted Welf as he swung a blue magic sword, creating a massive wall of ice. I will help! Said Fafnir. Lament, Storm of Frost. Your servant asks you, Crosel. Incarnate of patience. King of Ice. Ice Age. From her magic circle, the ice created by Welf's magic sword grew whiter and colder. Huff. Huff. Was that the guy? Belle asked Ace. The one who matched Cirrus. Why yes. Can you put me down? Oh. He lets her down. Sorry. He said, blushing. Is your knife okay? Oh. Belle quickly checks to find his knife with not even a nick on it. Yeah, it's doing well. But his strike rattled my bones. Yes. Ace holds up her sword to find it melted through. Epimetheus's weapon is extremely dangerous. Yeah, it. Epimetheus? You don't mean. They can see the ice quickly being melted and broken away. Get ready! Shouted Malayan. Everyone prepared themselves as Epimetheus walked through. HAAA. So many ants. Not enough patience. His sword is engulfed in the corrupted fire. I think I'm going to kill the dark elf first, then the light elf that broke my neck, and then the child who got in my way of killing them. He quickly looked up toward the temple. You are back, finally. The flame around his sword grew massively. Cirrus. Bam. Rumble. Landing before them was Cirrus, with a black weapon in hand that Ace, Ryu, and Lily immediately recognized the design and shape of. Hey, Gramps, I missed you in that purgatory. Cirrus said. It's time for round 3. He opens his right eye to show it was as silver as Nox's. Volume 3 Quest 295 Primordial Flame, Part 7 Thunderclap. Cirrus looks around to find himself back in Gakkai. Ah! Exhaustion hits him like a tidal wave. I'm so tired. Cirrus. AI headbutted his back. Gah! He coughed up some blood as he fell over. AI. He said, looking to see AI on his back. Seems you're all right. Said Artemis. No. I'm really fucked up. I'm so glad you're alive. But I am going to fuck you up even more for making me worry so much. Boom. Several explosions could be heard outside. Oi! Shouted Hera. That hero is still around. And he has his divine weapon. Fucking shit. Cirrus tries to get up, and Hecton helps him up. Thanks. Cirrus goes to pick up the weapon he made to find something in his right hand. Hey! He opens it to find a golden diamond with an oak design on it. A gift, hey? Damocles, dot. He lifts the weapon in the air, and slots the yellow diamond in one slot, and gold circuits are added. Are you going to keep fighting? Asked AI. I'm sorry, but I am, the process is still not done. Hestia, is the purification actually done or what? Cirrus shouted. It's half complete. Half was sent up. She shouted. They ripped the other half away. Also, we will talk about you taking Vesta. Half then, he said, looking at the sword. Is that so? He turns to AI and Artemis. I will be back. 10 minutes, AI said angrily, touching her abdomen. Or else. She glared at his eyes. Of course, my dear. I will not break that promise. Exosia, Adorn, Chimera, dot. The armor equips itself onto Cirrus, and his injuries slowly heal. Artemis. Did anything in my status change? I didn't have time to check, Artemis said, staring dead into his eyes. Damn. We are short on time. The wings on his back flap, and he goes through the hole in the ceiling. Artemis his right eye, AI said. I know. High in the air, Cirrus could see the corrupted fire fast approaching. He holds out his new weapon. I think I'll name you White Knight. What do you think, Vesta? A wisp of fire came out of the red gem, and out came a chibi version of Vesta. It is a fine name, your status has not been updated, so all of your skills remain the same. It seemed it was just opened and then quickly closed. Do the abilities the contracted spirits give you remain even if they are gone? I don't know, but it could be because of that silver right eye. Silver eye? Ah. He gently touches his right eye. A last gift from her, hey? A bit cruel. Shall we see what White Knight can do? She nods. Cirrus, I should inform you that to purify the corrupted flame now, you must gather it within Epimetheus and then kill him, sending it back to heaven. I must also tell you that not a single ember must remain. Really? But can't you or Hestia purify it? That is already too late. That ship has sailed, and it's with you here. This divine weapon can store a limited amount of flame due to its capacity. If it's too much, it will start to slowly kill you. Alright, so a little stab after you take all the corrupted flames. Yes. So long as White Knight enters his body, I can pump him full of the flame and then seal it. This process should be easy, as White Knight's qualities should be too much for his regeneration. Then you send him to heaven, and we call it a day. Okay, was that a joke or? I mean it. When the flame is sealed inside him, you simply kill him, and since his soul has been exposed to the flame for so long, it can handle the strain of carrying the flame to heaven. Unless you wish to do it. My soul can handle it. Yes. Only you two can do it. As I said before, the ship has long sailed to have a god purify it. So unless you wish to. Let's get going. Time to slay a hero. Let's, Vesta smirks a bit before she returns to the gem. Phew. Cirrus lets out a loud cry, takes a deep breath, and flies full speed toward the source of the fire. Bam! Landing before them was Cirrus, with a black weapon that Ace and Lily immediately recognized. Hey, Gramps, I missed you in that purgatory. Cirrus' armor fades away. It's time for round 3. Your body is holding well, I had figured taking in the flame would have crushed you, but... He looks towards the weapon in Cirrus's hand. You like it? He holds it up with the light of the flames reflecting off its polished surface. I named it White Knight after a dear and close friend of mine. Ace's ears perked up at his words, as did many who knew Nox. Epimetheus could feel the power and might of the blade in his hand. It gave off a feeling similar to his own blade, Ethon, which gave off an unnerving feeling. That weapon, it couldn't be. With his agitation, the flames grew. Oh, it is. Take your first breath upon the world and experience life. White Knight. Cirrus holds it up and shouts. Wake up, Nox. The blade turned pure white in an instant, with the color of the stars being overtaken, and the hieroglyphs along the edge of White Knight glowed gold. Flash. His soul roars to life, and its screams energize his body as he swings White Knight. Fwish. A radiance sprang from Cirrus that resembled that of a god's divinity, his right eye turned from silver to topaz, and it glistened even more as if polished and put under a light as Kali's tattoo encroached up to his neck and down his arm. His hair grew slightly longer, turning pure white at the ends, and a small veil containing the night sky covered him, yet it did not impede him as if it were light. To the gods, they saw Anank strings attached to Cirrus. They fade off as they flap in the wind. Divinity. They all shouted as if it were the closest thing they could compare it to. No. Aphrodite said. It is something more. He is something more. Hermes said, transfixed by the hero before him. Even Anank herself found it fit to tie him to her strings. Looking at Cirrus up and down, Epimetheus scoffed. I expected no less from you, Cirrus, Epimetheus said, gripping Ethon tightly. Humph. Cirrus smirks. Allow me to reintroduce myself as one hero to another. He holds White Knight with his arm extended. I am Cirrus Zephyr. The red cloth grows and wraps around Cirrus's neck, giving him an even more striking appearance as it grows long enough for the fabric to flow behind him. Hero of the White Knight. You have chosen your path towards tragedy. Enough talk. He swings White Knight, and its soft movements are enough to cut the air. Swish. Cirrus disengages his armor. I am here to finally put your years of anguish to an end, Epimetheus, humanity's first hero. Let's see you try, Cirrus Zephyr, hero of the White Knight. They both took their stances, and the air and space around them warped. The air got heavy as the first hero faced off against the current era's strongest hero. Exosia, adorned son of Sano, Circe. Circe's color dyed Cirrus, Circe's color stacked on top of the white. His red scarf turns even more beautiful, like the setting sun. Ray! Epimetheus charged forward with the boost of the flame, and Cirrus easily met his great sword. Clang! The sound and force shook and broke the earth. Circe appeared behind Cirrus, and just as quickly as she appeared, a dusk-colored smoke quickly wrapped around him. Let me give you a taste of what I can truly do. Sword of Damocles, sing your vespers. Diadicasti_s, Logia. Epimetheus jumped back as his hair rose. The gems on the blade glowed like stars, but the one that shone the most was the gem Nyx gave Cirrus. Crack! A deafening city-wide crack boomed with the power of electricity, swirling like a tornado around White Knight before settling down into the shape of a thunderbolt with a tinge of twilight. That weapon! Aphrodite fell to her knees as she looked on at the visage of Zeus. Bronte! Why does he have Zeus's divine weapon? Hermes stood with eyes wider than he has ever made them before. I think I'm dreaming, he said, making a massive smile. He truly crafted a divine weapon. Everyone could only watch as they are witnessing a myth of old happening before their eyes. Hey! Cirrus, we need to talk! Shouted Circe in his head. We can do that when this is finished, I promise you that. For now, do what you can. Fafnir, you can rest now. Fafnir quickly returned to his shadow. Cirrus lowered his body and moved his right foot forward. 2 minutes have passed. Get ready for the warm-up. TCH. Aren't you cocky? White Knight. Cirrus points White Knight toward Epimetheus. X. Epimetheus did not hesitate to move his great sword before blocking. Tend. Whoosh. White Knight's handle rocketed forward within the blink of an eye, striking Epimetheus. Crash. 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 He went flying back into the deep forests of Olympia. It didn't take long for Epimetheus to set more of the forest on fire. Retract White Knight. White Knight returned to the length necessary to qualify it for a spear. Cirrus took a step, and he was gone. Tap. Without even making a sound, Cirrus seemed to be gone before their eyes could blink, followed by a boom. A strong blast of air rushed past them all. He was nowhere to be seen, the only thing left behind were heavy dents in the ground. Oh Auranos! Hermes shouted into the air. Let me use my arcanum to witness this fight. Please. Granted. His voice boomed around them. Hermes snapped his fingers and opened up divine mirrors for all in Olympia to see. When the divine mirror opened, it showed Cirrus pinning Epimetheus to the ground with his legs spurting blood. Gaia! You damn monster! Says the one who is harnessing all the evil of humanity. Fafnir follows Hecton. Like you would even know over 3,000 years of ridicule. Incinerate and die, wrathful ashes. Gavdukalion. Damocles, dot. Cirrus bent back as Epimetheus swung his sword into the air. Whoosh. The sky and clouds separated from the fire magic. I already know what that can do, Cirrus said calmly. Cirrus leaned back in and punched Epimetheus. He blocked using his right shoulder, but the force with which Cirrus punched shattered the bones in his shoulder, launching him further into the wilderness. He slowly walked towards Epimetheus, with White Knight crackling with thunder. Gaia! Huff! 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 Epimetheus picks himself up to find his body in shambles again. Uru! Whoosh! The corrupted flames healed their champion. He's far too powerful now. His punch shattered most of the bones in my shoulder, and some of them even got into my heart. Thought Epimetheus. His heart throbbed more and more intensely. A wicked smile and eye dawned on his face. A challenge. He looks to see coming at him from a distance. He gives off the feeling of one of the black beasts. But far, far weaker. If I can slay him, then I have a chance to slay the black dragon. The corrupted flames ignite intensely. Let's see if you can match up to those monsters you've slain. Cirrus. He stabbed his divine weapon into the ground, and a spiral of fire surrounded him. All the corrupted fires converged on him and take shape. From the corrupted fire came everyone who was a challenge, from Briareus to even Zalt, Althea, and Arbuda, to the Nucalavi, Ikoturso, and even Hecton and Fafnir. Those. Cirrus said as his arms tensed up. Do you like them? The flame doesn't like you much. Cirrus could see more and more clones appear from the flame. Likewise. Cirrus gets into a stance. I fucking hate it. Unfortunately, they're shitty copies of the originals. Fafnir, it seems you're being called to action again so soon. Hecton, it's about time you got some fresh air. Cirrus's shadow expanded. And no way. Welf said as if he wasn't even looking in the mirror to see their height. The Hecatonkir and Ikoturso were massive in their own rights, but the Hecatonkir was in a league of its own, towering high into the clouds. So large they could see it from any location within 100 miles, and yet there were 4 of each monster. So many. Mikoto felt her blood run cold. Cirrus could barely beat one of those giants at age 10 from what Finn said. Ace said, feeling intimidated by the sheer size of the Hekatonkirs. Bell could only look on in awe that he was seeing a hero relive his story. I want to do that as well. I want to fight alongside him. Bell was so engrossed in it that he didn't realize his back was heating as he stormed off towards the battle, wanting to appear within Cirrus's story. Bell! Shouted Lily. Where are you going? To fight. He looked at her with eyes brimming with excitement and ambition. We either fight or we die. Cranial. I won't let you go alone. Seer will have my head. Ryu reluctantly followed Bell. You, Malayan said to Ace. Take this. She tosses her an elegant sword. Ace catches it. This weapon. It's mine. Use it to keep him safe. His eyes were something I have seen several times before, and I don't want his recklessness to get him killed, and with those foes, I fear my skill will not be enough. Ace looked up at her and nods. Very well, let's go. And lucky for us, it is twilight. I move faster with it. Voyager of the Twilight. Rock V. The twilight covers her, and she grabs Ace and runs, quickly catching up to Bell and rushing toward the battle. Watching all the challenges in front of him, Cirrus couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. I guess a hero who never had a Falna had to rely on everything in his toolkit to survive. Cirrus! Shouted Malayan and Ryu, arriving with Ace and Bell. You came. He said, gazing at them. Are you here to help with an army of my past? Why yes. Said Bell, with a fire lit in his eyes. Said Ace. Cirrus, you look different. Your eye. Ryu walks closer to him. It's something. He slightly raises the edges of his lips. I should give you something to help give you a chance. Exosia, Adorn, Serenian, Exosia, Adorn, Hippolyta, ... The Serenian armor dons on Bell, and the Hippolyta armor dons on Ace. An ability was given to him by using spirit drive with Circe. Whoa! Said Bell and Ace. Do you? I am fine, said Malayan. I can handle my own. Ryu. He looked at her. I need to keep Cranial safe for Seer's sake. Ryu said, clutching Lumina Arti. Then here, I think this armor would serve you well. It is intense. Exosia, Adorn, Cerebus, ... The black armor covers Ryu, changing and shifting to fit her perfectly. Oh! This is... Ryu felt her emotions, her anger especially, get stirred. Make sure you keep your temper in check. It'd like to make you run wild. Ryu could understand why Cirrus went mad during his fight with Evilus that day. Her anger was being spurred on, it grows annoyingly, which only makes it worse. Ryu takes deep breaths and takes command of her emotions. Good. All of you, be careful with your magic management. Cirrus said, walking forward, and he holds his blade to the side. Damocles, ... As he swung his blade, they could see the handle expand, and the weapon became a spear. Crack! A thunderous slash cut through the air, slicing the visage of Hecton in half. Leave the big ones to Hecton and Fafnir. Hecton! Ace and Bell said. Yet! Hecton! Cirrus roared. Hecton rose from his shadow, which now reached into the shadows of the trees of Olympia. Thud! 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 Several mighty arms slammed to the ground to help him rise from the shadows, and Hecton once again graced Gakai with his mighty presence. His bellow shook the earth and even the heavens. Hecton was about the same size as the other ones made from flame, yet they lack his pressure, his presence. Wah! Everyone was astonished by Hecton's appearance. Master, Fafnir said, standing next to Cirrus. Fafnir. Sorry, you have a bit more work left. Not at all. I enjoy the battle. She smirks, looking at her corrupted flame clones. Here. Exosia, Adorn, Stymphalion, ... Cirrus's armor adorns Fafnir. Oh. I feel lighter already. Then. Cirrus stomps his right foot forward, cracking the earth. Let's hurry and finish the day. Right. They all shouted, following him. Fafnir changed her body into her dragon form and shot through the sky. The armor changed to fit her as she struck and flew with her clones behind her, chasing her as they darted through the sky like constellations. Thud. 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 Hecton ignited the air, punching his clones. His skin begins to steam and turn red as he and the clones engage in a star platinum amount of punching. Their might constantly shake the foundations of the whole battlefield. Thud. Rumble. 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 Running to the flaming visages, Ace, Malayan, and Raihuo could see Althea and Zald before them with several more behind them. They even have those too. Raihuo shouted. Let us hope they are not like the real thing. Malayan shouted, readying her bow. If they are like the rest of the flames we struck down, they are a poor mockery of their strengths. Ace shouted, running even faster. Looking at Althea, Bell felt a tinge of familiarity. He soon pushed it back and focused on what was in front of him. Dong. Let's end this quickly. Ace. Bell held his hand forward. Ace looked back and nodded. She stopped in her tracks and held her hand out as well. Tempest. Firebolt. Whoosh. Fire and wind exploded through the waves of corruption. In a single moment, Ace glanced at Bell as cinders blew past them. She was glad he was by her side. Whoosh. Running past them was Raiwu. Tisk. Within the visages, she could even see the Astrea Familia. Seeing them so desecrated only pissed her off. Do not use their likeness for your own purposes. Raiwu swung her weapon, cleaving through a massive swath of the army. The chains of the Cerebus armor shot through the army as well and dug into the ground to pull Raiwu forward, attacking with even more speed and movement. Malayan, seeing Raiwu go into the fray and see a likeness to Nephili, didn't wish for the elf to meet her end this day, so she decided to help her. You stupid elf! Calm yourself! FWIP! 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 Raiwu stopped for a second. Ah! It's so easy to lose yourself. She turned to Malayan as chains impaled a flame visage. Thank you for calling me. I am sorry for calling you stupid. Thud. Thud. Malayan bashed some of the visages with her bow. I needed to get your attention. It is fine. More chains impale the enemy. It reminded me of an old friend. Oh, here she is. Swish. Whoosh. Raiwu swung her weapon, decapitating the flame visage of Kagaya. The real Kagaya would never have been this shamelessly weak. The anger within Raiwu's words was something Malayan understood well and was sympathetic with. Even as Malayan looked into the flame, more of her old comrades appeared. Yes. They do not shine like them. Let us cull these fakes. Malayan charged forward, firing off more arrows. I am behind you. Somewhere else, deep within the battlefield of corrupted flame. Cirrus moved and cut through the waves of past foes with Zald and Althea and cut them down. They were about a level or two weaker than when he faced them. Weak. Far weaker than the originals. Sing your vespers. Cirrus's thoughts and words bled together, his mind was beyond tired from his time in purgatory. A thunderous dragon soars through the air from his magic circle, devouring the copy of Fafnir and coming down, destroying the copy of our Buddha. Incinerate and die, wrathful ashes. Gavtukalion. Cirrus looked to see a mountain of fire before him. Epimetheus came down with a powerful overhead plunge that Cirrus met with his blade. Clang. Crackle. Clang. Whoosh. Epimetheus. Cirrus roared to the scored eagle. Cirrus. Epimetheus cried out to the divine deer. Thunder and fire began their dance once again, for the last time. Volume 3 Quest 296 Westward Cloud, Part 3 Hero of the White Knight. From the divine mirror, they watch as these two heroes dance with one another in mortal combat, creating a massive spectacle for many to watch. Clang. Whoosh. The swing of the blade of fire burns the air, and the swing of the blade of thunder reverberates through the ashes in the air. Clang. Crackle. They moved with the speed and skill that was expected of their statues. Epimetheus, with his 3,000 plus years of experience and refinement, moved as if it were second nature to him. Each swing goes into another, and each step he took was a work of precision. Every dodge was perfectly polished and efficient, but to his foe, it proved useful. Clang. Whoosh. Clang. Crackle. Clang. Whoosh. Clang. Crackle. Clang. whoosh, clang, crackle, clang, 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 whoosh, clang, crackle. Cirrus moved with utter instinct, accuracy, and precision. His unnatural movement and unpredictable way of fighting left one on the edge of their seat wondering how or what they would do next as a kick led into a headbutt into an elbow strike to a slash into an electrifying, piercing palm strike to the chest. Clang. Crackle. Thud. Ting. Thud. Clang. Crackle. 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 They played off each other with terrifying chemistry. Epimetheus would react quicker, and Cirrus grows harder to read with movements changing on a dime with a weapon that goes from sword to spear to dagger, and so forth, using one another to grow. Cirrus felt happy he could match blades with one with whom he didn't have to worry about dying too quickly, and Epimetheus felt the opposite. Anger and hatred built and built inside, fueling the corrupted flame. How could one who had not even lived a mere fraction of his life grow this strong? Epimetheus had one thought. I hate him. 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 Cirrus could see the face of anger on his face, and Epimetheus could see the joyous smile on his face. Keep staring at me like that, and you will need to buy me dinner first. Cirrus said jokingly. You fucking ephebe. You are just a bookmark in my redemption. Clang. Whoosh. Crack. Ting. Clang. Ting. Ting. Thud. Crack. Whoosh. Whoosh. Crack. Ura-a-a-a-a. Epimetheus shouted, coming up with an underhand swing. Incinerate and die, wrathful ashes. Gavdakalion. The fires massively increased their speed and power. Cirrus jumped up and was shot high into the sky. Clang. Whoosh. Whoosh. Cirrus looked down with minimal injuries as Epimetheus grew smaller and smaller. Cirrus was now far above the sea of grey clouds. What a beautiful opponent! Damocles. With the metal embedded under his boots, he stood as a grin danced across his face as he went higher and higher till he had trouble breathing, but by that point, frost covered Cirrus. Cirrus, what do you plan on doing? Vesta asked. We are just within the mesosphere, any further and I doubt you can even still breathe. Phew. Cirrus slowly breathes in and out. Cirrus, who is that? Circe asked, noticing the new voice. I will answer you later. Circe. Cirrus squints his eyes to see Epimetheus as the fire he made it easy to find him. For now. Cirrus held White Knight out, and it spun. I am going to kill him. White Knight, extend. White Knight floated into the stratosphere. It grew longer and longer to the point where the spinning began to slowly pull in the clouds around the area. Cirrus, aren't you going a bit overkill? Circe asked again, seeing how far Cirrus is going to attack one person. He is a hero. This much is required to take him down. Down below, Epimetheus readied himself. His divine weapon was covered in a tungsten melting fire. Come, you little bastard. Come down and die shit. He could see the clouds coming together in large quantity. A hole in the clouds became the eye of this storm as more and more clouds began to collect and spin around the hole and into the sky. Rumble. 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 Following the rumble of thunder, lightning shot out randomly from the storm as it slowly turned red. Crack! 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 Then Cirrus's voice boomed out. Vespers of Damocles. Epimetheus and everyone else could see Cirrus's figure high above the clouds. His shadow rained down below. Hey! Everyone could see their hair sticking up, and even small rocks and metal levitated. The air has been charged as high above the clouds. Cirrus builds and gathers electricity with White Knight as the conduit. Everyone! Shouted Hermes. Take cover! Cover now! Aphrodite shouted as loudly as she could. Cirrus's voice then boomed again. Sing your vespers! His magic circle appeared within the clouds, its soft twilight glow illuminated a fear that took root in everyone watching. Two thoughts ran through everyone: what is he going to do? And we need to run away. Epimetheus smiles from ear to ear as he becomes a pillar of fire. His muscles bulge with strength and ecstasy, ready for whatever happens. Then, for the third and final time, Cirrus roars. Kyrie eleison! Followed by a deafening crack. Poking from the clouds was a massive red spear of electricity. All around it lightning rained down like raindrops. Oh! Epimetheus was in awe, never did he see such awesome power and might. If he were to die, he would want this to be the coup de grace. Unfortunately, he still needs to redeem himself, and he will not take it. An unwarranted gift. Epimetheus chanted. A fate forcibly given. A magic that Epimetheus never used, for it was everything he was no longer. I shall not open your box. A hero. Even if I am chained and my liver eaten. Prometheus's hero. Actinova losing copy _ All of his flames congealed on his divine weapon. They absorbed the fire clones into the blade. Whoosh! A flame to rival the unbridled incineration of the sun graced the lower world. A brilliant, glittering dark flame unlike any other. Epimetheus contorted his body, defense was long thrown away. With heaven's might bearing down on him, Epimetheus swung with all of his might. Whoosh! The two colossal powers have driven everyone far, far away. Ace, Belle, Ryu, and Malayan quickly ran away. Ace uses her wind to help Malayan escape faster with her, Ryu, and Belle under her arms, booking it. Being carried away, Belle watched with bated breath as the heights he wished to climb to reach Cirrus. Ooh! Of course many who saw this sight felt the same as Belle, such as Ace. Fafnir and Hecton quickly traveled through the shadows to help those within the city find cover. From under the great temple, Ai, Artemis, Hera, and Hestia were glad they were in a safe enough area, as these were two powers that wanted to kill each other regardless of the destruction. Yes. This was the two heroes fighting one another with all of their strength and power. When the red judgment of heaven met the black and heroic strike of hell, they dyed the world into two colors. Flash. Red. Cirrus roared toward the hellish flames of corruption. And black. Epimetheus screamed toward the heavenly lightning of purity. Boom! Heaven and earth shuddered in sublime might as red and black mix into a maroon hue. The earth gave into the hero's might. The gates of heaven broke off their hinges in their fury. Asterisk. They destroyed even the road to hell in their conflict. Now only the desolate plains of the lower world are left for the heroes to fight. Underscore. Underscore underscore. Underscore underscore underscore. The world is left asunder. The land is bleeding, they wiped the sky of its tears, and the sea ran away from the abuse. Huff. 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 Epimetheus looked emaciated. He looked completely drained of any vigor. His words were slurred a bit. Whoosh. His body then returned to normal. Ah, how long was it before I was brought to this point? This level of exhaustion. He looked around to find his clothes were singed and tattered, barely holding on for dear life. The area was completely shattered and molten, with pools of magma all around him. Epimetheus looked up to see if he could spot Cirrus when the sound of something crashing shook the ground a bit. Rumble. Where the fuck are you looking, old man? Cirrus said mockingly. I'm on the clock. Epimetheus turned behind himself to meet Cirrus's gaze. He looked Cirrus up and down to find he was none the worse, but he was still glowing a soft, warm light. He could feel the mana converging on him. That light, ah! Your spare spirit, I see. They were the ones pumping you up with mana from the air, hey. Epimetheus rests his sword on his shoulder. Her name is Circe. I don't give a fuck. Rude. Maybe this heat is getting to you, old man. Cirrus points White Knight to his right side. Old man of the sea, place your water onto me. Laconia sticks. Thetis's core glowed brightly as a massive amount of water shot out from the tip of White Knight. Splash! Tssssss. They cooled the molten earth down, releasing steam into the air. HOH, Epimetheus was impressed. That is some divine weapon you made. Cirrus swung White Knight sharply, cutting the water off. Shall we end this battle, O Epimetheus of the corrupted flame? Hat. Why not? Tell me, what was that owl's name? Her name is Nox, Grand Spirit of the White Knight. Cirrus' eyes were trained on Epimetheus. A fine spirit indeed. He nodded his head. Well then, O Cirrus Zephyr, hero of the White Knight. Epimetheus gets into his stance. Cirrus follows along as well. They both stared at one another when they both heard a tear, a ripping sound cuts through the air. R. I. Underscore. I. Degree. I. Degree. P. Underscore. They looked to their left and right sides respectfully to see nothing before looking up to see a massive tear in space appear over them, across the sky. The amount of power and force of these two heroes' clashes caused space itself to split. The gods watching felt their blood run cold. They all uttered with fear in their voice. Fissure. The worst possible thing that a rift can turn into is one of even greater magnitude. As for one to form, several rifts need to have formed close to one another to result in one of such size. A fissure could also form if the rift is not addressed fast enough. Immediately, as they said, fissure, they called out to the administrator of Gakai. Auranos. Granted. Auranos shouted. Hestia, Hera, Artemis, Hermes, and Aphrodite held their hands out, and they all glowed an iridescent light of colors. The collective arcanum of these gods quickly covered the fissure, and any damage was further prevented by containing it in a sphere the size of a 20-story building both in width and length. Hanging over the sacred deer and the scorched eagle was a black hole-like phenomenon with a rainbow event horizon. The two men looked back at one another, and both took in a long breath of air as if it were their last, and they kicked off, breaking the ground even more. Crack! Crack! They were still planning to end this all. The fissure happening was of no concern to them, their only concern was the hero before them. This was the end. One last strike from their weary bodies and coarse throats as they cry out. Epimetheus! Cirrus! The earth broke as they ran towards one another. Cirrus spun White Knight as it grew to be a spear's length and leaped into the air. Epimetheus stomped his foot into the ground and gathered power from the earth at his feet and then at his hip, where he twisted. That energy then went into his shoulders and arms. Cirrus went for a downward strike, and Epimetheus a skyward strike. Ah! Ah! In a fight with an equal foe, something had to eventually give, be it stamina, strength, blood, or even the endurance of a weapon, and in this case. Clang! Kirik! It was the weapon. The only thing that stuck with Epimetheus for over 3,000 years. The thing that has been with him more than his god. Ah! Epimetheus looks to see Ethon finally break. Sliced, after so many battles and years. He glanced at the divine weapon that clipped the eagle's wings, White Knight. Not a single scratch, dent, or nick on it. Perfect. The white blade, tinged with twilight, cut into him. A cold line flowed through his body, a clear swipe down from the left shoulder to the right hip. Cutting from the bones of the left clavicle and every organ in between, separating whatever is in the line's path. Spurt. Phew! Epimetheus breathes out slowly. With Ethon broken, its control of the heavenly flame was broken as well. So goes his immortality. Finally, this long-fought hero may rest and be with those he has long lost to the march of time. As he falls to the earth, he mumbles softly. Well shit. Volume 3 Quest 297 Moving on. Epimetheus looks up at the fissure as it slowly grows smaller. The feeling of this cut differed from the others he had over his long life. His warm blood leaves him as the coldness of the ground slowly invades his body, stealing his warmth. Sleep, hero of old. Cirrus walked up to him, but not enough to obstruct his view of the sky. Existence is behind you now. Enjoy the silence. Cirrus then stabs his leg, and by this point, he has lost all feeling. White Knight then pulsated more and more, and the handle then grew longer and longer. The corrupted flames then got sucked into White Knight and put into Epimetheus's body. No longer could he heal. His body is dying. All right, I am ensuring no flame escapes, I will be using your mana to increase my range. Vesta said. Take as much as you need to end this. Cirrus could feel his mana being drained drastically, and all the flames in Olympia converge at White Knight and go into Epimetheus's body, which is sealed. Fuel you. Fuel you. Fuel you. Fuel you. How lucky Epimetheus's body has been exposed to the flame for so many centuries that his body became the best container for it, thought Vesta. Finally, Epimetheus said weakly. You are far greater than your mother, Alcides. Cirrus froze for a second. If you're gonna say you're my father, that is some cheap bullshit. Ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud as more blood pooled around him. No. I am not. If anything, I am probably an ancestor to you in a good chunk of the population. I guess that's what you meant by heroes love their women. Given how old he is, he must have left some descendants over the years. Alcides. You got that name from me. She, Nephili, asked if she could name you. If you turned out to be a boy, Alcides would be your name, if you were a girl, it would be Heli, or was it, Ellie? Doesn't matter now, does it? Alcides. He wore a blood-stained smile. You're lucky. Only those closest to me know that. Tell me when you met my mother again, did she? No, I know about as much as your father as you do. Then where was the river you two fought by? You think we fought? Cough. Cough. He coughed up blood. His time was nearing, yet Cirrus still had more questions. Your mother ran away from me for 8 miles with half her body broken and burned. I do not, Kn, ow. His eyes slowly grow dull. It is a shame you ended up this way. Epimetheus smiles a bit more. A king has honor and people to remember them. Heroes have their bravery and legends. Poets have their hearts and stories spun and told for generations. Yet I have only rage left. Thank you again for this release. My mind is no longer cloudy with anger. Cirrus knew he couldn't keep asking questions. Any last requests, O hero of mine? Epimetheus smiles even more. Happy at least that the one who finished his story was his only fan. Bury me with my friends. Bury him. Cirrus, in the corner of his eye, saw and heard someone coming. Epimetheus' eyelids get heavier and heavier when he looks out of the corner of his eye at a familiar girl. A divinity, distant yet familiar to him, comes off her before it explodes into a mighty, regal flame of colors. Meth. Us. More life came to his eyes as a fury kept him going. Cirrus looked to see a young teenage girl with tan skin, long, slicked back black hair, and blue eyes wearing a pink dress with orange ribbons exposing her stomach. So, you are Prometheus? Cirrus said, looking at the stone-faced goddess. Her divinity was something indeed. It reminded him of Hephaestus and Hestia, a powerful fire on the level of presence of the likes of Auranos and Amaterasu, a god-king. I am. Her arcanum rose even more, raising her hand to the fissure, and with her arcanum, the fissure was quickly properly fixed, leaving the sky to once again be dyed by the setting sun. She then quickly stopped her arcanum and divinity from leaking. She walked up to Epimetheus, kneeling next to her child before she long left. Ilya. I had thought. Rhea was you. You piece of shit. His words were soaked with hatred, anger, and loathing for the one who set him on the path of the hero. That I am. Her eyes looked sad. I am sorry I didn't give you the choice of being a hero. You did not possess the ability to follow the path I forced upon you. But you kept praying for people's salivations on Archro Hill. You tortured yourself with your powerlessness, yet still tried to help others. That is why I gave you Ethon, so you could finally give them salvation. No hero is ever born, they are made through struggle and adversity. That is why you were able to protect this land for 3,000 years. Yes. I fought, and I fought, and I fought. I could never rest because of that. Tears came down his face. I was, cursed with immortality, forced to keep fighting in this hell that was not even my making. Never able to be in love, live comfortably. I do not regret that decision, for all the pain and life spared. But I hate you for it. His eyes were full of anger and sadness, as each word and breath was a painful chore to do. I know that. I want to kill you. Epimetheus held complex feelings for Prometheus. On one hand, he understands why he was made a hero, but on the other, he is angry about being picked as the hero. Retrospectively, Epimetheus had more bad days than good. All the benefits that came with being a hero were ones he tasted for only a fleeting moment in his life. Now only contradictory feelings mix and mesh together with the one who opened this path for him. Prometheus gently picks up his head and puts it on her lap. Her eyes grow watery while his blood stains her dress. I understand. The only good I did was to have saved enough for him to be born. Epimetheus glanced at Cirrus. Prometheus looked at Cirrus, and he looked at her with cold indifference. She could see the look of distaste in his gaze. Tell me, hero, are there more potential heroes? He asked weakly. There are. I am sure you would have seen them while I was away. Ah, the rabbit, and Ilim. He looks to the darkening sky and smiles. I'm glad, my work, my life, my suffering, wasn't, meaning, less, thank you, and be happy, that is my last request of you. Epimetheus, Prometheus said solemnly. Know that even if all your good deeds were never rewarded but punished, I should have told you. I should have come down from the heavens and told you that being heroic isn't about getting what you want or living out your dreams. I should have told you. I should have told you that you possess the greatest quality a hero can ever have, the inhuman will, the courage to leave all that. Tears fell from her face onto Epimetheus. You knew deep down that you wouldn't be rewarded for doing good, yet you did it all the same. Me, thus. Prometheus holds his hand as more of his body begins to slowly turn to ash. Know that though your life was never one you dreamed of, it is one you can be proud of. You. His eyes finally closed, and he took his last breath. The hero who fought for humanity for 3,000 years has found his rest as his body is slowly covered by a black flame that shoots up into the heavens. Whoosh! It was a spectacle to witness a mortal leave in the same fashion as a god, leaving only ash behind as the sun sets over the horizon and the night comes. With his death, Cirrus walks away. I promise you, Epimetheus, Cirrus said with resolve. Goodbye, hero of hope, Prometheus said sobbingly, yet still stone-faced. The flame did not so much as burn a single skin cell or fiber of her clothes. Thank you for letting my child sleep. You truly are a horrible goddess. Cirrus stops walking. Who would thank the one who killed their child? Yes. I truly am a failure in many ways. Prometheus collects her child's ashes with her dress. Goodbye. Cirrus walks away again. He stores White Knight in his shadow with the remains of Ethon and leaves a good distance before Fafnir returned to his shadow and came out to take him back to Ai and Artemis. Picking up as much ash as Prometheus could, she arrived at Archro Hill. It would seem the end of your tale has found its way into a larger one. I will make sure you will no longer be a fool. I shall atone for my cowardice, both to you and to Kakai. I will take the burden I placed on you because of my shameful actions. Scold me, Zeus, insult me, gods in the heavens, and laugh at me. Epimetheus. I am the greatest fool of all of heaven, and atonement is what I can offer you, my bright child. The wind picks up and carries the ashes with it. Sure thing, you stupid idiot. Prometheus turned to see a familiar face. Ah. Zeus. Go on. Scold me. You are already doing that to yourself. You also should stop crying. It'll ruin the beauty of that stone face of yours. Zeus said, removing his hood. Why are you here? Prometheus said, ignoring his comments. I have been in Olympia for quite some time. I was here for a few months. I can see how Hera is having a hard time finding you. You have gotten better at hiding your divinity and scent. You no longer smell like women or cheap alcohol. I've been clean for a while now. I should go now. I saw some fun things, but Hera is around. Before you go, tell me, what do you think of Cirrus Zephyr? You who have a keen eye for those with the bearings of a hero. For one, he is a smart kid with a good heart and an even better face. I am sure when he eventually bites the dust, they will remember him for eons to come, along with Epimetheus, as the tragic hero who was put to rest. Then do you think he will slay the black dragon? I am sure of it. Zeus turned his back and walked away. I am sure he will be the last hero. You saw what he did. I don't need to explain more than that. Yes. I have also seen Ananke's strings on him. His fate has been determined. I saw full well. Whatever heaven is planning, Cirrus cannot escape it. Her strings will choke him as they did for Epimetheus. Epimetheus' attempts to ward Cirrus off this path were for naught. Yes. Had. Cirrus truly is a monster, and fate will be the one to eat him. So I am afraid if you wish to help him, it will be for nothing. Kek. Prometheus clenched her fists, and her stone face broke for the first time. I now fully know why the gods hate fate. It ruins everything. Giving him one of your divine weapons, Bronte, it is obvious where his road leads. Heavy is the head that wears a crown. Zeus looks out into the night sky, which is filled with stars. He will be the last hero to harbor the fate of ancient heroes and usher in the new era of heroes to come. While returning to the sacred chamber. I noticed you also took the broken divine weapon as well, said Vesta, coming out of a wisp of fire. What do you plan on doing with it? I don't know, but I figured a divine weapon is dangerous even if it's broken, so who knows? It might come in handy one day. Let us hope not. Making White Knight was already something unthinkable, but to create more divine weapons is something I will not allow. I'm sure Auranos will agree with you on that, and if I made more, it would only cheapen the status a divine weapon has. So master, who is this little thing floating by you? Fafnir asked. I am Vesta, an aspect of a goddess. Circe, what do you think? I think we have some questions that need answers. For one, where is Nox? Cirrus's expression darkened a bit. Vesta took notice of it and promptly acted. Quiet. Can you not see your master is not in the best state of mind to answer your questions? If you should ask, then I shall do it. Well, at least she good at reading you. Sorry, Cirrus. We do not feel knocks, Fafnir said. I will leave it to Vesta to explain. For now, I need to keep a promise and go to sleep. My body is burning up, exhaustion is finally setting in. Seems the power you gained needs to fully flow through your body. Vesta said. Yeah, it happens when Nox uses her magic to its full capabilities. He just needs to update his status. How very handy. Say aspect, said Fafnir. What is it? What would happen if some cinders from the corrupted flame were to escape and spread? Why would you ask such an insane question? If that were to happen, I and every god would feel it. Yes, but what if it were to happen? I mean, the flame has never been corrupted up to this point, right? So maybe it changed. Yeah, I am curious about that, too, Cirrus said. Then your fate, Cirrus, is sealed. The only other container that could hold it is White Knight, in a limited capacity, and you. Unfortunately, because I'm occupying White Knight, it doesn't have much room for the flame, so it will directly cause you harm in some unknown form. Slowly killing you. Pray that it is merely a foolish thought and that it does not find another person. Can't it find a host in a monster? Asked Fafnir. Humph. No, I believe it would still have some standards. Unless, of course, the corruption has fundamentally altered it, in which case, shit. But can't you purify it if Hestia helps? Cirrus said. To expand on that further, no. I cannot purify it, and neither could Hestia. Think of this. The purifying process is to drive from A to B. Now Hestia, the lazy goddess that she is too lazy to drive there, so they created me, her attribute or authority, in the form of the flame. Now that I left her, I took the keys, but she is still in the car. If she wields White Knight to purify the flame, it will be like her taking the keys and then trying to drive back home drunk. Do you get it now? Yeah. Hestia will most likely get herself killed trying to purify it, and you can't do it anymore since your separation from the main body, Hestia, will no longer have authority to purify. Correct, so the best I can do is seal it with the powers I kept. Which are? Sealing and him. She looked surprised by something. What is it? It seems that having forged a contract with you has changed me a bit more than I assumed. Elpis sure is a wild thing. It would seem it gave me powers to further bolster your magic with the half of Elpis that remained inside you, Cirrus. So you're an electric spirit? And is it safe to have Elpis inside of me? Or half of it, I guess. I wouldn't call myself that. After all, I am the aspect of a goddess of flame, and so Buakal. It was an odd sight to see. It appeared to be a red flame but acted more like electricity with sharp lines. That is both very cool and very weird. Maybe we can use it to forge some cool things. I am not your portable forge. She looked at it and then extinguished it. I will admit it is unique. But to answer your Elpis question, yes. It is only half of its power. Nox has that other with her. Any health issues or? None. Your body is strong enough, or I guess compatible enough, to host it with a soul to bear with it. That implies my soul will be in danger. Oh, no. From what I examined, your soul is perfectly, hold on a second. Whoosh. Vesta quickly disappears. Master, I am not fond of her, Fafnir said. Don't worry. You'll get used to her, eventually. Whoosh. Vesta reappears. Alright, so I checked, and you are fine. But when you update your status and have that flow of power fully processed, things will most probably change. Neat. Like what? Your soul, most likely. I am seeing some changes already. Great. Sacred Chamber. I am back in what? Cirrus said, arriving back with Fafnir. 10 minutes and 59 seconds, Hecton said, popping up. See told Ugh. The mental fatigue he built up crashed down on him. He wobbled a bit as if his legs had turned to jelly. Cirrus. AI quickly goes up and grabs him. I'm too tired for this. Circe. His armor disengages, and Circe appears next to him. Ugh. What a short, yet long day. Circe said, holding her head. Hecton grabs Circe before she touches the ground. Hecton, get the potions. AI shouted frustratedly as she kneeled. Yum. Cirrus's eyes slowly closed. Emma, just gonna sleep a bit. Cirrus closes his eyes and finally sleeps. AI and Artemis look at how peaceful Cirrus's face was. Hey Artemis, is it me or does the scar make him look hotter? AI said, smiling a bit, her tail swaying. Artemis puts his arm around her shoulder. I think so. Now help me carry him back. The next day. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Malayan's heart beats quickly as she thinks about Cirrus. Why does my heart dance so when I think of Nephili's son? Every time she closed her eyes, she could see his arrival. His humbling, almost divine appearance captured her mind and heart. But it wasn't just his appearance, it was his strength, his power. When she thinks of him, she feels safe and relaxed. A feeling she found seldom but more frequently when she spent 3 years in the snowy north, surrounded by the opposite color of the monster that made her fearful of the darkness. Seems my grandson's got another maiden's heart, hey. Hera said, smirking. Malayan looks at her goddess. This is what you call love. Yes. From what I see, you and those other elves are the same. Hera points to Ryu, who is torn between seeing Cirrus and not. Ryu was hesitant to walk into the building as Cirrus was resting. That elf, is she? Another one, Cirrus enamored. From the looks of it, she is really bottling up her emotions. Without a push, she won't get far. Then why not help her? You like to help. I want you to take his spot as his third wife, Malayan. He is a good man, and I do not want you to keep fearing the dark. Malayan looks at her goddess with a bit of surprise. Was that kindness? Good luck, Malayan. Now, where is Hestia's child? He sure is hard to find. Malayan watched as Hera walked off, trying to find Belle. Malayan's gaze returned to Ryu. She saw how Ryu was on the fence about whether she should follow her heart or keep it buried. I will accept your advice, Hera, but if Ryu wishes to find happiness, I will not stop her. Malayan took a deep breath and walked up to Ryu. Ryu. Malayan nodded. Lady Malayan. Ryu bows, having learned that Malayan was a dark high elf. No need for lady. We have fought side by side as comrades. In my eyes, we are equal. I see. Malayan. Ryu struggles a bit with saying her name without honorifics. Are you going to see Cirrus? I am. I have recently found that I am in love with him. What? Ryu shook and took a few steps back. What do you mean? Her face was red. Well, that is what Hera said. If there is one thing I can have faith that she wouldn't play around with or toy with, it's the emotions of her children. Is that so? I haven't formally met Lady Hera but have seen her around, and she is. Ryu remembers seeing Hera's face closely match Cirrus's and the time she shouted out commands. Something. Lady Aphrodite once described her as a spoiled manipulative valley girl with brains. I don't know what that means, but I feel it fits her rather well. Anyway, Ryu. Come along, do not hesitate, and see him. Malayan walked up to her and picked her up. Wait. Lady Malayan. Ryu blushed even more. Malayan opened the door and entered the building. It's Malayan, and do not hesitate to say it. My rival should have the same courage as me. Hey? Our rival? What do you mean? You are also in love with him, no? Lady Hera said you needed a push. I am quite fine, Lady Malayan. 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 I have chosen when to confess. HOH. Malayan stopped and placed Ryu down in front of her. Explain. Malayan has her hands firmly on Ryu's shoulders. Malayan's height of 6'1" 185 centimeters, towers over Ryu. You are not leaving until you give me a good enough reason. Why? Ryu avoided Malayan's gaze. I wish to speak my heart, when we reclaim our fellow familia back from the dungeon. The dungeon? Then shouldn't their bodies be? That is a long story that the look in Ryu's familiar eyes caught Malayan's gaze. You do not need to say more. She raised her hand to stop her from speaking. I know your eyes well. If you do not wish to speak words of pain, that is fine. I understand. Ryu found sympathy in Malayan. As one of the Hera familia, she would know the pain of losing her familia. Thank you. I appreciate you trying to help me, but I know when I will confess. Very well. But you should at least see him as a friend for now. Yes, as a friend, I should see him. Malayan's slight push went to go a long way for Ryu. That same day some cinders travel upon the black winds of a spirit. In the northern region of the continent, west of the empire, in a section of the Dedene Desert, a black ember travels through the air into the land of death. The ember reaches the desert of black ash and falls. It soaks into the cursed land, reaching a massive magic stone. The magic stone then throbbed with power. 2 days later. In the open sea, miles away from any land, a black ember falls into the sea. No bubbles form from it, it simply sways down, deeper and deeper, reaching the very bottom of the sea, where a massive skull of a sea creature lay with no fauna but flora around. The ember falls onto the forehead, where a third eye socket was, and throbs. The water current began to shift and move as black ash gathered around it. 3 days later. Far, far up in the very north of the continent, where only 2 seasons exist, summer and winter. Dragons pure black as the void of space looks at an ember trickling down their valley. It went down to the depths of the valley, being carried further and further down by the wind currents created by the flap of the dragon's wings. At the very end and bottom of the valley, a king lay asleep. The ember makes it drowsily open its left eye. The ember emits a very weak and corrupted power. It slowly wobbles its way to the king's right eye and enters it. The one-eyed king returned to sleep, and its one aching wound throbbed in relief. Down in the dungeon's depths, a figure wakes up half awake. The presence of the corrupted flame jolts it from its growing development. Typhon. The room where the figure occupies shakes. Thank you for telling me. They close their eyes and return to sleep. Before them, several magic stone cocoons lay. One cocoon thumped slightly faster. The embers of hate are never so easily extinguished, and they find new lands to grow and spread under the god's eyes. Mutating to one day avenge its fallen champion. Volume 3 Quest 297.1 Promises. Having slept for 3 days, Cirrus wakes up from his pleasant dream. Ah, the dream has ended, Cirrus said, waking up to a familiar wooden ceiling. This sight really needs to stop happening. He got up with bedsores, but it was nothing compared to the piece of his heart that was broken. He removes his bandages and puts on some clothes he packed. He could smell the lingering fragrance of Artemis and Aiand. 2 others. Hecton, who else came to see me long enough for their scent to stay in this room? Hecton popped his head out again. That would be the Dark High Elf, Malayan Doknita, and Raihu sir. I see. Malayan and Raihu. Ah. Nix. Why did you bring that up? Now I'm really contemplating it. What the actual fuck is wrong with my soul? His soul was not even human, or at least it was a bit. He feels a weight on his shoulders, his chest congested. I'll have to talk to Freya about this. He worries that now, with a significant change to a core part of who he is, he has changed. Maybe it resulted in some small changes to his personality, at worst. I don't want to be like those gods. I don't want to be like Zeus or Hermes. If I could be a god, I'd like to be like Lug, Susanu, Astrea, or Auranos. Sir? Sir? Oh, sorry, Hecton, I was lost in thought. What were you saying? I was simply stating that Malayan will try to get close to you. I understand. What of Ai and Artemis? They are fine, but assuring them you are fine is your priority. All right. I'm sure they are outside. Oh, sir, before you go, I have to say. I am sorry for your loss. I know Lady Nox was very close to you, probably closer than Lady Ai and Artemis. You have my condolences. Cirrus stopped walking. Some emotions swirled around. Thank you, Hecton. Cirrus resumed walking with a saddened face. You sir. For your information, there are others here, such as your familia and the Hestia familia. Lady Hera is currently scolding Prometheus and instructing her on how to improve herself, while the Aphrodite and Artemis familia is assisting Olympia in its reconstruction. Thank you, Hecton. Is that all? Yes sir. I shall return to my own devices. Hecton returned into the shadows. Cirrus looks out the window as the sun shines through. Haa. Master. Fafnir pokes her head. Are you fine? The place where me and Hecton reside is a bit depressing with dark clouds overhead. I am, not. The world seems less bright, Fafnir. Cirrus kept walking. Fafnir didn't say a word and returned to his shadow, not wishing to disturb Cirrus. Cirrus walks out of his room and goes outside. He looks to find Belle sparring with Malayan. I should keep Belle from Hera. Tap. Tap. A familiar set of steps rang in Cirrus's ear. Oh, fuck. Cirrus. Ai charged at him and headbutted him. Gah. Knocking him to the ground. Everyone looked to see Ai get on top of him. Ugh. I thought you'd grown out of this habit, Ai. Cirrus said, rubbing his stomach. Aw fuck my stomach. So we need to talk, Ai said, looking at him warmly. Okay, so why are you guys still here? Cirrus looks at everyone around him. We wanted to make sure you were alright, said Lily. And because Yoru is. A sad look fell on her. Ai, Artemis, and just about everyone else who knew her. I'm fine, just a little sore, and for Nox. His voice was full of pain, but he held back his grief. He got up and held out his hand, and, from his shadow, White Knight flew out and landed perfectly in his hand. She is with me in memory and body. He said, making a small smile. Everyone stares in awe at the black weapon. How lucky you still have all of their eyes on you, Nox. Everyone looked at the weapon but Ai, who kept her eye on Cirrus. Hestia and Artemis approached it and touched it. Yes. This is a divine weapon, said Artemis. Yeah, it's really ow. Hestia removed her hand quickly from the blade. Why did it burn me? It burned you? Asked Artemis. That is because I did not want you to touch me, you lazy goddess. Said a robotic and calm voice. Vesta emerged from the red gem in her chibi form. Why you? Why did you leave me? Hestia shouted. Because I did not wish to be part of a lazy goddess, and because this human piqued my interest. After all, he is the first mortal to create a divine weapon and one of such magnitude. For that reason alone, I have forged a contract with him, and I am now the guardian of this divine weapon, so no unworthy hands can touch or even use it as the body of the Grand Spirit of the White Knight, who fulfilled her duty and used her own body as a last gift to her master, so no one of such low characters is worthy of touching this weapon of undying loyalty and love. Towards the end, her voice sounded more human and full of passion. Her eyes were no longer a dull blue but a lively blue. Then this really is. Artemis removed her hand to look at Cirrus. His face was neutral, but she had seen that face many times before. He was hiding his emotions. And that is that. Vesta, you can return now. Humph. Cirrus put the blade away in his shadow as she returned to the gem. Many were shocked to see such a weapon disappear so easily. Well, I'm going to get some fresh air. He said so, walking past them. Call me when the food is ready. He leaves the site and wanders off into the woods. Artemis and Ai follow him, while Belle, Ace, and Malayan watch as he leaves. You even have her. Malayan mutters to herself. Did you say something? Malayan. Belle asked. Yes, you seem lost in thought. Ace said, next to Belle. I am fine. Just seeing him in that state brings back memories that ache from context now. Hira should be in Olympia for 2 more hours. I have kept Belle out of her sight. His appearance, much like Cirrus, reminds me of Nephili. Belle reminds me of Materia. Alone in the woods with his wives, Cirrus finds a stump and sits down. He covers his face as tears begin to slowly drip down. Cirrus, said Ai. Are you really okay? You make that face when you are hiding something. She slowly moved his hands away to see his expression. It was the saddest she had ever seen him. His eyes were dimmer like a candle snuffed out. No. I'm not. The metaphorical mask he put on quickly fell off as a sorrowful expression grew on his face. More tears fall more quickly. I consider you in art to be my other half, but... She was my other half. He gripped his heart. She has been by my side through the darkest points in my life. I feel alone for the first time in a long time. Cirrus. Artemis said as she placed her hand on his back. Ai bent and hugged him and stroked his hair. Do you want to be alone for a bit? No, I don't want to be alone. A pinkish blue hawk flies close and turns into her human form. Do you mind if I spend some time with you as well? Circe said. Not at all. They stayed together for a good while, and Ai and Artemis comforted Circe and Circe over their loss. A bit later, Ai and Artemis left to go get them some food, and with them returning, came Belle and Malayan. I brought you food, said Ai with a big plate of food. We even brought extra servings, said Artemis. She sat down while Malayan went and gave him his plate of food, and Belle gave Circe a plate of food. You are you also a spirit? Belle asked, looking at Circe. I am. Circe is my name, but you probably know me as the Little Witch of Orario. His eyes widen in awe. I have heard your name from my friends. A genius who made several new potions. Circe smirks proudly. That I am. Cirrus, Malayan said, taking a seat. I've come to ask you something. Cirrus turned his head, as he knew what she was going to say. What is it? Belle. She calls out, placing her hand on the top of his head. Does he have any relation to Althea or Materia? Ai and Circe look at each other and at Belle. Belle, in particular, was confused by who they were. Hecton. He threw several sound eaters into various trees. What is going on? He said, hesitant and nervous. Tell me, Belle, from that battle, were you able to level up? Yes. I am level 5. I see. Then I guess I can finally fulfill Althea's request. Cirrus stands up and takes a green brooch from his pockets. Ai and Malayan quickly noticed who that brooch belonged to. Belle, do you know why I went to your village all those years ago? You said you were looking for my grandfather. Belle looked at the brooch in his hand. Yes, because my dear familia cousin, your grandfather, was the last living member of the Zeus familia. His eyes widen at this revelation. Are really? Grandpa? Yes, and this brooch belonged to your Aunt Althea, the Silent. At the end of the great feud, she was on her last legs, exhausted after fighting me and the Astrea Familia. She told me to give this to you, her nephew. Sirius holds out his hand and puts the green brooch into Belle's hand. My aunt. He looked at the brooch as if it were the most precious thing in the world to him, and it was. A single tangible item that linked him to his family. Aunt. Said Malayan. Then you are Meteria's son. No wonder you look so familiar. She grabs his face to get a good look at him. Everything but the eyes is the same, but now that I'm looking, those red eyes. I felt like I'd seen those red eyes somewhere unpleasant. You Belle said, not knowing what to say. Sirius, does Hera know? Malayan glanced at Sirius. No, she doesn't and never will. It was Althea's last request that she never learn that he was her grandson as well, and so long as I draw breath, she will never know. So I'm related to the Zeus and Hera Familia. Belle said, with his face squished. Oh, sorry. Malayan, let's go. Yes, you are. I knew your mother and aunt very well. It was a good idea to follow my gut and keep you from Hera's sight. Well, can I ask about my aunt? You said you fought her. He said, looking at Sirius. I did, but if you want to learn about her, it's best to ask Malayan about it. If you don't mind, I'd like to finish my meal. Malayan, could you indulge Belle's curiosity? Not at all. Malayan said, nodding her head in agreement. And take the Sound Eaters, so this secret stays with us and no one else. Belle, I trust you will keep this to yourself, right? This information, should it get out, will put a massive target on you, especially for the gods, and unlike me, you don't have a strong familia to back you up, understand? Why yes. He shakes his head. Malayan leaves with Belle, taking some of the magic tools with her. I am surprised, Belle. You avoided Hera's gaze without even trying. Seems like luck has really favored you these past few days. Malayan said as they both disappeared into the woods. So. He was the one you went with after we left Orario, while I stayed with Hera, hey? Her nephew. I can see the resemblance a bit. He is very talented, but... I said. His grandfather is still alive, Zeus just faked his death and went on his way, Sirius said. So it was Zeus, are there any more of the Zeus familia? None. Belle is the last legacy of the Zeus familia. Just as I once was before I knew of Malayan's survival. How are you now? He points to her belly. It is doing well. She makes a sly smile. Yes, I have been making sure AI is eating enough, Artemis said. Yet, she was stuffing it down my throat. AI takes a seat. So. I know it's very early but... Do you want to feel it? I'm going to take my leave, said Circe. I had my fill, and this is getting very personal. Fafnir, can you take me to Orario? Fafnir emerged from the shadows. Master, may I? Go on. She shifts into her dragon form, and Circe gets on. I need to get back. Lenoa must be worried. Contact Fels and tell them it's all right. I will. Fafnir flapped her wings and quickly soared away. So. AI grabbed Sirius's hand and placed it on her abdomen. Can you feel our child? Sirius stretches out his hand and gently touches her abdomen. The baby was still growing, it did not even have a heartbeat that could be felt through their mother's abdomen. Yet it still warmed Sirius' heart that a life was growing in AI. But a question popped into his head that must be asked. AI. Do you want to keep it? Now, this whole thing is over, do you? I do. Even if we break the promise, I want to keep it. Even if our lives are long from our status, we are still adventurers. Our lives will always end in some way, so I want to build our family when we have the chance. Sirius, do you? I do. I want to be a father, but... He looked at his hands and found them shaking. I am scared at the prospect. Well, that is why you have me and Art. And the rest of the familia to help. Oh, because of everything that's been going on, I forgot we agreed to a condition if one of us broke the promise first. I will do as the other says. Then I want you. She said quietly into his ear. I can do that. Fantastic. Now I am hungry, so I'm going to eat a bit more. AI took her leave, leaving Artemis with Sirius. So, were her demands that you spoil her rotten? Artemis said this while leaning on him and wrapping her arms around his neck. She did. She wants me to spoil her until the child is born. I would have thought she would have made you wear something to suit her tastes. I mean, we already spoil her quite a lot. She rests her head against his. I thought so too. They sat there in a moment of silence. How are you holding up? I know a bit about how you are feeling. I had children who died on my watch and it is very painful. I'm doing better, but I think I'm going to stay here until the evening. Maybe cry a bit more. I see. Do you want me to finish updating your status? Yeah, might as well. Artemis unwrapped her hands and used her dagger to cut her index finger. She dropped her blood on his back and his status opened and rose. Let's see how you... Her eyes widen as she watches his fauna rise for a good while before finally stopping. Cirrus, you can level up, but... This is the most significant rise in your status. I don't even think one could reach such high values in your skills. They're that big. Very end, did you truly spend all those days fighting relentlessly? Artemis said, having read the Excelia Cirrus gained. Yes, those have been not my brightest days, but, thinking about it, I rather miss it a bit, having knocks with... Cirrus quiets. I understand. Can I get a piece of paper? Cirrus hands her a piece of paper. She puts it on his back and then hands it to him. Holy fuck! Volume 3 Quest 297.2 Hymn of the White Knight. Cirrus Zephyr. LV8. Strength, B769, SSS 1100 Endurance, B746, Z1832. Dexterity, D515, SS 1099 Agility, A802, SS 1005. Magic, A881, ZZZ 2005 Mage, A, S. Immunity, B Martial Arts, E, D. Crush, E, D Blacksmith, F. C. Chain Attack, H. F Luck, G. D. Auranios Asteranthos. Increase speed of growth. Recovers user's stamina radically under the sky or stars. Passive. Pain tolerance is increased. Strength of effect is dependent on user's endurance stat. Effect increases when covered in electricity. Grants the user the development abilities Strong Body, Strong Defense. Strength of effect is proportional to user's level and when wearing magic armor. When on the border of life and death user's basic parameters are multiplied by user's level. Blessed by nature, sky, stars. Blessed by minor destruction and time. Lycofo_SS Phlegome. A pact forged with the spirit of witchcraft, bounded through mind, body, and blood. They can now truly share one being. A pact forged with the flame god's aspect. Bounded through mind, body, and soul with the divine weapon White Knight. They can work as one. Grants new creations. Grants immunity to fire and heat when White Knight is held inactive. Grants user development ability Spirit Healing and Magic Resistance. Strength of effect is proportional to user's level. Katagatus Amail. When in or around sand, wind, poison, cursed, or electricity all physical stats are increased. Effect stackable. Increased resistance to heat, strong winds, poisons, curses, and electricity. Effect strengths depends on endurance stat. Orion Elpis. When playing or singing all will feel your soul. Grants shadow storage. Able to summon the versatility of the Hekatonkyres, Hekton, and the six-winged black dragon spirit, Fafnir. When engaged in battle user thoughts will be accelerated. Reaction speed has been increased while in danger or in darkness. Grants user development ability metalworking, mixing, and mystery. Strength is proportional to user's level. Their essence empower you. Half of Elpis endows you. Orion Elpis. It seems I can't escape Orion's fate. One half of Elpis, hey? Had. Then I am sure we will meet again. This is a big jump. Any new development abilities? Yes. Only one called Sacred. A breeze comes by, and Cirrus takes a deep breath. Go with it. Artemis said nothing and updated his status again to go up to level 9. Artemis could only watch as she looked on as his magic changed and an odd light aura covered him. He hands her another paper, and she puts in his new status. Cirrus Zephyr. LV9. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity I0 Agility, I0. Magic I0 Mage, S. Immunity, B Martial Arts, D. Crush, D Blacksmith, C. Chain Attack, F Luck, D. Sacred, I. Auranios Chrysomelos, Theka Panoplia. Super Short Chant. Enchant Type. Sacred Magic. Kalos Sano, Lycofo_SS Phlegome. No Chant. Summoning Magic. Transformation/Enhance Magic. Astery Dicasty_S, Sing. Short Chant. Enchant Type. Sacred Magic. Hey? I expect. Cirrus grasped his chest, he could feel his soul and body burn up and break. Cirrus. She said, holding him. My soul. Ah. Fuck. Fuck. My whole body feels like it's burning. Cirrus, shouted Circe. Something is happening to me, and... Sir! Hecton popped one of his heads. I can feel my... He was about to scream when he quickly returned into the shadow. A surge went through his body. He could feel his body burn intensely one last time before a wave of coolness washed over him. My soul! He stopped clenching his chest and letting out a deep, warm breath. Ah, my body adjusted to it, but it seems it's a sort of feedback since they are connected to me. Artemis helps him back up. Are you all right? I am. Circe, are you all right? No. Fafnir is heading back. Call me back. Circe, dot. His magical circle appeared, and a young lady about 5'6", 167 centimeters, with red hair emerged from it. Circe. Artemis and Cirrus were surprised. Why yes. I'm going to sleep. Can you put me in your shadow? Circe said weakly. Sure. He puts her in his shadow and waits for a bit before Fafnir comes. Whoosh. Fafnir descended quickly. Master. Arg. She turned back to her human form. Her body was burning up, with steam coming off her and even from her dragon form. She leaped into his shadow as well. Cirrus, do you know what is happening to them? Asked Artemis. Yes, since I leveled up and got my new development ability, it seems they are also changing. I see, well, I can see a change in you. You have an odd vibe about you. It's near the divine animals and other gods in heaven, a strange mix, but it has a certain gravity to it. Is that so? Cirrus holds out his hand. I don't really look much different, but I do feel, no, it feels the same. Cirrus, do you still wish to remain here for a bit? Cirrus looks at her complicated face. I do. The joy of reaching level 9 is there, but, my mind keeps returning to Nox. She nods her head in agreement. I will come to bring you dinner when it is time. Do you want me to tell the others about your level up? No, I think it's more fun when we are back in Orario. Also, I wish to celebrate it with my loved ones first. He said with a genuine smile. It brought up Artemis's mood, seeing him smile again. All right. She said with a blushing face, leaving the woods. The day quickly passes for Cirrus as he remains where he sat, staring into space with a 1,000-yard stare. When night came, Vesta came out. Cirrus, said Vesta, appearing. Now that the contract is complete, and the night is upon us, Nox's last message will be played. Played. Draw out White Knight. I recorded her last message to you. Cirrus reaches into his shadow and pulls out White Knight. Say the chant to activate White Knight. Cirrus raises it and says. Wake up, Nox, dot. Its black form quickly changes to pure white under the light of the moon. The weapon glowed before Cirrus found himself back where he met her. What is going on? This is the last thing Nox asked. Her final message. Vesta said, disappearing. The light dims, and he finds himself back inside Nox's temple. Bathed in the moonlight, standing upon her tomb, Nox stood the same way when they first met. She looked at Cirrus and smirked before sitting down on the side of her tomb. Hello, Cirrus. He already missed her voice. I am but an echo, so we cannot talk with one another, but, just know I will always find my way back to you. My body will serve as your blade to house the power that is Vesta, so be very careful not to break it. Her lips curl up into a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's a joke. Who can break something you've poured your heart and soul into? I'm sure all of those smithing gods are going green with envy. Ha 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 ha. Her voice was calming to hear, it brought tears to his eyes. But I wish to leave you with something, a last farewell before I am gone from your life for a while. As I said, I will follow you into death. It works both ways. Anyway, I'm getting off track. My last message to you is, a song. This is a rather short one I made on the spot, so listen closely and don't judge me. Ahem. The world has shifted and changed, Nox was dressed in a white and gold dress. You are my sunshine. In a world so dark and cold. But now we're parting ways. It feels like I'm losing my heart. Nox sang him a song that will only ever be heard by Cirrus, a song that is dedicated to the one she loved the most in the world. I'll cherish the love we had. And keep it close in my soul. Though we're saying goodbye. I'll never let you go. To Cirrus, the world fell away as he listened to her song. Every moment we shared is etched in my heart forever. I remember all the times we laughed and danced and sang. But now it feels like they're so far. With you gone, the music's gone. He doesn't want it to end, but all good things must eventually end. So goodbye my love. Until we meet again. Though we're apart. My love for you will never end, so carry on. The pain of loss erupts, and tears stream down his cheeks. Heek. 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 I hope you loved the song. I left one last message on the blade, etched into it. He looked at the white blade and found that it had hieroglyphs on the spine, similar to Belle's knife. The hieroglyphs read, "You are the first to save me. Cloud of the west wind. My soul is not with you, so I leave my body so it can be your strength. May you find more love and prosperity. I shall meet you again in a different vessel. May your brilliance illuminate the sky for me to find you quickly. Upon my name, Candidus Nox. I love you, Alcides Kutaisi." Cirrus smiles as tears fall on the blade. "There is still more," Vesta said, appearing behind him. "The red cloth." Cirrus grabs the clothes while wiping the tears from his eyes and reads them. It read, "Fuck shit up. Ha. Ha 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 ha." A big smile grows across his face as he grips the weapon tightly. The weapon's handle expanded to resemble a spear. Cirrus twirled the spear around and got into a stance. "Very well, Nox." The world falls away as the echo of Nox comes up to Cirrus and smiles. "I'll see you soon, my hero." She vanishes from his sight once more, and White Knight returns to its slumbering black state. Cirrus sheds even more tears with a smile. "Thank you for the song. Let me sing you one to repay you." Cirrus places both hands firmly on White Knight. Sing. White Knight is covered in a terrifying amount of electricity. With this new change to his magic, he had more flexibility to use it along with a different color besides yellow. Almost as if he wished to be that much closer with Nox, but his electricity turned white. However, he saw fit to use a single word similar to Ace's magic, but with even more freedom and difficulty. Crackle. 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 Bronte further enhances the electricity to where the flickers of electricity set things on fire and charged the air with static, along with ringing throughout Olympia. "Cirrus." Vesta spoke to him mentally. "Allow me to add to your song." She speaks the words to him that came to be from their contract. "Vesta, extermino." The red gem turns blue, and a blue flame covers White Knight before mixing with Cirrus' electricity. The two elements come together to form a blue geometric flame that acts like electricity. Wackle. 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 Cirrus' arm was encroached upon by the flame, which had reached his scar. It flows down it and engulfs his newly regained eye, turning it from silver to the same shade of blue as Vesta. The goddess's aspect has forged a union with the hero of the White Knight. Phew! Cirrus let out a warm breath. Vesta was euphoric, just like Nox and Circe before her. "This is nice." She spoke happily about this experience. "Now Cirrus. Put in some for Hecton, Circe, and Fafnir. If they were awake, they would have added to your send-off." That was the plan. He opened his stance and contorted their body. "Wake up, Nox." White Knight awakens, and the flame sprouts brilliant stars, emitting the night sky like smoke. "Dance once more upon the sky." Cirrus swings White Knight with a matchless speed and strength, cutting through the air and into the night sky in a towering spiral of geomaterial flame and stars. Whoosh! The clouds parted ways for the crescent moon to shine down upon the land with many spectators. The fires started by Cirrus were extinguished by the force of his swing. Boom! The sky exploded into a beautiful shade of blue, turning the dark sky into a beautiful shade of azure. Blue cinders fall like snow around Olympia. Ooh! Everyone holds out their hands as a cinder of blue lands in their hands and shatters into a spark of electricity before disappearing like vapor. His final farewell to his best friend and sister. With pain in his voice and watery eyes, he speaks softly and lovingly, looking up at the crescent moon, hanging in the sky. "Goodbye, Nox." The White Knight has sung her last hymn to her love, the hero she made and supported. Volume 3 Quest 298 Heroic Return. A few days later, after recovering, they returned to Orario. Malayan stayed behind with Hera. Belle and her discussed some stuff about his mother and aunt, but unfortunately, she knew nothing about his father. She refused to tell him. "Please. Can you tell me?" Belle said, looking at Malayan with curious and innocent eyes. "Okay. You have your mother's charm and your father's persistence. I suggest you stop asking about him. You are better off not knowing that poor excuse of a man." Lucky for him, Hera didn't get a chance to meet him. Malayan made sure of that. The Artemis and Hestia Familia leave together, with the Aphrodite Familia staying behind to help with the rebuilding. Circe and the others were still asleep, and there weren't enough horses, so Cirrus rode with Ai. "Stop it," Ai said as Cirrus was flirting with her bit. Artemis grew a bit jealous of them. Sirius. She gave him a look that said she, too, wanted to be spoiled. Next stop art, I promise, Sirius said, tickling AI. Haha. Stop it, Sirius. AI laughed. Orario's gate. They returned to a mountain of cheering from many gods and people, thanking them for their work. Applause. Cheering. Applause. Cheering. Applause. Cheering. Applause. Cheering. Applause. Cheering. Applause. Cheering. Do you like the cheering? Sirius said to Belle. It's nice. So many smiles. Belle said, taking in the praise. Yeah, enjoy it. It's a hero's welcome. I am not too keen on this, so I bid you farewell. Sirius disappeared from the group, as did most of the Artemis Familia, as they were away for too long. Sirius went to see Lenoa while the Familia that left took the day off to rest. Knock. Knock. Sirius enters her shop. Ah, Sirius. Nice scar, it makes you more manly. Lenoa said, reading a book. Did you summon Circe? I haven't had a headache in days. Thanks. I did. Right now she is sleeping, but, I have to tell you that she has changed a bit in about. Knocks. He took Circe out to show her mature appearance. They took her to her room to rest while Sirius told Lenoa what had happened to Knox. I see. She walks over to Sirius and hugs him. If you need anything, just ask, all right? I will. I'm sorry I have to leave, but you know. Yes. I will take care of Circe until she wakes up again. You just go and get settled. You're going to be a father soon, so I suggest you read up on childcare. Has word already spread? No, I overheard it when your wives came to Circe for a checkup. Ha, any advice on childcare? Yeah, I hope they are like you as a baby. You were a blessing given how quiet you were. I get some books and ask some people. Sirius took his leave. He walks through the alleyways where Fels appeared next to him. Fels. Sirius. I am sorry for her loss. They stop walking, and Fels puts their hand on Sirius' shoulder. We both knew what was going to happen. We even made wills, but, well, I ended up inheriting her stuff. Actually, I didn't mention it because I wanted to show you and Lord Aranos. Really? Then it can wait till tomorrow, for today you must rest. Your body and mind must be exhausted from so much traveling and events. Thank you. They hug and part ways. Moonlight Tower. There we go, Sirius said, putting White Knight in Nox's room. Sirius, said Vesta. Wouldn't it be wiser to leave my body in your shadow? It would, but this was Nox's room. Vesta looks around to find several musical instruments and sheets of music, along with various other jewelry, clothes, and a teapot on a stove. The room had everything a house would need. So will this be where you store White Knight? It will be. I mean, I can summon it to me, so even if it's in my shadow, it's always a chant away. Very well, but at least lay it on the bed so it can bathe in the sun and under the moonlight. That's fine. After putting White Knight in Nox's room, he goes back to his room where AI and Artemis were. Finally. Sirius said, flopping on the bed. A comfy bed. It is, AI said as she lay next to Sirius. Hey, Artemis said, as she lay next to him as well. Do you want your reward for reaching level 9? She said with a smile. AI then grabbed his arm and slipped under it. Do you? We can wear it for you. This could be the last time before I can wear it. Yeah, let's do it. They spent the day like newlyweds, again, indulging Sirius in his tastes. Late at night. Ugh. Hua. Artemis leaned over the bathroom sink, vomiting. I think I ate something bad, ugh. I knew I shouldn't have had another helping. She rinsed her mouth and brushed her teeth. She walked out to the balcony and took in the cool night air. Nope. I feel a bit off. She walks back inside and gently wakes Sirius up. Sirius slowly opens his eyes. Art? What's wrong? I think I ate something bad. Can you use your magic? Sure. Thika Panoplia, ... His armor was a bit more different, it was a beautiful hooded cloak that was like the sacred garments worn by the gods. The armor now had a rainbow pearlescence to it. Artemis' nauseating feeling dissipates as the armor wraps around her. I feel better. She said, getting back into bed. She gets under the covers as his armor fades away. She gets under Sirius's arm and snuggles in. The next day. Down in the room of prayer. So why did you ask to bring me here as well? Said Hephaestus, who was invited by Sirius. Well, I figured a smith god like you would appreciate it. Lord Aranos, as I said to Fels, I left something out when I reported what had happened, and this was it. Cirrus reached into his shadow and drew White Knight. Their eyes immediately widen upon seeing it. Wake up, Nox. Dot. The divine weapon turns white with hieroglyphs. They could see a radiance come off Cirrus that felt similar to Aranos and Astria, with his hair turning white at the ends. As Kali's tattoo grew up near his eye, his silver eye transforms into a radiant topaz. Oh, I forgot to mention Nyx actually blessed me with this silver eye, or, I guess, a topaz eye. There is, so much to process, Hephaestus said. But why do you have a veil like Nyx's? Hephaestus tried to touch his veil, but it had no texture, for it was more akin to light. You mentioned when you reached level 9 that an ability came up, said Auranos. What was it called? Sacred. Well, the divine weapon I will leave Hephaestus to that, but your aura it would seem to me that your soul has taken in my and Astria's arcanum along with some other influences like Cal's ichor in your tattoo and possibly some of Nyx through Nox. You are, in a sense, spiritually my and Astria's child, and, in a convoluted way, distantly related to Kali, Artemis, and Nyx. So what? I'm spiritually a god? Or half of one? Also, when you said I am distantly related to my wife, I got a layer of gross. I would assume half and do not worry about being related to Artemis, given how little of a foundation Artemis had, you could put it as third cousins twice removed. Also, does that aura appear when you wield White Knight? Half a god and I already have a convoluted family tree. I can answer that, Vesta said. The red gem glows, and a wisp of fire appears, taking form. Vesta, said Hephaestus upon first seeing her. How are you here? I split off from Hestia when she came to help Cirrus purify the flame, and in the process of that, he forged this weapon that serves as our contract in my body. So you used the flame as your forge, huh? No wonder it made the perfect body for an aspect of Hestia to inhabit. Using the flame would not be enough to host the aspect of a god. Cirrus came prepared with the material, one of which was the scales of the black dragon and even some metal from another world and various other materials that are too much to list. Hephaestus walks up to the blade and touches it. I see. Well, I have to say you truly take the cake as the best smith to have ever lived. I doubt anyone could reach this level of smithing and even forge a divine weapon in Gakkai. But what about these slots and gems? They are the magic stones of 2 spirits, but the red one is Vesta, while the yellow one was a farewell gift from Nyx, Cirrus said. She gave you one hell of a gift. Hephaestus looked at it with a keen eye. What is it? Aphrodite said it was Zeus's divine weapon, Bronte. Well, yes and no. You see, Bronte is more of a weapon set, so she, Nyx, gave you one, and I have to say you put it to use far better than Zeus ever could. I mean, you made a divine weapon stronger with another. Speaking of Nyx, said Auranos. How did you meet her? None felt her divinity on Gakkai. Well, when Artemis opened my status, I fell into a lull, and I found myself in a field of night flocks with a night sky and shooting stars. I looked around and found Nyx. Cirrus closes his eyes. Ah, when I first saw her, I felt true awe, like when I first met you, Lord Auranos. He opened his eyes again. She also resembled Nox, but with a darker color palette and a more mature appearance. Did she want anything? Or say anything? She simply brought my mind there to thank me for freeing Nox, and so she gave me the silver eye and that gem. After that, I came back, and I went to work again. She also said some stuff about the future, but I think she made those parts hard to remember. I see, that answers all of my questions. Hephaestus, and you wish to ask? Yet, was there any material, in particular, that was used in the production? Hephaestus said as she touched the blade. There is a material that is, not adding up. Nox, Cirrus said lowly. She said, a bit surprised. Nox, the grand spirit of the White Knight, said Vesta. She sacrificed her body to house the power of the flame and to save her master, which is also a reason I remain in the blade. None shall desecrate this weapon, as I am its watcher. I see. I am sorry for your loss. Hephaestus bows her head in respect. Vesta. Hephaestus looks at her. Are you sure of your Hestia's aspect? You look and sound more reliable. Unfortunately, yes. I do have a request. It was the reason I asked you to come, Cirrus said as the blade returned to normal, as did his appearance and aura. Do you think you can repair this? Cirrus takes out Gram. It was damaged when fighting Epimetheus, you know, the first hero of humanity who became immortal due to the flame and wielded Ethon. Oh, and could you make a sheath for White Knight? An impressive blade, said Auranos. To be able to hold its own with a divine weapon is impressive. I'll say. Hephaestus examines it while Cirrus holds it. Hard to say, but I think I can do it, if you let me examine that divine weapon of yours. I can make it a sheath in the process. She said with an excited face. Vesta. She is a friend, so I will allow it, but know that I won't allow anyone to use or swing me. She returns to the red gem. I'll bring it to your workshop tomorrow. Thanks. Hephaestus leaves the room of prayer with a pep in her step. Volume 3 Quest 298.11 Third God. Cirrus left the room of prayer and made his way toward Babel. That was informative, but I need to know exactly what happened to me. Freya can see my soul. I would have asked Circe, but she's still sleeping along with Hecton and Fafnir. Vesta, I like you to remain hidden. This goddess we are about to meet is the polar opposite of Hestia. Oh. She said, appearing on his shoulder. How so? Is she productive and hard-working? Well, she runs one of the strongest familias in the world, but she is a goddess of love. Oh. Her eyes widen. I shall remain hidden, but why do you wish to meet such a goddess? She can see the soul, and I want a finer understanding of it. Auranos said my soul has taken in his and Lady Astria's arcanum and now I am their spiritual child. I want to know how my soul resembles theirs, as an actual child would from their parents' genetics. I don't know how much the spirit Circe knows about you or even Nox, but when we forged the contract, I fully knew your history, even the fact that you were reincarnated. Given that veil, I assume Nyx must have invested in you to commit the crime of artificial moksha. That is something. How bad is the crime? You are to be slain 10 times. To a god who is immortal and will be reborn, that is equivalent to, well, a lot of zeros. We gave Artemis and Skadi, heaven's best hunters, the task a few times. I see. As for your previous question, Nox and Circe don't know my full history. They both, however, know how to speak English perfectly and even read it, even some other languages I knew. Passable Spanish and little Japanese. I see, so even a samsara contract wasn't enough to get past Nyx's veil. What of Hecton and Fafnir? Do they know? They do. When I went to talk with Fafnir after having Nox use her full magic on her, I saw Fafnir watching memories of my past life. Albeit some of it had been cured by Hecton and even then, some memories were inaccessible. That we do, Hecton said. I'm watching some right now. We also know how to read, speak, and write English. Fafnir said as she and Hecton popped out their mouth before returning to the shadows. Very interesting. Then I shall keep it secured. A secret between those loyal to you. But may I ask why you never spoke of this to Nox or Circe? They would be able to keep it to themselves. Well, at first, when I learned that gods actually exist and walk among mortals, I worried about what would happen to me if they found out I was much older than I looked. Then there was the day I killed my first person. You know that in the world I came from, the people are, soft, desensitized to violence and horrors. Yes, the humans in your world have advanced far enough to have escaped the food chain, and, with no monsters or even magic, the development of culture and technology boomed enough to forego your primitive ways. You could buy a chicken thigh cold across the country in a factory where they are stuffed with so many GMOs that they have overgrown into monstrosities against nature to keep up with human consumption. Yes, what you said. The average person could see death on TV, the news, and the internet, and just grow bored of it. When killing another person face to face as their life slowly bleeds from their face, it hits differently, you know. I was scared and on edge. My heart was racing so much that I feared it would beat out of my chest. My only thought was to run. To not get caught committing murder. I didn't know how justice would be enforced. And so you ran. You ran and ran with all of your vigor back to the surface and into a secret tunnel. Yes. Cirrus stops walking and looks to his left. Just a few feet from where I stand, the man from the modern world arrived at death's door in a pool of his vomit, with blood staining his broken spear, hands, and face. After that day, the man from the modern day was broken, yet he still clung to his old morality before stupidly thinking he could commit to war. How naive, no, not even that, how utterly, fucking stupid of him to think he would be far above the toll it takes on the person of one from such a soft world. Cirrus resumed his walk towards Babel. But it was thanks to that dose of reality that he finally died along with any grand aspirations, making Cirrus Zephyr, son of the foolish sage Fels, grandson of the witch Lenoa, the child of Auranos, to be finally born 8 years after being birthed. That is a bit of a cynical way of viewing your formative years. Even if you were reincarnated, you still had the mind of a child. That would have certainly played a larger role affecting you than you would think. He never thought of it like that. He never really thought of himself as a child, and he certainly never acted much like a child would. He could still remember the worries he made for Fels and Lenoa when he never cried and never made a fuss. He had to act out being a child to stop them from worrying. Maybe if he kept up his act and understood he was no longer an adult but a child now, that things would be different. But, how can one remain a child during those times? He was screwed either way. Maybe so, but... Cirrus stops walking again. He should have known better. How prideful could one be to think they were above trauma? That he was some chosen one that could walk it off. Well, given your history, you lived through the early stages of America's entropy. I mean, NFTs were a pretty big sign of late-stage capitalism. Why wouldn't you think you could bear through war trauma? I mean, you have seen so much violence, sex, and death that you actually grew numb to it. Your country is so steadfast in its gun culture that school shootings are normalized. Also technically you are sort of a chosen one. I refuse to accept I am a chosen one and I will not hear of it again. Very well. Vesta nodded, Sirius's tone was very firm on it. But anyway. What are you getting at? That I shouldn't blame my modern self for thinking he was better than everyone else just because he had the internet. What I am getting at is that it's not your fault you used to think that way. Killing in person is drastically different from killing with a gun or from a comfy seat piloting a drone. It was normal for you to have acted that way. How else were you supposed to have acted? Numb like a psychopath who can just kill and be fine with it. No. You are just a normal man. You never gotten into a fight until that day and you have never taken a life bigger than an insect. Think of the bandit you killed when you arrived in the Chaos Desert and those of the Chernobyl familia. Why were they different? The bandits had no better option than into banditry because of their environment, while the Chernobyl familia did it out of malicious intent. See? Even then, you had empathy for them and their struggle. You had empathy for the people of Zolingen. Sirius didn't really know what else to say. He remained quiet, digesting Vesta's words. Then what of my actions during my war campaign again, the Virida Familia? Vesta pondered on it but nothing came. I have no answer. Sirius smiles at her answer. Good answer. If you were to have justified by actions, I would have thought less of you. Sirius. Thanks for the impromptu therapy session, but I am good. I long dealt with and accepted my demons. Had you tried to justify my actions our time together would not be very pleasant. Yes. You certainly have faced your demons. Sirius resumed walking to Babel again. Vesta didn't go further than what they said. When they arrived at the top floor of Babel, Freya's room, the guards informed him that she was out, so he went to the top of Babel to wait. Whoosh. 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 Can you hear me? I can, telepathy is useful. Vesta said. Then why do you always pop up to speak? I wanted to see the world through my own eyes, so I took advantage of every opportunity. A nice reason. Have you enjoyed our time so far? It's very nice. But my range is 10 meters from you or White Knight. He continued to sit on the top with his eyes closed, enjoying the nice wind and sun. A while later. Lady Freya can see you now. Said a Freya Familia member. Thank you. He goes downstairs and enters her room. He finds her sitting on her red throne. Her gaze turns to him as he enters the room. Why did you wish to meet me? She asked with a sly smile on her face. You understand why I came, Sirius said, walking near the window and looking down onto the city. I'm sure you saw my soul from afar before I returned to the city. Phew, such sharp instincts. She gets up and walks to him. She places her hand on his back. Your soul is certainly far, far different from before you left. And now? It is like a deep blue fire that emits the boundless night sky filled with stars, similar to the divinity of Aranos and Astrea if they were mixed together. It is rather lovely, almost divine even. She gave him an almost seductive look with her purple eyes. Especially that silver eye. Is that so? Well, thank you for your time. He turns to her and bows. I must be going, I hope you find a way to be with Belle. She smiles. Thank you, and by the way, you and AI's child have a bright shine like you and her. You should be proud when that child is born. They will be very talented. That's nice to hear. Sirius leaves Babel and heads to the secret laboratory for a project he has been putting off for a while. Watching from above, Freya stares at Sirius's soul. How cruel. The strings of fate have finally laid their hands on a mortal. Freya said with a gloomy expression on her face. Thus is the price of becoming a bit like the gods. Down in the secret laboratory. Sorry I was gone for a while, Sirius said. It's fine, said Dionysus. I doubt having to purify the primordial flame was so easy. I also had some assistants here to help. Sirius looks as coming from the back room to see Philvis and Lefia walking out. We have brought the material, said Philvis. Yes, and it wasn't easy. Said Lefia. Her parents thought we were. Her face was blushing. To be honest, I thought you played on my side of the game if you know what I mean. Sirius said. What is that supposed to mean? Lefia shouted. Sirius looked at Dionysus, and they both exchanged looks. Well, shall we get to work? Let's. Wait. What do you mean? Philvis simply kept working as her face blushed. Moonlight Tower evening. Philvis wasn't able to get her father's DNA, but, maybe Dionysus can be a donor? Might as well and see so we can hit two birds with one stone. Cirrus thinks to himself as he walks into his room, where Artemis is sitting on the bed with AI. They both had a look on them that was surprised and worried. What's wrong? He asked. Cirrus AI said, turning to him. Artemis is I'm. She looked at him with surprise and wonder, along with some anxiety. With child. His brain went full silent. He had no idea what she meant when she said, with child. Even Artemis already showing signs was unexpected from how early it was. Could it be her biology as a god? Elpis? Numerous things needed answers that could not be asked or studied. Oh fuck, I'm getting dizzy. He leaned against the wall as he grabbed his head. I was the same when I started showing the symptoms, Artemis said, walking up to him. I even went to my ache and had him swear to never tell. I would have gone to Circe but she is still sleeping. What did he say? He confirmed my suspicions. While we had our little fun last night, I woke up and threw up. I noticed my hunger grew, and I just had this nauseating feeling all day before I went to my ache to see what was wrong with me. But how? Gods can't have children. The divine flame. Cirrus remembers his status. Orion Elpis. Having been exposed to the divine flame had some effects on Cirrus which were only fully realized due to Elpis. I had thought it was odd how your eye turned silver and why you have Orion and Elpis as a skill. She walked up to him. But after what you said, it seems Elpis gave you something unbelievable. She then hugged Cirrus. And I am happy that this unbelievable thing was a child. She presses her face against his chest, hugging him tightly as tears of joy stream down her cheeks. I never thought I would have one of my own. Cirrus could feel the shivers of joy and fear she had. He hugged her back, calming her and himself. We can't stay here. He spoke calmly. This is something that would truly shake the foundations of the world. A god having a child, a genuine child of their own blood was something that would shake the world to the core. Not only that but Cirrus himself would gain even more trouble from it. Then where are we going to go? AI asked. How about the north? I know a nice little village. Calm and quiet, peaceful. What about the familia? Asked Artemis. They can stay here, we can talk with Ganesha and Shakti. I need to talk with Rithusa and the others. Artemis looked up at Cirrus. AI, can you go meet with Shakti and Ganesha and tell them we will be away until our child is born? We leave Artemis out of it. I need to inform Auranos of her and her pregnancy. I understand, but, do we have to go so early? We can stay here for at least 2 months before the signs of pregnancy appear. We have until then. Until we leave, we have to keep this hidden from the public. They both nodded. But first. He walks over and flops on the bed. I need some sleep. The news really took a lot out of me. I think I lost strength in my legs from how nervous I am. Yes, Artemis said, sitting next to Cirrus. There have been too many things happening. Say if you're now pregnant. Wouldn't that mean Cirrus will have to wait on us? AI said, looking at Cirrus. Phew. The next day. So that is what happens, Cirrus said to Auranos. This truly will shake the world, Fel said. I understand, said Auranos. This is unprecedented. Where do you plan to go? A village up north. It's very quiet and in the countryside, so I doubt anyone would find us unless something major happened. We don't plan on going anywhere soon, but I will be going there to build a home that we will stay until the children are born. Very well. The guild will report that you return to Yamato for business. Should anything happen, we will call you. Thank you, Lord Auranos. Cirrus bows and takes his leave. Cirrus quickly arrives in the northwest section of the city and enters Hephaestus's workshop. So you're here? Hephaestus said, with a smile on her face. I said I would, and it's nice to see you again, Tsubaki, Eupheme. He nods. Cirrus, Eupheme said, walking up to him. I have heard your eye turned silver, but I thought Lady Hephaestus was joking. She placed a hand near her eye. I am fine, truly. Now for the weapon in question. Cirrus handed Eupheme, Gram, sheathed. Oh, it's pretty heavy. Be careful with it, that's a damned cursed blade. Hey uncrowned, why don't you fix it? Tsubaki asked. You're a talented blacksmith. I am afraid cursed weaponry isn't my strongest suit. I need more knowledge and experience in it to try and fix an heirloom, so why not let Hephaestus herself fix it up? So you're too afraid to fix it, huh? Well, so long as you're paying for it. I am. Oh, and one last thing. Vesta, dot. He holds out his hand, and from his magic circle, a flame comes out, taking the shape of a familiar weapon. Cirrus grabs it, and the flame bursts out into embers, revealing a black blade. Tsubaki and Eupheme's eyes widen as they examine the blade. They can see the craftsmanship of the blade and its design. But they found something more, special about it. Tsubaki, Eupheme, this is his magnum opus, the divine weapon, White Knight. Hephaestus's words entered their ears, and they filled their hearts with joy. I should warn you that she is very picky about who can hold or touch her, Cyrus said, as he found a sword stand and put White Knight there. I need to get going. See ya. Cyrus takes his leave. Lady Hephaestus, did he really? He did. She cut off Tsubaki. But I'm sure the price for it was something he wouldn't pay again for it. Eupheme didn't hear Hephaestus as she stared at the blade. She got a strange feeling from it that she couldn't place. Come on, let's get to work. Eupheme, come on. Alright. Coming. She goes to work, but she glances at the weapon one last time before returning to the forge. 3 days after Cyrus left Gram for repair. Eupheme stares at the divine blade. Why do you feel so familiar? She asked while on break. You human. Said Vesta in a disembodied voice. Eupheme stood up, surprised. Don't be surprised. I am the blade talking to you. I remained silent because I figured you blacksmiths would ask me several bothersome questions. How do I know I'm not delusional from working for 3 days? You can't, but can you tell me how you're related to Cyrus? Answer me, and I may indulge you with a question. I am his smith, I've been his smith since he was 7. He holds you close to his heart, like that of close friends. Seems right. Now, can you tell me, what is that familiar feeling I get when I look at you? White Knight was made from a selfless sacrifice. Your goddess mentioned he paid a price he never wished to pay again, and that one could be said to be his other half, Nox. What? Eupheme's face was shocked. It would seem you were also close to her, it seems, worry not, she is contracted to Cyrus, and she will return to his side even. How is he holding up? She said, grabbing the weapon. Her face was teary-eyed. It shocked Vesta to see this smith, who was usually so expressionless, so close to tears. He has gone through his grief and accepted it, but I suggest you worry more about his heirloom. It is of high value to him. Fine. She removed her hands and wiped the tears. I'll make it so damn good it won't lose to your edge. I wish to see you try. Eupheme returns to the forge with fire in her eyes. I will make sure you won't lose another thing, Cyrus. She is a kind girl. A friend who would shed tears for you is one I will allow to hold you once more. Nox. Thought Vesta. Given the time frame Nox could. Well, if I was Nyx, what better child than a demigod? Volume 3 Quest 299 Another Goodbye. December in Orario. Phew. Cyrus lets out a white breath. So much fucking snow. How is it possible for a city to have this? We aren't even anywhere north. It's a mystery, Heavenly Crown. Said Rethusa, helping clear the snow. Why are you using my new title? Because it's something I, as your familia member, am very proud of. Whatever you say, Alpha. So are you going today? She asked. We are. I already went and built the home and got most of the furniture for the home already set. You sure you don't want to come? Nah, someone has to keep this place warm till you get back. Besides, we have the other familias to rely on in case anything bad happens. That's good, seriously, this is taking too long, sing. His magic circle appeared as quickly as his white lightning, melting all the snow and evaporating the water. So what are you gonna name my nephew or niece? Rethusa said, leaning on the shovel. That's a surprise, so you just have to wait and see. How fortunate that Aranos allowed Artemis to use her arcanum to hide, you know. Yet. Never seen her so stiff before. How lucky Lady Artemis is the goddess of the hunt. It made it easier to hide and blend in. Anyway, I need to go say my farewells. Alright, see ya. Cyrus's first stop was Eupheme's workshop, which is the closest. Oi. Euph. Cyrus said, entering. Cyrus, she said, working on other orders. Why are you here? The only time you are here is for. She looked at him. Are you leaving again? I am. I told you before, Euph. Probably in one ear and out the other. How long? Don't know. I have gotten updates from Kushida, but who knows how much stuff I have to do. I am always a call away. He said, putting an Achilles on her table. I know. Just tell me, alright? I wanna come and see the kids. I'll be sure to tell you. See ya, Euph. Cyrus' next stop was the Hearth Manor. Cyrus opened the gates and entered the familia premises. He could see the improvements to the home that his familia paid for. Knock. Knock. The door opens to reveal Belle. Oh, Cyrus. Belle, I came here too. Cyrus, come in. Said Malayan. During their stay in Olympia, after learning that Bel was Meteoria's son, she wished to help and train Bel and the rest of his familia. That is, of course, part of the reason. The real reason was to stay in Orario and try to get closer to Cirrus. Ah, no, really, She grabbed his coat and dragged him in while wrapping her arms around him. Come in, it's freezing, she said, smiling. Seeing how kind Hestia was also a large bonus, along with converting over to Hestia, the Hera familia was now fully disbanded. Not that Hera cared anymore. But seeing Hestia interact, she found that despite how lazy she was at times, she was still lovable. Thus, she took note of several things about her, one of which was her hospitality. Oh. K. They arrived in their living room, where everyone was lounging around. Ah. Sora. Lily came up to him. Hey there, Lily. He patted her head. Lord Hakukumo, said Mikoto and Haruhime. Do you want some green tea? Asked Haruhime. No, I just came here to say my farewells. Oh? Where are you going? Asked Malayan. Yeah, where? Asked Hestia. Yamato, some business came up, so I'm heading back to settle it. Are you really going to leave your pregnant wife too? Quiet, you bum goddess, said Vesta, appearing. He is obviously taking them with him. He is a busy person. Why you? Hestia got up and walked to Vesta's chibi form. You're lucky I can't touch you. Vesta could temporarily gain physical form, but it would require some usage of Cirrus magic. Thankfully. I would be worried if you could infect me with your laziness, she said in a snarky tone of voice. Gah. You little minx. You know we are the same, yes. Then why do you insult us? Because, you lazy bum, I have the brain power to recognize the subtle differences that differentiate us. You do not. Why you? They started to insult one another. So, how long will you be away? Asked Welf. I don't know, probably at most a few months. Then the next time we see you, you will be a father, right? Lily said. That's right. He looked at her with a warm smile. Well, I must bid you all farewell. He removed his hands from Malayan's grip. Vesta, stop arguing with yourself. She simply turned and left Hestia back at Cirrus's side. That's right to leave. Like the traitor that you are. Hestia shouted at Vesta. I am returning back to White Knight, Cirrus. Talking with my old self drains a lot out of me. Vesta turned and smirked at Hestia when she burst into cinders, disappearing. You. Ugh. Cirrus, bring out HMMF. Belle covered Hestia's mouth. Goodbye, Cirrus, said Belle. I hope everything goes well. I can say the same. His next stop is the hostess of fertility. Cirrus, said Ryuu, coming out from the back. Ryuu. Are you here to say your farewells? I am. I've been going around saying my goodbyes. I see, but tell me how long. She fidgeted a bit. Do you think you will be away? To tell you the truth. Cirrus then threw some sound eaters around. I will be away till the baby is born, I'm also not going to Yamato. Then where? Up north, in a village, I found it on my travels. Belle actually knows where it is. Is that so? Then I will come when the baby is born. You still have the Oculus, right? I'll be sure to tell you. Thank you and. She comes up to him and hugs him. I wish everything goes well. Cirrus was a bit surprised by her hug. Thank you, Ryuu. Cirrus hugged her back before he left. As soon as Cirrus was out of sight, she returned inside, where Seer was looking at her. Ryuu, Seer said, looking at Ryuu's lost and disheartened expression. I should have confessed back then. In the Gnosis. She curled up into her fists. You still can, Ryuu. You just. I have decided, Seer. She slowly bottles up her feelings and puts on a calm face. I will confess when we reclaim the bodies of the Astera Familia. She walks past Seer to return to work. No matter how long it takes. Watching her leave, Freya couldn't help but feel bad for her. That won't do. I'll need to break that bottle. She followed Ryuu back inside. I wonder how Galatea is faring. Cirrus then went to Lenoa's shop. Lenoa. Circe. I'm here. Cirrus said, entering the shop. No need to shout. Said Lenoa. I know you're leaving. Circe. Yeah. She shouted, coming out from the back. Coming out from the back was Circe, with a more adult appearance with short hair like Twilight and a comfortable attire with a brown shawl, long black skirt with slippers, and a plain white shirt. Circe. How's the bigger body? Annoying, I spent lifetimes in my cute, small body, and now I get this body. Honestly, the amount of stares I get is disturbing. Yet, I made this since I figured your new body would draw unwanted attention. From his shadow, a red witch's hat popped out with silver trim. Ooh. She said, grabbing it. What does it do? She asks as she puts it on. It diverts the eyes, so say I'm looking at you. My eyes would fall onto something else without me knowing. Thanks. Oh, right, you are leaving today, yes. I am. That is why I am here. Well, here. She comes up to him and hugs him. Make sure you take care, okay. She stepped back and handed him a large book. This is a book on pregnancy and parenting. I had Anansi make it along with this you asked for a while back. She hands him a green-covered book with the words Monsters of the Old World on the cover. Ah, I knew I forgot something, thank you. He nods his head. I will be sure to summon you when it is time to deliver. You better. I've been learning medicine from my ache. Cirrus returns home. He enters his room to find Ai and Artemis waiting. Are you ready? Ai said. I am. You didn't miss anything. Nope. Said Artemis. We checked everything and paid the taxes in advance. Then shall we get going before night comes? They walk up to the rooftop in winter clothes. Fafnir. Fafnir emerged from his shadow, a dragon with scales as black as the night, blue lines along the scales' edges, and wings that shine with the night sky. Her eyes changed as well, with a more psychedelic look to them and a cascading kaleidoscope of colors, with now only a singular pair, the pupils had a cross-shaped appearance to adjust for the optimal perception of depth. Her body had also significantly changed, becoming sleeker. Lady Ai, Lady Artemis. She said, lowering her head. Cirrus helps them get on, he gets on behind them. Thika Panoplia, Ethon, a brown feathered mantle covers Cirrus, which he covers Ai and Artemis with, protecting them from the cold wind. Let's go. With a single flap of her wings, Fafnir was already high in the air, and with another, she was already out of the city limits and heading north. The speed at which she flies is terrifying, like a streak of darkness devouring the light in its path and pushing the clouds away as if they were waves in the sea. After about 30 minutes of flight, Fafnir lands. They get off to find themselves near a wagon with 2 horses and a handsome bald man with red eyes wearing a black suit. Sir, the wagon and horses are ready, Hecton said. Hecton also had a change. This was just the first time he chose to use his human form. Thank you. You can return if you wish. Very well. He walks over to Cirrus. Lady Ai, Lady Artemis. He bows before returning to his shadow. I shall go as well, said Fafnir, melting back into the shadow. So are we gonna ride into town? Said Ai. Of course, it would be odd if we suddenly appeared. I mean, talking with the village head and buying the land was one thing, but I rather not just show up with 2 pretty ladies out of nowhere. He is right, Artemis said, getting in the back and grabbing some blankets. You are riding, though. I thought that was a given? There should be stuff to keep you warm. Well. Ai said from the driver's seat. Let's get going. Artemis, seeing what Ai did, also got up to the driver's seat, leaving only a spot in the middle open. Well, you heard Ai, get up here and keep us warm with your armor. Artemis said, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets. Where is that huntress I fell in love with all those years ago? Cirrus gets up on the wagon and sits between them, wrapping them with his armor. She used to shrug off the cold and wear fur right off the animal. That huntress is right here, Artemis said, snuggling in close. Artemis got more deadly the more spoiled she became, Ai said, also snuggling in close. I agree. She is terrifyingly cute. After 10 minutes, they were already in the village. They could see villagers plowing the snow away and them waving back. It's always interesting to see people act differently when they know you're not a god. Said Artemis, hiding her divinity. This is a pretty nice and quiet place. Said Ai, looking around. Where did you find it? This is Belle's home village, just so you know. Ah, when you left Orario out of nowhere. I'm very proud, Cirrus. You left no trail leading here. Artemis said while resting her head on his shoulder. I can't wait to see this place when the snow is gone, Ai said, also doing the same. The villagers watched as they flirted along the long road. Volume 3 Quest 299.5 Nix and Nox. Heaven. Sitting around a table in the field of night, Phlox, Nox and Nix were conversing with one another over cake and tea. Then I caught Artemis in a bunny outfit trying to spice things up. Ha ha ha. Nox laughed boisterously, with a cup of tea in hand and a slice of cake on her plate. Oh. Oh, then there was Valentine's Day when she tried to make chocolate but used meat and thyme with chocolate and it somehow exploded. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Nix also laughed to match her daughter. I never would have imagined love would hit Artemis that hard to make her wear a bunny outfit and try to make chocolate for Valentine's Day. It's pretty hard to imagine, right? You know how Cirrus and her met, right? I have seen the first meeting with my divine mirror. Oh? What else have you seen? You said you saw me and Cirrus when we were in bed. I have seen bits and pieces. I can't always watch you and I tried to avoid any moments where you or anyone is naked. What? You don't want to see what you gave me. Look at this. Nox put her cup down and turned her head towards the new voice within Nyx's domain. Ugh, you. Why are you here, you loser? Nox turned back to Nyx, away from Erebus. That is really harsh. Erebus said in a joking manner, walking up to the table of spirit and goddess and making himself a seat, and sitting down. Nyx, your child isn't as kind as you. Spending eons in a fucking tomb does that to someone. Nox retorts. Why is he here, Mom? Nox gets her fork, takes a piece of her cake, and eats it. He is a very close friend. After Astria sent him back here, he has been helping me to streamline heaven. Nyx replied, taking a sip of her tea. Not an easy task, if I say so myself. Erebus said. Nox noticed Erebus made a quick exchange of glances with Nyx, but she didn't respond. It was the same glance that was shared between Cirrus, AI, and Artemis. Erebus, have you worked on asterisk? I have Nyx, I just asterisk. The sound faded off for Nox as if they hit her with a flash grenade. Nox slowly turned her head towards Erebus. Asterisk Erebus looked at Nox and smiled. Nox? Asterisk Nox. Nyx said, noticing Nox blankly staring at Erebus. Nox, are you paying attention? The ringing in her ears had stopped when she came down with a realization. Nox stands up and takes a step towards Erebus and grabs his collar. Oh. Hey Nox. What ya doing? Erebus said, putting on a forced smile. Nox's eyes widen as she grip tightened and she bared down on Erebus with a gaze that would make Hera proud. Did you fuck my mom? Nox said with anger and tears held back. What? Erebus said with a bit of fear of what was coming. Nox's eyes grew more with anger. Did you fuck my mom? She said with as much restraint as she could. What do you mean? Erebus sweat bullets. Aryu. Did you fuck my mom, Erebus? Erebus shakes his head. Did you fuck my mom? I. Did you fuck my mom, Erebus? Nox's tone grew more hostile and insane. Did you fuck my mom? And no I. Did you fuck her? Did you fuck my fucking mom? Erebus shakes his head furiously. Did you fuck my mom, Erebus? He didn't, Nyx said, enjoying the sight of Erebus squirming. Oh. Nox let go of his collar and slowly sat back down. Good. If he. I was the one who fucked him. He looked so cute and happy when he returned. I thought, maybe he has gotten better, he didn't. Too busy larping as a dark, evil figure. I'll kill you. Nox leaped from her seat at Erebus and bit his neck. Rrrrrrrrrr. Gaah? She's biting my neck. Help me. Nyx. Erebus pleaded while Nyx remained in her seat. Sippa. What a nice day. Nyx smiled as she ate a bit of her cake. Ah! Nox shouted with blood in her mouth, punching Erebus. Nyx glanced at the two, and her lips curled even more. Ah, my little girl is so grown up. She then looked at Erebus. He looks a bit cute, all bloodied. Nyx. Help. She's just like Cirrgak. Erebus shouted at the top of his lungs before Nox got her hands wrapped around his neck. I'll castrate you, you son of a bitch. Then I'll shove it down your fucking throat and choke you with your intestines. Nox shouted with anger in her eyes, choking out Erebus. Good times. Nyx takes another sip of her tea. This continued until Erebus left Nyx's domain. He only ever came back after it was time for Nox to reincarnate. Volume 3 Quest 299.6 Last leg in the journey. Deep in the dungeon. So how are the others? Said Nys. Their progress is speeding up, said Revis. What do you think? Great sprite of time, Miku. Sitting down with her feet crossed, Miku is a beautiful woman who has faded out white hair and orange eyes with lustrous black skin, even under the dim glow of the crystals. Soon, said a soft, lovely voice. The time of their birth has accelerated greatly due to the spreading of the primordial flame, which was corrupted by humanity. How long is the time frame? Asked Nys. 20 years. 20 years. Nys and Revis shouted. That can't possibly be correct. Revis shouted out of character. That is what I foresaw, the spreading of evil which will revive the black beasts, which dominate the land and sea. All the while reawakening the slumbering ruler of the sky, the black dragon. All in 12 years. They remained quiet upon her words. And what of Cirrus? Asked Knees. I do not know. Reading the future is not exact. The flow of time is always flowing and changing. Then how did you know when the grand spirits will come and when those monsters will walk the surface again? Said Revis. Much like the cycle of day and night, the sun will always rise and fall with the moon and the black beasts return, it is inevitable, a constant no matter what path one will take. TCH. I'm going to hunt. I will go as well. They both leave Mika behind as she closes her eyes. Cirrus. It would seem you will father the hero who will slay her. Fufu, I can't wait to see you, the dungeon-conquering hero. It is a shame I won't get to see you, Cirrus Zephyr, the hero of Elpis, the demigod progenitor. A smile streaks across her face as she falls into meditation. Far away in the frontier. Huff. Huff. I can feel it. Strong poison. Wu dressed in stolen clothing and bags of food, water, and magic stones. Her appearance is more like that of a vagabond who hadn't had a shower in years. She trudged along the wilderness until eventually making it out to an open cliffside overlooking a land filled with ash trees and a massive one in the distance. Underneath the tree, there is a castle built of stone and wood in a town surrounded by stone walls. There, she says, closing her eyes, and she could detect a faint odor of poison in the air. This one would surely outclass the ashes of the behemoth in the spring of life. Clack. Wu turned behind her to see an arrow shaft melting away from her poisoned skin. She looks to find a hunter. My lucky day. In the heavens Nyx's eyes are filled with stars, countless and boundless. So, did you see what is to come next? Said Erebus, standing behind her. Her eyes slowly lost their striations, and only her topaz eyes remained. His journey is finally on its last leg, Nyx said. He truly. What are we talking about here? A year or two? Maybe even a few. It will be a while. He still needs to sire the phantasmal hero and the dungeon-conquering hero. Only then could he fill the last chapter of his story. So, what? 5 or so years. Somewhere around 12 to 13 years. You interrupted me while I was in my trance. Maybe I should have waited a bit more before I reincarnated Nox, so she can thrash you around some more. She said it with a sharp glare in her eyes. I can see the family resemblance. Both of you are rough. But just over a decade, hey? You sure he won't have a few more kids? I am sure. His time rising his first 2 will be a valuable lesson for him. Then there are the strings of fate now, having a firmer grasp on him. Can I get a little prophecy? Like who these kids will turn out to be? My, you are even worse than I imagined, Erebus. You wish for her spoilers. By this point, yeah, I kinda do. Very well. Listen closely, the moonlight shall illuminate many worlds and indoctrinate those from foreign lands. A mystery will discover the truth beyond comprehension and leave a nightmare with madness in their eye. A mountain goat shall end the god's secret and honor the promise between the fairy touched by wind and the emperor graced by night. Unlike the rest of their younger siblings, the noble sword is not bound by fate, for the noble sword's path is infinite, paved by the love and wisdom of their parents. I got, like, some of that. Obviously, the noble sword is Cirrus's firstborn, the moonlight is Artemis' kid, and then the mountain goat has to be Ryu and Cirrus' kid, right? I doubt, from what I saw, that he would hook up with that Nephilim. And for the mystery. Ah, fuck. I don't know. Can I ask if the order is by birth? Something along those lines. Thinking about it, doesn't the oldest get a bit screwed over? I mean of the 3 siblings after them, one would be 2/3 god and 1/3 human, and the other 2 siblings would be quarter god because of Cirrus's soul. It is fate that placed 3 of the 4 siblings on this path. Albeit the younger siblings are the reason the noble sword will get involved. TCH, fate. That ruins everything, it ruins the fun, it ruins the result, and it ruins the greatest thing about the mortals. Erebus spoke with a face full of disdain. And what of Nox? She was here for what? A few days or so before you reincarnated her. She is going to be by Cirrus's side. You know we must honor our children's pledges. Of course, but to think you would put her in with Erebus, do you have a problem with my choice? Of course not. But the child will be even stronger than Cirrus before his taking in half of Elpis. That is the point, Erebus. Her child will be the eye of many, and Artemis cannot keep her child safe forever, nor could she stop her child's curiosity about the unknown. And from these dives into unknown worlds from beyond the stars, they could build the strength to be the vanguard for humanity along with the mystery. Ha! If only cows would let us do it. We have spoken with cows, and they agreed the primordials will have their own children, the same as those on Gakai. Shouldn't we be calling it by its name now? After all, it's going to have a name soon. Nyx smiles ear to ear. Yes. We should finally call it. Nyx kneeled and plucked the cloud-shaped green flower. Elysia, the world where Elysium lives. Adulthood End, Volume 3 complete. Final volume, Elysium. Interlude Month 2, December. After riding for a while, they arrive at their home. It was a slightly large cottage made of wood and stone. It was rather simple looking, but homely. Wah! It looks nice, said AI. Yes, very warm, Artemis said. It should be fully furnished. Right, Hecton? I did, sir, he said from one of his mouth's sincerest shadows. They head inside to find it furnished. It's a bit cold, AI said. Being pregnant has really done more to me if this cold is getting to me. I'll start the fireplace. Sing, dot. A bolt of lightning shoots from his finger and ignites the wood in the fireplace. Crack. Whoosh. You two can warm up by the fire. I'll go set everything up. Hecton, can you make sure if they need anything you can? I am on it, sir, he said, emerging from his shadow. While Cirrus put all their stuff away, AI and Artemis sit by the fire, warming themselves up. Nice and toasty, said Artemis. Lady Artemis, Lady AI, if you both wish I can make some light snacks. Hecton asked. Oh, you can cook, Hecton, said AI. I can. I have watched Sir Cirrus and all of you cook before. Then could we get some cookies and tea? Very well. I'll be back soon. Hecton goes to the kitchen. While he left, AI gets up. Oof, it's really strange to move like this. I am sure we will get used to it. Are you going to explore the house? I am. You wanna explore too? Help me up first. The two would explore the home a bit more. They found it empty, but they figured they could always fill it up over time. It was a home ready to be painted and decorated with their soon-to-be larger family. Oh, this is the master bedroom, hey. AI said, walking in. Oh AI, Art. Do you like the room? Cirrus said, fixing the dresser, having noticed it was a bit wobbly. Artemis lay on the bed. It's very nice. Are we gonna decorate the house? Yeah, I figured this could be like our little vacation home with the kids. We would slowly fill it up with memories and stuff. If expeditions and paperwork don't kill me. That sounds wonderful. I can see it now. Sit. AI said as she lays down as well. Cirrus goes and lays between them. They both get closer to him. Cirrus puts his arms around them in a cozy little snuggle. We can spend days like this. Not having to worry about the familia or business or anything. Said AI. Yes. It will be like those early days before starting the Kyujino family. Artemis said. Peace and quiet. Fuck, I wanna retire. Lady AI, Lady Artemis. The tea and cookies are ready. Hecton said by the door. While AI and Artemis went to have their snack, Cirrus got back up and resumed working. Whoosh. Vesta appeared on his head. You know Cirrus, I noticed you always work. I even asked Hecton about this. Yes, I'm a workaholic. What about it? Nothing. Just be careful around elevators. Is it really that bad? It's worse than that. Fafnir, don't you agree with me? Fafnir's mouth appeared in the shadow of Cirrus' wrist. While I have not been with you for long, Master, I haven't seen you relax for more than a day. I would refer to your private time with your wives as relaxation, but even then you were putting in work, so to speak. Cirrus finished fixing the dresser and sits on the bed. Hey. He looked out the window to see snow gently falling. Fafnir, wanna have a snowball fight? Fafnir immediately emerged from his shadow wearing a thick winter coat. Let us go, Master. Vesta, what say you? Cirrus, if you would allow me. Go ahead. Whoosh. Vesta burst into a larger fire. After the fire died down, Vesta emerged wearing a winter coat as well with a beanie and thick fur boots. Cirrus, I apologize if I took a bit out of your mana. Vesta slightly lowers her head in apology. It's fine. With how much I have, it's barely a dent. So, Cirrus walks to the door while Fafnir and Vesta follow. You wanna make defenses before we begin, or what? 2 hours later. Watching from the porch were AI and Artemis. They sure are having fun. Said Artemis, sitting on a rocking chair covered in blankets and sipping on hot tea. I wish I could have joined. It's not fair. AI said, also sitting down on a rocking chair covered in blankets and sipping tea. In the front yard Cirrus, Fafnir and Vesta engage in a fierce battle of snowballs. Huff. Huff. You damn lizard. Human. Vesta shouted with 2 snowballs in hand, ready to be thrown. Huff. Huff. Come aspect. Fafnir gloated at her as she makes more snowballs with her hair. Come on, master. You're slacking a bit. Huff. 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 That is because you two fucking double-teamed me. Plus Vesta, you just melt the fucking snowball before it even hits and you Fafnir fucking cheat, using your hair to take in the snow on the ground and make like infinite ammo. Cirrus said, sweating. Then this will be the last shot. Fafnir shouted as she held her arm out and her hair extended upwards. A giant snowball comes out of her hair and into her hands ready to be slammed and dunked into someone. Fine by me. Vesta puts her two snowballs together and gathered more snow. One last attack. Cirrus shouted, also gathering snow. After 2 minutes, they all stood looking at one another intensely. They stood ready to throw. Cirrus swore he could hear the song from the final duel in the good, the bad and the ugly playing. Trumpets off in the distance. Glance Vesta looked to Cirrus, then to Fafnir. The guitars began to slowly get strummed and increased in pace before settling down, and trumpets entered. Glance Fafnir looked to Vesta, then to Cirrus. Once the trumpets played their moment, the guitars returned, and vice versa. Glance Cirrus looked to Fafnir, then to Vesta. They all stare at one another as sweat began to slowly form on their foreheads as the snow trickled down. Then the trumpets returned with a triumphal tone with low vocals supporting it. The three of them then aimed and threw. H-A-A-A. Ra. Cha. Then only silence remained. Interlude Month 3, January. January 3rd, early in the afternoon, Cirrus cleans the snow. Phew, a warm white breath leaves his mouth. So much snow. He shovels the snow away. Sir, if you wish, I can help if you want. Said Hecton. Yeah, master, I could melt the snow for you. Said Fafnir. No, I don't want to have you both be my arms and legs. There is something to working hard and building up a sweat. Crunch. Crunch. Cirrus looks up to see an older-looking man coming up the snow-covered path. Hello there, neighbor. How's it going? He shouted, waving at Cirrus. Oh, hey there. Cirrus waved back. The man came up to Cirrus. My name is Dave, I live just, He looks behind. Around, yeah, about 2 farms down and 3 to the left. Oh, you're the farm owner near the town, hey. That I am. I just came up here because we haven't really seen you in town much. Thought something happened. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't go and introduce myself. Busy with the house and everything. I see. How are the wives? Good. But they're not fans of the cold weather. Well, that's a shame. These times are rather cold. Yeah, they are a bit chilly. Oh, my name is Cirrus. Cirrus extends his hand. Ah, Cirrus. It's good to meet you. Dave goes and shakes Cirrus's hand. He notices Cirrus has a firm grip, but his hands are neither too soft nor too rough. The same to you, Dave. Say, do you and your wives want to come to town? We are thinking of holding a little party to celebrate some new people in the village. Unless you're working on something. Oh? You would do that for us? Sure. Not every day we get new blood here. The last ones were Jurgos and his grandson Bell. I heard he is doing well for himself. Have you heard anything about it? Last we got was he won a war games or something. Oh yeah, a bit. He's doing well for himself. That's good. We still kept his old home intact. We figured if Bell doesn't find success, there was always a place for him here. Even if his grandpa died and the pain of his loss is still felt in that home. Well, I'll be sure to come along later today. My wives are pregnant, so. Truly? But you're so young. Yeah, I'm 22. 22, and with 2 beautiful wives? You're even more of a player than Ol Jurgos Ilu Hawat. Haha. Yeah. Well, it was nice to meet you, Dave. We'll come down in a bit, maybe when the sun sets or something. I should have this snow cleared up. Sure thing. See you then. After he had left, Cirrus went back inside. AI. Art. I met one of the neighbors. I think I can make more guy friends. Later, when the sun was setting, the people of the village all gathered at a little party with a large bonfire in the middle of the village. Oh, I see them coming. Said one villager. They could see them coming down the road, hand in hand. These shoes you made make it a breeze to walk. AI said. Yes, with the weight off my feet, it's amazing. I can move a bit like how I used to. Said Artemis. Hello, they're neighbors. The village shouted. Oh, hello there. AI shouted and waved back. They were welcomed with open arms, warm food and alcohol-free drinks. To Cirrus's surprise, there are some rather young people in the village. Some were about 3 years older, and some 3-year-old kids were running around. So what are your names? Asked the women of the village as they surrounded AI and Artemis. My name is AI. And my name is Art. Artemis chose to go by art as she has a sort of fame in small villages like these. So, just to be safe, she went with an alias. My, you are both so beautiful. Tell us, how did your husband manage to land you two? Hum. They looked at them, wanting answers. Well, it's a lengthy story, said Art, a bit surprised at how fierce the look the women had. For Cirrus, he hung with the guys. Chug. 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 Ah. Cirrus finished a barrel of alcohol. Is that all you got? Woohoo. They all had their fun nights. So how'd you like your steak? Said Joseph, a cow farmer in the village. Medium rare, Cirrus replied with a mug of beer in hand. Good man. Said Roth, the village head. I knew you had a taste. God damn it, Roth, the best steak is medium well. Said Matthew, another farmer. Every day I know your cooking steak medium well brings a tear to my eye, Joseph said, shaking his head slowly. Come on. It's not as bad as Lambert's. He cooks his well done. Everyone looks at Lambert, a man with black hair and blue eyes. I ain't gotta explain myself. He said it proudly. Lambert, would you kindly leave this party? Roth said. Fuck off. Ned eats his rare. Everyone looked back to see Ned, a man with brown hair and eyes, eating a rare steak with the juices dripping down. That isn't right, Cirrus said, looking away at the horror. Tisk, tisk. Everyone looked away at the sight. Hey. Come on. It's not that bad. Ned said. Can you pass the salt and pepper? Cirrus asked. We only have salt. Said Joseph. God damn it. Do you guys sell pepper or have any? While Cirrus was with the men, Artemis stepped away from everyone. Ha. She takes a second for herself. They are rather tiresome, aren't they? Said a woman with a chest that reminded Artemis of Demeter. Hello. Sorry I don't think we met. Artemis holds her hand out. I'm Art. Phew. I'm Gloria. I own the farm just 2 farms down with all the vegetables and fruits. Ah, I see. Yes, well, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Your husband, Cirrus. He is an adventurer, right? Artemis remained stone-faced. What gave you that idea? Well, I met him some 7 years ago. He was a rather cute young man with the most adorable owl on his head. I asked because he asked for Jurgos when he came. Ah. I see. Was it Jurgos that tipped you off? Yes, that man was persistent, as his words were charming. But he has some rather loose lips while trying to impress me. He said he was once part of the Zeus familia. Phew. Can you believe that? That is certainly something. God's fucking damn it, Zeus. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I'll do a better job than that, gentlemen. I am sure there is a reason Cirrus left, right? He wished to leave the hustle and bustle of the city, right? Yes, we left to spend time together. And the fact that I'm pregnant with a demigod. If it makes you feel better, I was once part of a familia. Really? Which one? It doesn't matter anymore. They are gone now. Back to heaven, I'm afraid. Oh. I am sorry for the loss. What were their names? Lady Oxo. Artemis did her best to hide her surprise. Oh, she is one of her children. Artemis remembered the shy goddess that always hung around Athena. Her hair was like wheat being blown by the gentle wind, and her soft, warm, brown eyes always made you wish to dote on her. The last I heard from her was from Athena 200 years ago when I came to visit her. So that was her fate. You look rather sad? Did I bring up a bad memory? Oh no. No. It's just that. I simply remember some fallen friends. I see. She looked over at the women of the village, who had surrounded AI. Your fellow sister is handling them rather well, all things considered. AI knows how to deal with overly kind and cutthroat women. Artemis gets back on her feet. I need to learn how to deal with them. The secret is to smile and nod. Interlude Month 4, February. Afternoon in February. Here you go. Cirrus puts a large buck on the table. Thud. Wonderful. Excellent shot. Right through the head. Now let me just process it. Artemis said this with a smile on her face and a knife in her hand. Cut. 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 Shave. 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 Spurt. 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 Cut. 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 Artemis butchered the buck with the same speed as before. The way she uses the knife was like art, as she skins the buck and takes out all of its usable parts all within 2 minutes. It never stops to amaze me how easily you carve up an animal. After doing it for so long, it's like second nature. Artemis turned to him with blood lightly sprinkled on her, a bloody knife, and a happy face. I can see her as a Yandere. A very scary one. Well, just make sure to put it in the freezer. Of course, I will after I dry it out first. Ooh. We have some peppers and dry rub. In the pantry. She walks off. Yeah, I'm going to find AI. Cirrus goes to the living room to find AI sleeping on the couch. Zzz. Zzz. Cirrus gently lifts her head and puts her on his lap. Much like how she always comforts him, he does the same to her. He gently strokes her hair and ears as he rests his arm on the couch's armrest. Crackle. Crackle. The wood in the fireplace cracked, giving off warmth. Phew, Cirrus let out a deep breath. I'm a bit tired. Maybe I should rest my eyes for a bit. He closes his eyes and falls asleep. Dad! Dad, get up! What? Cirrus's eyes shot wide open. What's going on? He looked around and saw 3 children. The biggest was a beautiful girl with hair as pure as snow and fox ears with eyes like emeralds. She gave off a very upbeat and tomboyish vibe. The second biggest was a boy with black hair, emerald eyes, tan skin, and pointy ears. He held an androgynous beauty that reminded Cirrus of his early childhood. Then the smallest and youngest was a girl with gold hair, emerald eyes, and pointy ears. Are you okay, Dad? Said the half-elf boy. Cirrus puts his hands on his head. I'm trying to think. Sorry, I'm still a bit drowsy. Then will a hug help, Dad? Said the white-haired, fox-eared child, hugging him tightly. Oof. See, while is in Yamato, your favorite daughter is here. Oh, thank you. Are you tired, Dad? Said the half-elf girl. Am I not your favorite? She said, with some tears beginning to come up. It's not fair. Asterisk always try to hug you. I have no favorites, okay? So, okay. He couldn't think of her name. The white-haired girl looked up at him. Dad. Did you forget our names? It's Cirrus. Cirrus opens his eyes to see Artemis's standings before him. Oh. Art. I was just having this dream. It was. It's foggy. He rubs his eyes. Dinner is ready. Hecton and Fafnir helped cook the meat. Those worrywarts. I swear Fafnir would have burned it whole just to make sure it's safe for me to eat. We just didn't want you to get sick. Shouted Fafnir from the kitchen. I know how to cook venison. I've been cooking it long before you were even born. She looked to AI. AI, I know you're awake, your tail is wagging. No, I'm not. She said this while still being petted by Cirrus. It is something that you pet AI out of reflex. Guess I've been doing it for so long it's instinct, Cirrus said, stretching. Well, get up. We have fresh venison. After dinner, Cirrus sleeps with AI and Artemis in his arms. He has another odd dream. Fucking die. He dreams of himself in an epic battle. Hecton. Fafnir. He dreamt he was fighting an immolation dragon in purple-black flames with a body so massive its wing could block out the sun from Orario. Sir. Hecton grabbed its tail with all of his arms in his full form. He slammed it to the ground, shattering miles upon miles of land. Master. Fafnir dove like an orbital bombardment. He watched as Fafnir rained down massive spears of earth, shooting at the dragon. The attacks struck the dragon's wings as it used them to block. You fucker. Stab. Cirrus had stabbed it in between its scales. He could feel his body burn and get far, far slower as if his veins were being clogged by something thick. The next thing Cirrus knew, he found himself on the ground. Pitter-patter. 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 He said it weakly. He looks up as a familiar blinding white light comes down. Oh. Ox. Gasp. Cirrus's eyes shot open. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. His heart was racing. He looks to see AI and Artemis still asleep. The pregnancy made them heavy sleepers. Cirrus slowly gets out of bed and leaves his bedroom. Fuck. These dreams. He goes and sits by the window in the living room. The peaceful space was just what he was looking for to calm his nerves. Ha. He leans his head back. Hecton, Fafnir, Vesta. All 3 of them appear before him. Yes, Sir/Master/Cirrus. They all said it at the same time. Tell me, do you guys think that dreams can be prophecies? We do not know Sir/Master. Hecton and Fafnir said. Given that Cassandra girl has that ability, it wouldn't be off if you had it, but you have no such skills. Said Vesta. Well. Today I had two odd dreams. I can't quite recall them. They're always hidden by a fog that is at the tip of the brain. It's so tantalizingly close it frustrates me, I can't remember. Maybe it is due to becoming one-third god? I mean, you absorbed Elpis half of it. Cirrus gives it more thought. Tell me. Have I changed in any way? He looked to the three who are always with him. Hecton. Vesta and Fafnir turned to him. You have known Master the longest? Heck, Fafnir said. Sir, I have noticed you are more godly, in a sense. Hecton answered. How so? You are far laxer in your attitude. It reminds me of the gods we walk past in the red light district. Isn't that what you wanted from me? He looked to his three loyal companions. To relax, given how much I work. He glanced at Vesta. Well. Yes, but it seems that the pesky nature of a god in you, as little as it may be, it is showing effects on you under the surface. Vesta responded to his glance. Why can't anything just be fine? He rubs his temples. Everything's got to have an ulterior motive or effect. He rests his arms on the armrests and leans back on the chair, letting out a deep sigh. It has been 4 months since you learned you are going to be a father. One of your children will be the world's first demigod. So I suggest, now armed with this knowledge, preparing a magic item to hide the child from the world, contrary to my previous words. You are right. I need to eliminate any possibility of their discovery. It is very nice that you are finally relaxing, but it seems you need a good balance of relaxation and work. TCH. Amazing. Cirrus said sarcastically. So if I lean more towards my humanity, which is working, I could possibly stop having these odd dreams. Most likely. That is my best guess. Vesta said, shrugging her shoulders. To be a god is to be whimsical in your choices, regardless of the choices, but to be human is to struggle or die. That blows. Say, Vesta, speaking of gods and demigods, said Fafnir. I wanted to ask you how gods are born. Or even if they are considered born. Yeah, that is something I have been very curious about. I asked Artemis once, and she immediately left the room with a red face. Cirrus said with an eyebrow raised. We do not talk about this because... Well, Vesta's face also slowly turned red. We don't know. As in, we once knew, but then erased it from memory. Whenever we try to remember it, a deep feeling of embarrassment washes over us. Then all the gods erased their memories of their creation, or possibly their consciousness. Hecton said. Yes. But I can tell you how the gods are reborn. It's rather beautiful in an artist's kind of way. Vesta said, a bit enthusiastically. All right, shoot, Cirrus said, listening intently. Well, first their domain in heaven gets sucked into itself and then implodes like a dying star before massive amounts of arcanum begin to grow and form before the implosion just explodes, reforming the domain as a blank slate with the god or goddess standing. A white, featureless thing. Then that said deity begins to paint themselves, slowly gaining more features as their domain also gains features and texture from their god's metaphorical brush. Then, at the same time, the god and their domain are fully reborn. I have seen it a few times, and it has never stopped being an experience to witness the rawest form of that deity shape themselves. Damn, I kinda wanna know too. Hecton and Fafnir both nod in agreement. Oh. Vesta, can I ask you something? Cirrus said. Depends on the question. My soul, is there anything else I have to take into consideration about being a quarter god? Aside from what we talk about, not many. Oh, there is one thing. What is it? Well, Freya already told you back when you met her that winter day after you laid with Ai. Gods are susceptible to the strings of fate, even more so than mortals. Cirrus's expression grew with concern. Then is that applied to me? Yes. I should also tell you that there is something attached to your soul. Cirrus' eyes widen. What is it? He gripped his chair. Strings. Anank strings. Anank, strings. Anank is the personification of inevitability, compulsion, and necessity. Their power is so great that both men and gods alike pay her respect. She is a being that can influence anything. Yes. She is the supreme goddess of heaven. An existence that even Nyx and Auranos bow their heads to in both fear and reverence. She commands that level of awe alongside her companion, Kronos, not to be confused with Cronus, a whole different god. They watch over all of heaven. Saying it out loud, I suspect maybe it was Anank who put you in Nyx's path. I don't like that. Cirrus's chest felt heavy. I don't like that at all. His eyes narrow with anger. I feel like a tool. A literal puppet dancing along another's whim. Cirrus gets up and walks around. Cirrus it. Vesta, do not tell me it's no big deal, or it's not important. God fucking damn it. He combs through his hair with his fingers. His heart was racing. I need some fucking fresh air. Cirrus walks out the back and into the woods. Fafnir remained behind as Vesta and Hecton left with him. Cirrus. Vesta said solemnly. Cirrus didn't speak. He just kept walking into the woods barefooted. Cirrus. Vesta said a bit louder. Cirrus stops and tosses several sound eaters into the trees, nearly going through them. I remember what Nyx said. She said, his words were laced with a sense of defeatism. I will have 4 children. You lied to Auranos. No, I just didn't bring it up. This fact I always thought seeing into the future was never 100% possible. Actions are taken in the present armed with the knowledge of the future, which changes it. You know the whole captain of your own fate kind of shit. I should have known such things would happen. Knowing Anankes is the one who probably led to me being reincarnated, I don't know how to feel about that but hollow. A dark and sad expression stained his face. I'm not the captain, I am a passenger. How is knowing Anank any different from Nyx? Because Vesta, Nyx isn't the god of fucking fate. Anger now mixed into his voice. Okay. Nyx doesn't have the power to direct someone's fucking fate. Even the gods aren't immune to her. When Nyx told me she plucked me for a purpose, I thought, oh, that must be the most likely path I would take. Like I had agency in my actions. A sense of I don't know. Control over my life. That my choices were my own and that they hold meaning. Okay. He takes a deep breath and calms himself. I feel as if I have no real freedom. That all of my choices were not my own as if I'm a robot. Cirrus, I can assure you that you are making it out to be far bigger than it seems. How so? Should I not feel bad for the innocents I killed during my campaign against the Vritra Familia since I was predestined to do it? Should I not feel proud to have built a city and brought peace to a war-riddled nation? What of Ai or Artemis? Did they fall in love with me, or was it fate that made it so? What if that was the other way around, hey? What if I fell in love with them because of fate? There is, so much I am questioning now, Vesta. I feel like my life has been set up to do what fate or destiny wants of me. Did Nyx tell you more about your fate than just your kids? Is this why you are reacting this way? I should have asked what she meant by my kids handling the spirits in the dungeon and primordials. I should be the one to do that. Not my kids. Children should not inherit a world of conflict. But the nail in the coffin was Anank. I was sure enough that my children have the freedom to be who they wish to be. But what of my and Artemis child? Would they be bound by fate by her godly heritage? There is nothing I can say, Cirrus. What is done is done. I wish I could say you can fight against fate or that fate doesn't define you, but I have not lied to you, Cirrus. I have not spoken a single lie. But this is the price for being so close to godhood. The price for being a hero. He looked down at his feet, and his fingers curled up into fists. I know I shouldn't cry. I knew the consequences of taking on the title of hero. Epimetheus shouted it at me several times but I took it as metaphorical. Vesta. Is there really no way to try and break free? You are asking me how to break free from one of heaven's almighty goddess? A god who is the literal personification of inevitability, compulsion, and necessity. Her. Is there a way? What of Elpis? You said it could bring out the zenith of anything. So if Nox were to return, would Elpis be able to cut the strings of fate? I do not know, Cirrus. Elpis' powers are unknown. But given that it is the most likable reason how you did the impossible, I would wager that is your best and only bet. That is good to know. I do not wish to let my children carry on a job I am supposed to do. A job I promised Ryuu. A promise I need to do for the familia I left. Are you afraid of what this fate lays before you if Nox does not reincarnate? Whoosh. A soft breeze passes by them. Cirrus loosened his fingers, and the tips of his fingernails had some blood on them. Phew! Cirrus breathes out a long breath. He then looks forward and walks. Cirrus walks forward, not saying a thing. Sir. Hecton quietly spoke up. Are you? Cirrus, are you? No more talking. His voice was gravely and coarse. Both Hecton and Vesta could see the resolve they saw in Cirrus back in Olympia. They dared not speak a word. It was growing with every step he took as he walked deeper and deeper into the woods before he arrived at a river. Be happy. That was Epimetheus' last words. Cirrus slowly walked into the cold river, its currents trying as they will, but couldn't push him. But a happy life is not one you can find, but one you make. Hecton and Vesta remain silent, watching what Cirrus is doing. The fear of death follows from the fear of life. Cirrus keeps walking into the freezing river, the water now reaching his hips. The resolve in Cirrus's eyes only grows and grows, solidifying in a satisfying smile. A man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time. He then fully submerges himself in the river. Bubble. 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 Under the water's surface, they see sparks of white. Steam came off the water as the sparks got closer to the surface. Splash crackle. 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 Cirrus came out of the water wreathed in white electricity, along with resolve from this baptism. I am still human. To be human is to struggle, to fight tooth and nail. Whether I can keep my promise to Ryu, I will sure as fuck give it my all. Even if fate is unbreakable, then I see no better reason than to perish in attempting the great and the impossible. I am a hero. Impossible is something we are supposed to overcome. Even if Nox does not return in time, I will face my fate head on. Then we will be there. Hecton emerged from his shadow and knelt before Cirrus. Yes. There is that human spark. Vesta made a light smile, kneeling in the air. Till the end of this road, Cirrus. I shall be by your side. Cirrus was determined to struggle to the very end. He was going to enjoy every day from now on. If fate has judged that he will have 4 children, then he will love them wholeheartedly as much as their mothers. If he was to die, he would die a beautiful death on his terms. Interlude Month 5, March. Over the last few weeks, Cirrus has been working hard on creating an item to hide divinity. Alright, try it out. Cirrus hands Artemis a necklace. Humph. Artemis lets out a small amount of her divinity. Ac. The necklace shatters. Shit. Fuck. That was 2 weeks worth of work. Phew. He said, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. Maybe next time, Cirrus. She said, patting his head. Ugh. How are your feet, Art? Cirrus said, looking at Artemis's belly. A bit sore. I never felt so constrained in my long life. I have been caught in my own traps a few times and I still have more freedom. Did you ever thought? Kill that thought, Cirrus. She said sharply. As much as complain about wanting to be able to move as I wish, I still love this child, wholeheartedly. She places her hands over her womb. I would never wish to get rid of our child. They is a miracle beyond belief. I would say so. I mean, did you think you of all gods would be the one to have a child? No. That thought never even came to mind. I have helped women in villages give birth, but never did I think I would be in their shoes. It's both exciting and scary. Like. What if something is wrong? What if I am unable to give birth to them? Would a C-section be enough to warrant a response of my arcanum? What would happen to the child? All these worries fill my mind, and they only get more prominent the closer the day will come. Cirrus holds Artemis's hand. He slowly rubs them with his own. I will make sure our child is born. Cirrus looks her in her eyes. I will also make sure you are here to help see them grow up. I know you will. Zep zep. Fucking. He took his hands back. I said I didn't like that name. Fufa, well, why not go outside for a bit? You have been holed up here for a long time, some fresh air can do you some good. AI is out walking around town, so maybe you should go out and do something. What about you? Me? I'll just sit in nature. You know I always feel more comfortable when I'm in nature. Alright. Hecton, do you mind if you help Art when she needs it? Hecton appeared from his shadows. Very well. Lady Artemis. Go on, but I doubt anything will require your help. Even you know something can happen, Art. That seems even I'm losing my edge a bit. I know women tend to be a bit more absent-minded during pregnancy, but I should know better to underestimate nature. Don't worry, even AI is like that sometimes. I saw her eating pickles with peanut butter. Oh. That sounds really good now. Artemis said, salivating a bit. Maybe some honey would be good. Cirrus takes a walk deep through the woods. What to do? Cirrus walked to the river he found last month. The river was rather good. He could see fish swimming up it and it was cool enough to put drinks in it to cool them down. Maybe some fishing could help clear my mind a bit. He goes and sits by the river under the shade of the tree. He takes out a fishing rod from his shadow. Poseidon. It has been forever since I last fished. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm really getting old. He takes off his boots and socks, he puts his feet in the cool river and throws the bait into the river. He doesn't think much. He simply focuses on the line. Thirst first came to him. Tisk, a cool drink would be nice. He took out some wine from his shadow and tied string to the neck of the bottle and tied the other end to his toe. He dropped it into the river to let it cool it. After an hour or so, Cirrus pulled the drink up and drank it. I can see why dads do this. Peace and quiet. He stayed there for another hour before Fafnir found him. Master. Fafnir. Did something come up? Not exactly. While I was out exploring the area, I found several monster lairs and disposed of them. You're getting somewhere. Master. From what Vesta spoke of and from what Lady Artemis said pointing me towards your general location. I believe you should try and improve this village for when you leave. That is something that popped into my head, but why did you just suggest this? The defenses of this village and its populace are, well, very prone to danger. Both from monsters and their line of work. In this whole village there is a single horse and ox. Merchants come here about once a month. Their water supply is not even reliable. Most of the farms are watered by buckets from the village well for those close to the town square, while those far from it have barrels from rain or filled up from the well. I see your point. I did see the look in many of their eyes when they learned my toilet flushes, has warm seats, and cleans your ass. So? What do you say? I guess. I'll talk with Roth later. Fantastic. Also Lady AI suggested you first improve the medical knowledge and equipment. How bad is it? Cirrus could only imagine what medieval level stuff they had. Later in the afternoon at the doctor's building. So, said Roth. You think you can improve our living conditions? Cirrus was staring at a birthing stool with several well but not good equipment. Yeah. I think I can. How joyous, said Dr. Marvin, a rather older man coming up in years. To be fair to Marvin, the village was not exactly the wealthiest village out there. Hell, Cirrus was sure they were one bad harvest away from starving to death. If it wasn't for Gloria and Joseph's farms, the village will be in dire straits. Alright, well, first I will draw up the plans for the village. From there we will work on the infrastructure, followed by amenities. Wait. I just noticed this village doesn't have a blacksmith. Where do you go to repair your farming tools? Ah, that well, we go to the nearest village, Varnham. Said Roth. And how far is that? This village is pretty fucking isolated. 10 miles over the mountain out our west. Alright. Who is the best at fixing things around the village? I'll train them up to do the basics of blacksmithing. Are there carpenters here? We do, too, in fact. Alright. This is gonna take a while. Cirrus returned home and quickly got to work. With Hecton and Fafnir the work was quickly done and 3 of them left to get the material. Come next sunrise the village was met with a large pile of material in the town square, with Cirrus going over the plans on his clipboard. Oi. Johnny. Daryl. Fran. Come along. I'll be teaching you 3 the basics. 3 teenagers came up to Cirrus. 2 were boys and 1 a girl. Coming along with them were the other villagers. So Cirrus, what's all this? Said Dave. Also, how did you get all of this? Oh, yeah, I am an adventurer. I saw that the village could make do with some improvements, so I thought why not help. So I will be making all of your lives easier after a month of hard work if the prediction is right. Cirrus goes over the plans and the statistics again. So will we have working toilets like yours? Asked Jo, wife of Joseph. Yup. With actual fucking plumbing. So. He looks back to the villagers. So what say you all? I of course will be doing the heavy lifting. How strong are you? Asked Ned. Cirrus walks over to one of the logs behind him and with a single hand he lifted it straight up like a stick. Enough to lift a building off its foundations. Everyone looked at Cirrus, then back amongst themselves. So long as you're doing the heavy stuff and if you help with the farming we'll give you our all. Said Dave. Fine by me. Now let's get to business. Interlude month 6, April. One morning in April. Ugh. AI gets up from bed. Boy, you sure are getting heavy. She pats her larger belly. She looks at the bed to find both Cirrus and Artemis have already started their day. Well, time to get my day started. She gets up from bed and reaches for her sword. Ah, she stops herself. Right. I can't do much exercise. Fafnir, are you here? From the shadows, Fafnir emerged. I am. Can you tell Cirrus if I can get some paper? I want to make some origami. Very well. I'll be back soon. She then blends into the darkness. AI could see Fafnir leave as the shadows of the room shifted ever so lightly. AI then gets ready for the day. She takes a shower. Ugh. I can't even take a bath. She gets a bit peeved given that the bath is rather large enough to really stretch your legs with 2 more people. These baths are pretty handy, it has good friction. Cirrus made sure the whole house was as accident-proof as he could. AI gets out and dries herself and her hair. Hum. AI hums as she uses the blow dryer. Cirrus makes some handy stuff. Handy. Her mind wanders a bit. We haven't done it a few months because if the baby. Maybe I'll fuck. She accidentally brought the blow dryer close to her fox ears. She finishes drying off and wears some loose clothing. I can't even wear the clothes that I like. She sits on the couch and grabs a hairbrush nearby and begins combing her tail. Phew. The soft tail always wins them over. She uses her tail as a bargaining chip against Cirrus and Artemis to get them to do various things to pet her tail. It works more effectively than AI thought. While she combs her tail, Fafnir returns. Lady AI, I have brought the paper. Fafnir emerged from the shadows. I have them in my hair. Just in time, could you brush my hair? Fafnir reached into her hair and pulled out a comb. While combing AI asked a question. Say Faf, does your hair ever get tangled? It's so long and flowy. Not really. My body's composition allows for more, easy convenience. Fafnir's hair then moved around AI. They are as part of me as my clothes and sunglasses. So the likelihood of my hair getting tangled would only result if I am asleep. Lucky. I wish my hair was that easy to manage. As much as I like it, it has drawbacks. Like what? For one, my body is very much, shall we say, like a sturdy water balloon. So what if you're squeezed? Do you just pop and reform? Essentially yes. But given my speed and scales, I won't get popped anytime soon. Okay, can you answer me who is faster, you or Nox? Fafnir stopped brushing to think about it. I believe Lady Nox would be faster. Really? But you move really fast. Yes, well, even before this change in the body due to Master being exposed to the divine flame and taking in half of Elpis, I still firmly believe Nox to be faster. Hecton shared his memories of the time he fought Master, and even he believes that if Nox is given as much mana as she likes, she could move at the speed of light. Ooh. That is impressive. Now that you mention it, Nox used some magic to move really fast during that fight. Yes. Fafnir resumed combing her hair. The only downside to it is that her body is not durable enough to handle those levels of speed. Master even contemplated using it but didn't wish to learn what hitting a wall at light speed would do to him, the wall, or the contents behind the wall. Oh, so Master went to the beach, which is now Fuyuhama, and tested it there. Wait. Was he the reason that a loud boom rang in everyone's ears? Yes. The results of it were conclusive enough that Nox and Cirrus found no real practical use in traveling at light speed. Really? Wouldn't it be really handy traveling? No. They traveled so fast that they entered a world of darkness. They couldn't see, hear, or touch anything. Like disembodied souls drifting in the unknown. Then they stopped, and Master broke a leg and Nox her left shoulder. Even as a level 8. That was why he found that light speed was not worth it. It had far too many negatives to be useful in a reasonable context that isn't in space. Space, huh? Is it as big as Cirrus and Art say it is? Given that Lady Artemis is a goddess of the moon, I would say you take her words on that topic as factual. I see. So if you can shapeshift, would you be able to breathe in space? That is a question. I think that is a question I need to try and find out one day. Interesting. After a while of finishing combing, AI began to make origami cranes. Do you plan on folding 1,000 cranes? Fafnir asked, lying sprawled on the floor. I am. But I am folding 2,000 for my and Artemis children. It has been a while since I've done it. The last time was when Cirrus left for Tel Skyra. Fafnir could see at the pace AI is going she will run out of paper soon. Shall I get more paper? Does Cirrus even have that much paper? No. This is all the paper he had. I can purchase some paper if you want more. I'm good for now, but I have another question. Shoot. Where does the stuff Cirrus puts in his shadow go? Is it like an isolated space-like area or like it's just in a void floating around? That is a fascinating marvel. When Master stores something in his shadow, it is stored in Master's mind palace, as he and Circe put it. It materializes somewhere on the island appropriate for the item in question. Potions and the like materialize in the sea, foods appear in caves, weapons and other stuff generally appear anywhere. Does Cirrus have to look around to get the item he wants? No. Master said he thinks of what he wants and reaches into his shadow to pull it out, regardless of where it is. Hecton or I will push it into his hand to make it seem like it shoots out. Aren't you afraid it will break? Hecton and Master tested it, and so long as it's in Master's mind palace, the item is between a dream and reality, so it is virtually indestructible. Ooh. That's pretty cool. I always wanted to try and do that. Cirrus makes it look so cool. Do you wish to try? Yes. AI stood straight up. Fafnir went and got her sword before entering her shadow. Ready when you are. All right. AI extends her arms, and her katana shoots out from the shadow she cast into her hands. Ooh. I am sure if you were more able, you would have made a spectacular showing. Next time, you have to help me. I want to get one over on Cirrus and Artemis. Very well. Another short while later, it was time for lunch. Do we have? No. Eat actual nutrients. Fafnir hands her a plate of well-balanced food. Tisk. Fine. I'll have it as a snack later. AI eats the food prepared and goes to the living room. She sits down on a pillow and continues to make more origami cranes. Hey, Fuff. Where is Artemis? She is in town helping Cirrus in teaching anatomy, how to make a splint, and various other first aid stuff. Should I try to learn medicine? I do not see a reason not to. But I think you would find it boring. Nua. Yes, I know a good amount about the body. Yes, to cut someone down mercifully or to extend their pain. Is that not good enough? Might I suggest reading more about babies? I can lend you the notes Master made on it. Oh. Yeah. That. After a handful of minutes, Fafnir returned. Here you. She noticed how many origami cranes AI had made in the short time she left. You have gotten better. Do them enough, and it becomes rather easy. When she left, AI had made 200, coming up to 241, but now there were 253. Oh. Sorry, I got lost in the crafting. You have the book, right? Here you go. She takes the book from her ink-like hair and hands it to AI. Ooh. She looks at it in amazement. She flipped through the book. This is Cirrus's handwriting. It is good that I kept the more detailed book. I don't know how to explain to her what English is. AI reads through the books methodically when something caught her eye. Don't talk like a baby. Yeah, you know, like, don't talk properly and go like, look at the little baby. It'll stunt their language development. I see. I'll be sure not to do that. This continues throughout the day. Lady AI, I have been meaning to ask, but have you and Master settled on a name? Master and Lady Artemis have already settled on the names. Should they be a boy or girl? Well, it's hard to settle on something. I want this child to have something from me and Cirrus. I thought maybe putting our names together, but they don't really mix. Well, your child will be born first, so they will be first in line to inherit the Master's position in Yamato, no? Yes. They will be the heir to the Kyajano family. So why not name the child like the people in Yamato? Master was given the name Hakukumo. I am sure you can do stuff with that. Hakukumo. I got 2 names. If they are a boy, I will name them Heikushika. And if they are a girl, I will name them Ikumo. Or maybe Kumoi. Which one do you think sounds better? I have no opinions on it. Did you ever come up with some names? A few. Master workshopped some names with me, Hecton, Circe, and Vesta. What did you come up with? Several thousands of names. Hecton liked the names Cottus and Gyges. Circe liked the names Odysseus and Penelope. Vesta liked the names Romulus and Sylvia. I liked the names Regent and Daughter. Master, however, couldn't decide on a name. How fortunate Lady Artemis was to be so set on the names she picked. I think I'll work on it with Cirrus. Do you think he would like it if I picked Kaguya as the name if they turn out to be a girl? I think he would be fine with it. Interlude Month 7, May. A day in May. Chirp. 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 Spring is so nice. Artemis said, stretching her limbs. It's so nice and quiet out here. Said AI. Yeah. I love these lazy days. Cirrus said, fishing. The 3 of them are lazing about by the river under a tree. Cirrus fishes, AI soaks her feet in the water and Artemis lays under the tree reading a book. Hey Cirrus, Artemis, say cheese. AI said, holding a camera-looking magic tool. They both turned. Click. Flash. Ah. My eyes. They shouted. The bright light temporarily blinded them. Hee. It turned out great. AI said, taking out a picture from the magic tool. That's another for the wall. AI, I am happy you found another hobby, but a little more heads up would be nice. Said Artemis, rubbing her eyes. Well, the best shots are from the unexpected. Well, the wall is nice and funny looking through it, Cirrus said. I do like the one where you drew on AI's face, Cirrus, Artemis said. I like the one where Cirrus stubbed his toe, AI said. They thoroughly enjoyed the day that they got. Simply conversing and bantering with one another. Hey Cirrus, are you planning on farming? AI asked. Why do you ask? We saw you talking with Alvin, Dave, and the other farmer near us, Artemis chimed in. So? Are you going to be a farmer? What if I am? I wanted to do some exercise. That is true. AI touched his stomach. You are gaining a bit of fat. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I have been burning calories making that magic tool to hide my and Artemis's child. You know the fucking demigod. Oops, seems you brought up his stress, Artemis said. Oh, drat, AI said. Aw fuck. Fuck. Phew yuck. Now I ugh. Fuck. Grr. He scratched his head and ran his fingers through his hair. Fuck, I'm really stressing. The stress has begun to take its toll on Cirrus. For his and AI's child, he was rather calm, but for his and Artemis's, that was the biggest source of stress so far in his life. Its existence is so unnatural and abnormal that even heaven itself does not know about it, or at least only Nyx and Anant know about it to Cirrus's knowledge. Calm down, Cirrus. AI links her arms with his. You wanna pet my tail? I would give you a lap pillow, but pat. Pat. She pats her grown belly. Maybe some soft kisses. We are in our stable period. No, I don't wanna look, I feel weird doing that when they're still in the womb, okay? It's a real shame, Artemis said. After Olympia, you had far more energy, more tender. Yet, well, I chalked it up to my soul being, you know, part god. I am curious, Cirrus, AI said. Do you think of anyone else who could be your possible third wife? What made you decide to bring this up now? Well, Malayan has been very aggressive in wanting to be your wife. Yet, does it not make you feel weird that Malayan wishes to marry you? I mean, there is a considerable age difference. Said Artemis. Artemis, you are the last person to even say that you are a goddess. Your age could be 0 to fucking infinity. True. Even the most long-lived mortal will still be considered a child to a god. Yes, and I am married to you, so age gaps are kinda out the fucking window. So. You're not against having Malayan as a wife? AI, she said with an edge to her tone. No. So long as they complete the conditions, I will give her a chance. What about Ryu? You and her are close. Said Artemis. That. I am fine being close friends with her, but she would need to make the first move before I feel comfortable moving forward with anything. I don't wish to ruin a relationship. I see. AI looked at Artemis with a glance, and they both understood one another. So tell me, AI, Artemis, do you really want another to join the family? Of course. AI said. With all the energy you had after Olympia, we need more to help satisfy your. Okay, you can't just add another wife just for. Sure we can, Artemis said, cutting in. If we approve of and love them, and you love them, then why not let them have some happiness? Hey. You never really notice how far someone changed until you hear them speak. I agree with Cirrus, AI said to Artemis. Before you were really straight-edged, now you're more. Well, I don't have the word to describe it. So. Gods can change. Besides, as Aphrodite said, love should awe. She realized it herself. Her face turned red. Well, it's not bad if I say so myself. I mean, more wives, more children. To love and care for. I think it's because of my soul being part god I am not as against having more wives. Is that something concerning? Oh, boy, I think you are starting to have Zeus-like traits. Do not joke about that. I mean, you do last far longer, and you agree to. Nope. I am not having this slander. I do not have Zeus-like qualities. But you do wish for a third wife, right? Said AI. Yes, maybe, so what? Cirrus, the first step to improving is to admit you have a. Okay, I'm leaving. Cirrus left quickly, leaving AI with Artemis. So, does he actually have Zeus-like qualities? AI asked. Of course not. The closest thing he has in common with him is a strong libido. Cirrus is far more caring and tender. Artemis replied. Yet. Especially after his experience in that purgatory. He holds you as if you were gonna go away. Do you not like it? It is a bit rough for me, but I find it rather comforting. Of course. He holds me so tight, and I love the feeling of being so close to him. Ah, I miss it so much. I do as well. So, who do you think would be his next wife? Probably Malayan. Oh? I thought it would be Ryu. She reminds me a bit of myself. Yeah, that's the point. She is waiting for the right moment, while Malayan is going for it actively. You know she paints. Does she? Yeah, she's very good at it. I remember her asking if she could paint the baby room in the Moonlight Tower. And do you think it's for another reason why she did that? No. She also paints stuff for the kids in Orario. I heard now and again that she would go to Quetzalcoatl school and teach a class or two in art. So I think she simply does it to make the children smile and to improve her craft. Yeah. Did she say why she wanted to marry Cirrus? She did. She said she initially wanted to because of Nox. But after seeing him in that divine form, she was smitten by him. Yet, I can't blame her. Seeing him through the divine window made my heart skip a beat again. I could tell you really were attached to him after that. I'm not the only one, Art. You hogged him using cosplay. Come to think of it, it was the same night you vomited. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. I saw you wearing the Miko outfit when I slept. And you put on the wedding lingerie with the garter straps. They would continue to snap back at one another. While walking through the woods, Cirrus enjoys its peacefulness. So. Vesta appeared on his shoulder. So you think Malayan and Ryua will be your next brides? Do you think they can meet the conditions? Judging from your memories, they have the highest chance. Ryua probably wouldn't need to win against Ai and Artemis, so I would put her in the lead should she have feelings for you. Honestly, the thought of being with Ryua brings up Kaguya. I can hear her now shouting at me for laying hands on another girl. To be honest, seeing how you interact with Kaguya in particular really borders on. Please do not finish that sentence. Me and her get along as well as a cat and dog. Yes, but given the right conditions, a cat and dog would get along very well. I think I rather not think about her in that light. As much as she and I didn't get along very much, I deeply respected her. She put in the blood, sweat and effort to get to where she is, all of the Astrea Familia. Especially Lyra. You and her get along rather swimmingly. That Palom and I had the same train of thought. I am sure if she still breathed, she would have hundreds more methods to cheat and interrogate. She is rather nasty with a dagger. I bet she would make Belle a really fearsome adventurer, given how pure he is. An innocent face and personality with a dirty fighting style. Oh yeah, I can see myself getting stabbed a few times before he runs out of tricks. Say, why haven't you asked Malayan about your mother? She seems to know more about her than Hira. Maybe a little bit of fear. Maybe I want to keep the idea of my mother intact. But shouldn't you know that if you saw my memories? Memories are memories. They hold no emotion for me or anyone who witnesses them. Really? Yes. Memories are special because it is the owners who interpret them in context, which affects how they move on with that knowledge. You can just say each person interprets things in their own way. But then, where is the fun in making you think? Is Hestia as playfully witty as you? I wouldn't call myself witty, but more informed. Your memories are a great source of study material. How is Orario? Fine. Rethusa is managing well from what I can gather. Vesta can manifest using either Cirrus or White Knight as the source. That is nice. Oh yeah, there is something that perked my ears. That is. It would seem Belle and Ace have started going out. Cirrus stopped in his tracks. What? Yes. Rumor was it that they spotted Belle and Ace hanging out and going to places together. Well. I hope Belle still remembers my advice. I hope so as well. If he had Zeus's levels of confidence, I fear he would have awe. He might actually be even more deadly than Zeus. Her words will turn out to be true later down the years. Interlude Month 8, June. It was now summer, and Cirrus was working in the fields. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Haa. Cirrus looks behind himself to see a fully plowed field. Man, you adventurers sure are strong. Said Alvin, a farmer handing Cirrus a towel. Phew yet, I have been a bit lazy, so this is good to stay in shape. Not like you need it, you already look like you're sculpted out of marble. Hat. Thanks. So who else needs their farm plowed? Yeah, Gloria, you know the bountiful lady about 3 farms down that way. Ah, I know her. Very nice, and have you tried her peach cobbler? Ooh, they're fucking divine. I have, and they are divine. She once asked me to help her with something, and she paid me with a peach cobbler. The best deal of my life. I bet. You know I had this delicious glass of sangria from a goddess once. And? How was it? I literally cannot find another drink to top hers. Just the taste and flavor were just perfect. Damn, I wish I could taste even a sip. Oh, speaking of wishing, shouldn't your wives be expecting soon? Ah yeah, it's been 8 months, so the babies should be coming soon. Well, what the fuck are you doing, letting me take you from them? It would have been one thing if it were teaching some craftsmanship and the like, but not plowing. Well, you see, I would, but AI said to me this morning that I was packing on weight, and I said, fuck you, I look good. To which she said, sure thing. And then she pinched my stomach. You're kind of petty. You're fucking right, I am. Well, what about art? She said I should get out more, and here I am. Ugh. I was really losing my mind making that tool to hide divinity and disguise the child. Well, you really should be there in case anything happens. Yeah. Alright, well, I'll be going now. See ya tomorrow, Alvin. See ya Cirrus. Cirrus walked back home. The paths to and from the village were now paved, and they installed more fences around the village in case any monsters came to the village, not that they would, since Fafnir regularly patrols the outskirts of the village. Creak, Cirrus opens the door. I'm home. You guys here? He shouted, entering his home sweaty. Oh, right on time, said Artemis, coming up to him. Come quick, the baby kicked. Did it? Cirrus quickly walked over and placed his ear on her large belly. He focused, and he could hear the baby move around. Ooh. AI said she felt something too. She is in the living room, sleeping on the couch again, waiting for dinner to be finished. Speaking of Hecton. How much longer? She walked towards the kitchen. Cirrus goes into the living room to find AI sleeping. Her pregnancy was further along than Artemis's, so he simply sat in the chair near the fireplace. Cirrus simply sits there in contemplation. Vesta, tell me, in what ways could Nox return? Whoosh. Vesta emerged from cinders. From what I know, first-generation spirits tend to either reincarnate as a person close to the contractor. So Nyx could have reincarnated Nox in. Vesta looked at AI. So, Nox could possibly reincarnate in. Cirrus looks at AI's belly as well, then back at Vesta. It is a possibility, but we will not know it. She could reincarnate today, tomorrow, 1 week from now, in a decade, a year, or the next second. No matter what, when she reincarnates, she will be drawn to you, and Vesta then used telepathy to finish her sentence. Given that Nyx reincarnated you with your memories, she could very much do the same for Nox. So I just have to wait, hey? Yes. Well, I guess if Nox waited for Eons to be unsealed, I can wait for her a few years. Should start to organize her memories, should she finally return and come with no memories? The amount that her body kept is remarkable. Thought Vesta before returning to White Knight. A few days later. Knock knock. I'm coming. Cirrus shouted. Creak. Oh, your guys are finally here. Cirrus opened the door to see Fels and Circe. Hey Cirrus. Said Circe. How has it been, Cirrus? Fels said, using the magic tool he made them. Good, good. Come on in. Cirrus waved them in. They enter his home and look around. You have filled it with so many memories, Fels said happily at the sight of the pictures on the walls. It's very homey. Now, where are the wives? I need to check up on them. Said Circe. They are doing fine. Me, Hecton, and Fafnir have been monitoring them. Well, let me see. They're in the reading room. Down 4 doors on your left. Circe walked off towards her patients. So. Do you want to catch up, Fels? Of course, Cirrus. I want to know what you got up to in this lovely little village. While reading, Circe popped in. Hello. How are favorite sisters-in-law? Both AI and Artemis jump up in surprise. See Circe? You're here. Said AI, surprised. We didn't think you would come so early. Said Artemis, putting her book down. Well, for you two, I decided to come earlier. So let's see how they're coming along. She walked over to AI first. A myriad vapors obscure the light. Atelio_TOS voyage. Her eyes glowed, and she could see right under AI's sharp snow white and ruby soul, the child's soul, and a red thread connecting them to her. They are looking very healthy. Now for the special child. She looks at Artemis as she could see the string connected to her, but Circe tilted her head a bit. She got a bit closer. What's wrong? Artemis said a bit worried. Your child's soul. It's rather interesting. It's like a shining sapphire and silver soul with a white nugget in the middle. What does my child look like? AI asked. Their soul really looks like yours and Cirrus, with a sharp gold and ruby soul. Ooh. Neat. Circe, what was the problem that you saw? Asked Artemis. Oh, that it's nothing much. I thought I saw something familiar, but I guess the child of a god would be a little more special. Hey, my child is special too. AI said. Of course they are, but you're not a god now, are you? No, AI said, sulking a bit. But Artemis, you shouldn't worry. The firmness of their souls is bright and healthy. Yes, but you said it looked familiar. Artemis said. Well. I didn't want to bring it up, but I felt the child's soul bore a small resemblance to Nox. Artemis gently touched her abdomen. Do you think she would reincarnate as my child? Well. I'm not really sure. I mean, it could be because of Cirrus. I mean, he's spiritually related to Auranos and Astrea. Along with Nox being Nyx's spirit, it would stand to reason your and Sirius's kid would gain some space or more celestial-like qualities. Still, though, can you check again? I mean, sure. I will have to have you stand up though. Circe helps Artemis get up on her feet. She then used her magic again, using a bit of Sirius's magic to further increase its power. Circe carefully checked the child, walking around Artemis and looking at the child from different angles. So? Asked AI. Sorry, but it isn't Nox. Nox's soul is very, how do I put it? Unique. How so? Artemis asked slowly, sitting back down. Well, Nox takes a lot after their creator, as you all know, and over the years that I have known Nox, she is surprisingly stealthy despite her appearance. Her soul is no different. It's hard to make clear of Nox's soul from afar, but if you are really close, you can make her out with some difficulty. Even in heaven, Nyx was one who was difficult to track or find if she didn't wish to be found. Artemis stated. Oh. Now that Nyx is brought up, Erebus is back in heaven as well. How so? How are Nyx and Erebus connected? AI said with some venom. Well. How do I put this? He and Nyx were once an item. Hee ha ha ha. AI laughed out loud. No way. Ha ha ha. Oh, man. Hey Circe. When Nox comes back, we will have to tease her with that. Phew phew. Circe chuckled. We really should. But why would they be an item? If Nyx is anything like Nox, I couldn't see it. Well, Nyx is the goddess of the night, while Erebus is the god of darkness. You can see the similarities there, right? Artemis said. I guess, AI said. But are they still an item? I mean, Erebus has been in Gakkai for quite a while, no? Yes. He had walked the land for about a few hundred years before I arrived. I guess it had to do with their breakup. Pfft. Ha ha ha. He got dumped. AI laughed even more. What happened? Circe asked. Well, from what I overheard from Apollo, they just split up one day. No build-up or anything, just up and split. Hypnos then asked me to check up on how she was doing. It took me 148 years to find her staying in Hemera's domain. Hemera? Circe asked. She is the goddess of the day. The opposite of Nyx. They got along surprisingly well. Nyx was a kind and even-tempered individual who could say the most ridiculous things and have a cool face. Hemera was a very hyperactive person whose temper can change before you know it and pass just as quickly. So was Nyx all right? Of course. She simply replied, oh, that. Yes, me and Erebus are no longer together. There was no reason, we simply grew tired of one another and went our own ways. I feel no heartbreak. I then asked Nyx a question of my own. I asked her, are you sure? I have seen Hephaestus's heart broken, and knowing you are she then cut me off. Artemis, there will be a time where Artemis's eyes widen. Did she see that far? Or was it a guess? Artemis quickly went into thought. What did she say? AI said a bit firmly. Oh, ahem. Artemis cleared her throat. She said that there will be a time when I will learn what love is and what heartbreak is. Well, she mustn't be very good since you're pretty happy, hey. Yes. I am very happy. Also, Circe, have you confirmed Nox is not in my womb? Oh, don't know. Circe made a forced smile. But I know that your child's soul is 100% not Nox's. Nox's soul is purely white, while your child has more prominent colors. 7 months back in heaven. It is time, Nox, Nyx said, standing before Nox. I'm ready. I had my fun and kicked Erebus's ass. Also, find someone better than that dork. Nox said, disgusted by her mother's taste in men. Aren't you adorable when you're embarrassed? Nyx pinches Nox's cheeks. Gah. Stop it. Did you stop for Circe? Fair enough. So. Where am I dropping? Nox was smiling ear to ear, ready to return. Before I reincarnate you, I must give you something. You have reached an odd point in your existence. What do you mean? Much like how Circe is now a demigod, albeit a quarter god. The heavenly flame burned and filled in the parts of his soul that were burned away. You are no different. So what? I'm a demigod. No, no. You are my aspect. The flame also burned bits of your soul away and filled it with divinity. So you, being a grand spirit, are no more. Now you can call yourself aspect of the White Knight. Ooh. Oh. Really? She jumped up in joy. Yes. Nyx smiled while nodding her head. But unlike Vesta and Hestia, I wish to give you this. Nyx held out her hand, and a black veil with stars in them slowly came into existence. This is a piece of my divine weapon, my veil. It is the very same one that I used to hide Cirrus, albeit it was only small enough to hide him enough to pass him off as one of the people of Gakai. The one I am giving to you will hide you from all. Nox grabs the veil and puts it on. Immediately the veil changes color to match Nox's color palette to a white that blends in perfectly with her hair, with only black stars to identify she is wearing a veil. So, does it look good on me? Perfect as the day I made you. Nyx walks up to her and hugs her tightly. It has been amazing that I could speak with you again, my child. Now. She took a few steps back to meet her eyes. You have to go and help your niece. Niece? He is gonna have a daughter? Who? Farewell Nox. Don't you dare not answer Flash. Nox returned to the state of a soul. Her bright, white soul illuminated Nyx's domain. A beautiful ivory soul with a topaz center. Nyx held her soul preciously as it emanated black stars. She walked to a green cloud-shaped flower and knelt. The child will be rather attached to you, Cirrus. She then plants Nox next to the green flower. A moon flower grew with long silver stamens that curled into a crescent shape with a tinge of blue at the ends. The stem had a white fuzz to it. I guess that is what happens when they are so close to Nox for so many years. That day you reunite with him, will hurt you, my daughter. But it will be for the greater good. Back in Gakai, around the time as a soul of sapphire, silver and a nugget of gold slowly grew, Nox's soul appeared next to it. The two slowly began to merge before the sapphire soul fended it off. The two souls were equal in strength. In response, Nox's soul glowed, and the other half of Elpis and the two souls simply remained next to one another. While one shines brightly in the open, the other remains hidden by the veil given to them by Nyx. Interlude Month 9, July. On July 12th, a Monday, AI went into labor. Fuck. 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 AI shouted at the top of her lungs, sitting over a birthing stool to let gravity help with the delivery. Cirrus debated whether he should replace it with a more comfortable new one or get what they used during his time. After some discussions with Circe and Artemis, they listed more positives about the birthing stool. Ah! I thought you sealed her fauna. Cirrus shouted to Artemis as AI was crushing his hands. I did. She broke the seal. Circe. Artemis. Help. Crack. Crack. More of Cirrus's bones cracked. Ah! Fuck. Keep pushing. Shouted Circe. Fells, is the water warm? Yes, it is. They shouted as they put it under her in the special room Cirrus built in the clinic with Artemis's advice. Keep going. They should close. Damn it. I feel like my bones are fucking breaking. AI shouted. Language. Circe shouted. Shut the fuck up. You're not the one who's pushing as hard as they can and having their bones fucking off. Fuck. Fuck. Crack. Crack. Ah. Fuck. Circe, let her fucking say fuck. Censorship on petty words is ah. AI. How fucking strong is your grip? Remember to breathe AI, 1, 2, and breath, 1, 2, and breath. Said Artemis, rubbing her shoulders. It's fucking hard to do that when ah. The little bastard not ah. I see the head. Keep pushing. Circe shouted. Ah. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Wah! Wah! They cried out. And it's a boy! Circe shouted, holding Ai and Sirius's son. After 10 hours of labor, their child is born. Wah! Wah! His crying was full of vigor. Huff! Huff! They helped Ai onto the bed, her face was drenched in sweat and exhaustion. I wanna hold him. She holds her arms out, wishing to hold her child. Wah! Wah! They cried while in Circe's hands. Here you go. Circe said, having cut the umbilical cord, washed the baby, and wrapped him in a small, warm blanket quickly. She holds him in her arms, his little brown fox ears popping out. My sweet son. Wah! Wah! He cried in his mother's arms. There, there. She held him close to her heart, slowly rocking him. Wah! 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 He slowly calmed down, listening to his mother's heartbeat. You are beautiful, my sweet son Hey Kushika. Meow. She kisses his forehead and holds him dearly. Circe, do you wanna hold him? He said as he used his armor to fix his hands. Ai gently holds out their child, and Circe holds his son in his arms. He starts by holding their head and body. The first thing he noticed was how light he was. It was like holding a feather. Ooh! He said, smiling so warmly, tears dripping down. Ah! His eyes softened as he looked at his son. Thump thump. Thump thump. This was one of the happiest moments of his life. At that moment, he made himself a promise to give this child everything. From his love to his knowledge, anything he wishes for, he will give to him. My son. He holds him close to him. You are Kya Jiao Hei Kushika, my son. Fels, Circe and Artemis came over to see him up close. Oh, he has your nose, Circe, Circe said. He has a good mix of your and AI's face, said Artemis. I wonder who they took after in the eyes, said Fels. As Fels said it, Hei Kushika slowly opened his eyes, revealing a shade of indigo. Well, that answered the question, said Circe. Hei Kushika looked up at Circe, and his face scrunched up. Oh, shit. Circe knew what he was gonna do. Wya. He cried out again. Let AI hold him. A child is usually more attached to the mother who is with them, being with them longer. Artemis said. Don't worry, Circe, he'll come around. Circe walks over and hands him back to AI. There. There. AI holds him to her heart, and he slowly calms down. Are you hungry? She moves her shirt and let him latch on. So, Circe, Fels patted his shoulders. How does it feel to be a father? It feels surreal. I am both happy, scared, and overwhelmed. He said it smiling, tears coming down his cheeks. You have one more coming. Artemis said. I hope it's easier for me than it was for AI. She looked to see AI the most exhausted she has ever been. 9 days later, on July 21st, a Wednesday, Artemis went into labor. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Keep going. You're almost there. Shouted Circe. Remember to breathe. 1, 2 and breathe. 1, 2 and breath. Said Circe, holding her hands. Grrrrrr. Artemis's focus was the sharpest it ever was, as she had been in labor for 13 hours. She needed to be hooked up to an 4 because of how exhausting it was for her, but eventually, her effort was not in vain. Wah! 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 She is a girl. Circe declared, holding the demigod. While Circe cleaned her up and wrapped her in a blanket, Artemis, much like Ai, held her arms out for her child. Huff! 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 Her eyes were hazy, all she wanted to do was sleep, but she also wanted to hold her daughter. Oh! She holds her close to her heart and kisses her forehead. Wah! Wah! Her crying was even more vigorous than Haikushika's. There, there! My love! She slowly rocked her, as did Ai, and she slowly calmed down. Wah! 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 Welcome to the world, my beautiful daughter, Callisto. She smiles as warmly as she can, kissing the child and showering Callisto with affection. She did not want to lose her child was the most precious thing in the world to her at that moment. It would be about 5 minutes before she would let Circe hold her. Circe. Artemis holds Callisto carefully. Circe carefully holds her, and she is heavier than Haikushika. She had a small patch of blue hair that matched her mother's. She even has the same energy that Circe has when he activates White Knight. It was like Artemis's divinity in appearance, but it trailed off into a blue. While holding her, she opened her eyes. Ooh! She had his eyes, as one would expect from both Circe and Artemis, having green eyes. They were polished emeralds, and she looked at him for a while before she smiled. She rustled in the wrappings and reached out with her little arms. Circe slowly brought his pinky close, and she grabbed it tightly. A strong grip. He said this, smiling as warmly as can be. He made to her the same promise he made to Haikushika, he was going to give her everything. It seems she already took a liking to you, Circe, Fel said. She even has your and Artemis's eyes. I would think a child of Artemis would prefer her mother over her father. Circe said, looking at Callisto, smiling happily and holding her father's finger. Artemis felt a sting in her heart. Circe. Is the necklace ready? Not yet. Then let me hold her. Auranos permitted me to hide her. Circe goes over and hands Callisto back to Artemis. Yet when he tried, Callisto couldn't let go of his pinky. Guess she doesn't want to let go. Circe wiggles out of her little hands, and she soon cries. Waaa. It's fine. He is still here. Artemis said, holding her close to her heart. Holding her close, Artemis used her arcanum, permitted by Auranos long ago, to hide her child when they were born. Callisto's aura then slowly disappeared. Wah! Wah! Callisto reached out to Circe. It's fine. It's fine. Circe went over and sat on the bed and extended his pinky, where she quickly grabbed it. Callisto quickly calmed down. Artemis felt jealous that Callisto liked Cirrus more than her. Of course, that could be for one reason. Artemis looked at the child and then at Circe. Circe, are you sure Callisto is not Nox? Silence, everyone looked at Artemis. Well, I am pretty sure. We could always ask Vesta. Circe looked at Cirrus. Cirrus noticed them looking at him. He nods and calls Vesta. Vesta, can you come here? Vesta appears in a wisp of fire. Has Artemis' child been born? Vesta looked around to see the child in Artemis' arms. Oh. Are they a boy or girl? Girl, Artemis said. Vesta, can you see if Callisto is Nox? I had thought Circe checked her soul. Yes, but she has already grown more attached to Cirrus than to me. She frowned a bit. It was painful for Artemis. Everyone in the room could see she wanted Callisto's love. Very well. Cirrus summon White Knight. If it is Nox, then White Knight should react. Cirrus held his hand out. Vesta, dot. White Knight then reappeared in his hands in a red electrical flame with its sheath. He unsheathed it and held it firmly in a reverse grip. Cirrus brought it close to Callisto, where she tapped the handle with her other hand. Nothing happened. Let me return inside and see if anything happens. Vesta said. Vesta turned into a wisp and entered the red gem in the guard. Inside White Knight, Vesta noticed something different. This feeling. It feels like Nox. Vesta looked around to see Nox's memories, a massive ball of white film spinning around. Oh. They are active. I need to stop. Vesta froze and looked behind her to see Nyx. Holy shit. Vesta jumped back in surprise, as she should. Why are you here? How? This is simply a message to you, Vesta. I put it when I reincarnated Nox. But while Callisto is the reincarnation of Nox, they are not the same. What the hell are you on about? Circe checked her soul. Callisto is a demigod. Her soul is unbelievably strong. Strong enough to have stopped Nox's soul from merging with it. Then the child has two souls. Nyx, why did you do this? The child will be fine. That is why I reincarnated her into Callisto. Had it been any other child, their soul would have merged with Nox's. There has to be more than just that. I know Ananke placed her strings on Cirrus. She even possibly put him on your radar. Did you think Ananke could see that far? As almighty, as she is, seeing into infinity is something no one can handle, not even cows. I assure you that I was the one who plucked him. Ananke using her string is a kind of lifeline. You know Cirrus does not like what she did. I know full well. I and Ananke will answer him at his last crossroads. Until then, you must keep the knowledge of Nox from him. I do not lie. Not to him. Vesta spoke sternly. I know, but I assure you that if you give Callisto the memories, then she will be swallowed whole by Nox's soul. Cirrus and Artemis's child personalities will be wiped. Vesta shuddered even more. See, Cirrus still deserves to know that Nox is here, that she is back in some capacity. It hurts, but as they say, ignorance is bliss. I can't just sit on this. You know how much Cirrus and Nox love one another. That is why I left you with instructions. Nyx held out a pill that looked as if they had chipped it out of the night sky. You must slowly and carefully let Callisto grow into herself, let her personality grow, and, while doing this, you slowly separate their egos using Nox's memories. Vesta looks at the pill. Nyx, tell me. Has Ananke's string also attached itself to Callisto? I am so afraid so. When she reaches her maturity, the strings will be visible. You know Cirrus will not let that be. I know. Nyx then tosses the pill at Vesta before disappearing. I can see why Cirrus acted the way he did. I do not like people dictating my choices. She then swallowed the pill. A few seconds later, Vesta reappeared. So? Cirrus said. Is she Nox? Artemis asked. No, Vesta said. She is Callisto's Zephyr. What she said is technically true. The one who is in control is Callisto. But Artemis's expression darkened a bit. My child does not. Almost as if Callisto understood her, she let go of Cirrus's finger and reached out to Artemis. Artemis slowly brought her close to her, and Callisto gently touched her face, smiling. This brought Artemis to tears. Vesta looked at Cirrus. Cirrus, I will be returning. Can you put White Knight in your shadow? Sure thing. Vesta entered the red gem as Cirrus put White Knight away. While in White Knight, Vesta begins to sort out Nox's memories. I need to hurry. I will not let this go on. Vesta persistently sorts through Nox's memories with vigor, organizing them as best she can in chronological order. One night, while it was Cirrus' time to get the kids to sleep. Cirrus sits, watching over his children like a hawk. Hecton, Fafnir, are the sound eaters in place? Hecton and Fafnir popped up. They are, sir, Hecton said. Ready when you are. Fafnir said it a bit more enthusiastically. Sirius was going to do something he hasn't done since Olympia and when he was first reincarnated, sing and speak English. Phew, he takes a deep breath, takes out a guitar, and sings. This will be a song he will sing to all of his children at least once in their infancy and never again. Volume 4 Quest 300 A Secret Between Me and You. August 1st. Outside of Orario. This sure is a long way from Orario. Said Hestia. Hey, elf, did he really say Belle's village? Or are you trying to get close to my Belle? Why would I do that when Seer is already close to him? Ryuhu said, walking forward. I gotta say, seeing how far out your village is, it explains why you were always doe-eyed for Orario's holidays and festivals. Said Welf. Yet. How far till we are at the village? Asked Lily. It shouldn't be too far. He said. Just past these plains and over that hill and we will be there, Belle said excitedly returning to his village. Lady Hestia, do you think leaving our new familia members back home was a good idea? Asked Lily, worried. I'm sure they will be fine. Said Haruheim. They have been with us for months now. It is disheartening that Mikato's time with us has come and gone. They are good people. Mikato was a strong warrior, and she will be missed within the familia, but she has chosen her path. Said Malayan. And the new members are not so stupid as to do anything rash under my tutelage. Let us hurry. Said Eupheme a bit excited to see the kids. Yes, let's. Said Hermes with a joyful smile. Honestly, why are you here? Hestia said it with an unpleased look. What? AI is best friends with Asfi and Aisha. And I wanted to see what a child of their renown would be like. He just heard we were going and decided to tag along. Said Asfi. He's really persistent. Said Aisha. But let's hurry. I want to see her already. They hurried their pace a bit. Arriving at the village, Belle found it a bit more developed. The village looks relatively the same, but it has improved with better roads, the buildings were also renovated. Belle even saw a few merchants in the now newly renovated town square. Whoa! So this is your village, Belle? Said Hestia, amazed. I expected more rural. Yes, but it's a bit different from how I remember it, but there is enough stuff to recognize it as my village. He said this, looking around. That's Cirrus for you. Said Hermes. Even out here in the countryside, he still has a knack for business and renovations. It is the same in Yamato. Said Asfi, noticing some streamlined stuff. Oh? Is that you, little Belle? Said an older woman. Granny. He said, coming up to her. How have you been? The village changed since I left. I've been doing well. A bright and kind young man helped this farming village better. She smiled while rocking on her rocking chair. Are you a big hero in the city? Ha ha. Something like that. Do you know where a man with green and silver eyes lives? He has a scar over his silver one. Oh, you mean Cirrus? He's the young man who helped this village, very beautiful wives, you know he improved this village for their sake you know. Oh really? Yes, yes. With his great strength he improved everyone's farm in this village. Do you know where his lives? He lives just that way. She said pointing northwest. Since that lovely man came to our quaint little village with his lovely wives, the village has gotten better. I can't stop singing high praises, these old bones never felt better. Are you friends with him? I am. We came to see his child. Ah well, you are lucky. His wives had just given birth a couple of weeks ago. His sister even came to help with the babies. She's pretty as well, such pretty hair. That isn't right. Belle corrected. You mean his wife AI, gave birth right? Oh yes, she and Art. At least I'm confusing the two? My eyes aren't quite how they used to be but my ears can still tell the cry of a baby. They traveled where the elderly women said, and they came across a fairly big cottage surrounded by nature. Yup, this is his home, Hermes said, walking up to the home. He goes up on their porch and knocks on the door. They could hear someone coming to the door, their footsteps approach closer. The doorknob turns and it opened to reveal Cirrus. He looked rather tired, with disheveled hair and stubble. He even had a faint scent of sweat and other less pleasant smells. Oh, you're here. He said this, running his fingers through his hair. He no longer can tell how bad he smells. Come in. They enter the home to find it rather lovely and warm home. Nice place. Said Eupheme. Very. Said Lily. You know you smell like shit and urine right? Said Aisha. I take it you have been helping change the dippers. Haha. Yes. His eyes go a bit hollow. I never thought I would accidentally know the taste of shit and piss, God. He was exhausted, mentally and physically. He barely had any sleep to have a clear mind. There are pictures on the wall of them doing various activities in their village. Seems you had some fun time here, Cirrus. Hermes said looking at the pictures. Yeah, it's all fun, until I became a father. I crave sleep, I want it so fucking bad. The sound of desperation rung in everyone's ears. Sora, are you okay? Lily asked concerned. Do you have enough rest? Asked Haruheim. If you're this bad, how are the others? Asked Ryu. First, Lily. I think so. Second, Haruheim, no. Third, Ryu, they are doing better than me. They all went to the living room. To be honest, I didn't expect so many people. Oh, you can talk as you wish. I put some stuff up to not wake up the little ones. Cirrus pointed in directions. They could see he was well deprived of sleep as he slowly took a seat. You said little ones, did you, have twins? Said Asfi, taking a seat. Everyone else also took their seats. Something like that, but before anything, I need you all to promise me something. His eyes, which once had little energy, were now as sharp and full of gleam as everyone in the room. Sure thing. What is it? Hermes said it without a beat. Everyone nodded in agreement. Good, should this get out well? It won't be very nice. Just tell us already. Said Aisha. Does it have to do with AI? No, he said. It has to do with... Entering the living room was Circe, and after her were Ai and Artemis. Carrying their children. Artemis. They were all shocked, but Hermes and Hestia, they truly didn't know what to say, as the baby Artemis was carrying was giving off an almost near identical divinity-like energy to her own. How? Before Hestia could shout, a finger pressed against her lips. Now Lady Hestia. Said Fels. We will explain it. Everyone looked at the shadowy figure. All but Aisha knew who they were. Who is that? Aisha shouted. That is my mom/dad, Cirrus said. I apologize for my suddenness, but seeing as AI trusts you, I have some faith in you as well, Fels said, nodding. Well. Aisha looked at Fels up and down. If you rose, Cirrus, I guess you must be something. Cirrus, Fels, Hermes and Hestia left the room while Circe, Ai, and Artemis remained. So, what are their names? Asked Belle quietly. His name is Kyujao no Hakushika. Said Ai. A combination of my color and Cirrus's former title. He had light brown hair and fox ears. He had a good mix of Ai and Cirrus features. And her name is Callisto Zephyr. Said Artemis. For she is the most beautiful child in the world. She said it with the warmest, most earnest smile on her face. She had dark blue hair, the same as Artemis. It's harder than what I had thought being a mother is. Said Ai. I feel tired and yet full of energy when holding him. Do you want to try holding him? Aisha slowly and gently holds Hakushika. He weighs fairly well, and his fox ears twitched. He opened his indigo eyes. His eyes began to water. W-ah. Ai. She said, handing him back to her. Now, shush. It's all right, sweetie, mommy is here. She rocked him, and he slowly stopped crying as Ai held him close. Your daughter seems to be a heavy sleeper. Said Lily. Phew, yes, but when she cries, it's far worse. Did you see Cirrus? He spent yesterday trying to get her to sleep so I could get some rest. It must have taken him a long time, from how tired he looked. Said Eupheme. I guess age has caught up to him, back then he would have no problem going all night hammering away at the forge. Or it must be these little ones, Ryu said, poking Hakushika. It must take a lot to be so careful holding them. Thud. They heard a loud thud outside. Cirrus came into the living room. There was another person I invited, she is outside. Ryu comes, and I'm sure she would like to meet you. They went outside to see Fafnir and two women, a child and a goddess. It has been a while, hasn't it, Lion? Astria said with a wonderful smile. Lady Astria. Ryu shouted with open eyes. So you are my captain, hey? Said Cecil in a beautiful red robe. I am Cecil. She said with an extended hand. Oh sorry. It's a habit of mine. She said, retracting her hand. It is fine. Ryu kneels at her eye level. It is nice to meet you. She reached out her hand and patted her light green hair with a soft smile. Now where are my grandkids? Astria said walking up to Cirrus. Inside, but we have things to discuss later. That's fine. Let me see my cute grandchildren. Astria rushed inside. Nighttime. Cirrus's backyard. Everyone was sitting around the campfire. So. Astria's divinity was spiking wildly in anger. They are using my children's bodies. Her words are drowned in fury. Even desecrating their graves and taking their weapons, not to mention tampering with their bodies. This was the first time they had seen Astria so full of fury. Circe, did you go on the Loki Familia's expedition? Cirrus asked. Yes, and even the Freya Familia as well to check on the device, and there was nothing but me. Then they are deep within the dungeon. Said Hermes. Further than what you achieved. I should clarify that the deeper the floor, the less efficient the radar becomes, so, yet. It seems the dungeon has some frequency that messes with the radar. Circe added. Even so, we must assume they are building up their forces. Said Asphi. They quickly fled when you arrived on the scene, Cirrus. They're not stupid enough to think they could face you without a chance. They must be waiting for the strongest of their kind to be born. Said AI. The spirit who took Nee's body said she was the spirit king of the earth? Does that mean they have their own classifications like what we have for adventures? They do. Said Hermes. I made my fair share of spirits and they come in 4 grades normal, rather strong by both the age of heroes and even now, Revis could be considered as one. Next are great spirits, these are the ones that truly live up to their names. They could destroy a town with a single spell. Cirrus, I heard you killed one. I did. She was an ice spirit. Then you can say my words are correct, yes. Yeah, but the only problem is they can get stronger like the Xeno, they simply need to eat magic stones to get stronger. That is a problem. Next is the Spirit King, they are in harmony with their element and able to use it as if it were an extension of their body. AI, Ryu, and Asphi nod in agreement. Then the strongest of the pack is the Grand Spirits, basically, they're spirits like Nox. They are embodiments of their respected magic, true threats to the world from how near godly their power is. What about Wu? Asked Belle. She said she was a unique spirit. Unique spirits are highly unpredictable, one could be vastly stronger just because of their magic, and seeing as they can grow from eating magic stones, you need to be careful should one appear. Speaking of it, has there been any word from Wu? Asked AI. Just rumors, but based on what Aisha told me, it seems she is going around trying to strengthen her poison to kill you, Cirrus. Well, she's going to have a hard time with that considering my immunity rank is B, Cirrus said. We should try to find any other sources of strong poison. Said Fels. To try and use it as bait to finally get rid of her. Hermes, do you know of anything that has a strong poison? Asked Hestia. You're a well-traveled god. Afraid not, aside from the desert of Death Ash, there isn't anywhere, and the spring of life was an unexpected development. Fafnir, can you still track her? Asked Malayan. When we first met, you were on your way to her, no. Fafnir emerged from behind Cirrus. Her scent has changed, Circe, could you build another radar to track her? I can, but it will take some time, but I can fine-tune it if we meet them again. Then it seems we are done with the discussion. Said Artemis. We will be returning soon to Orario. And when will that be? Asked Hestia. A month, said Cirrus. I should be able to finish the magic tool for her to wear to hide her identity. You could forcibly hide that divinity or whatever that energy is called. Said Asphi. I called it sacred energy. I also have it, so, and I can, or at least somewhat of it, Artemis has been testing it, so I just need to fine-tune it with some stuff, and it will be complete. With that, I think we should hit the hay for tomorrow. AI said as she and Artemis got up. Sleep is extraordinarily precious now. Yup, I'll see you all tomorrow, Cirrus said. The night ended with information settled and shared so everyone could be on the same page. Next day. Cirrus brought Hermes out into the woods. So why'd you call me out here, Cirrus? Hermes said. Hermes, I wanted to ask you about Anang's strings, Cirrus said, looking into his eyes. Did Vesta tell you? Maybe Artemis. I did, Vesta said, appearing from a wisp of flame. Artemis does not know that Cirrus knows. It seemed her intimidating knowledge of Cirrus prevented her from spilling it out, unlike me. That is the difference between getting one's memories and truly knowing someone, Hermes said, straightening his hat. But since you told him already, what did you want to ask? You told him how they work, right? I wanted to ask you. Cirrus stepped a foot closer. If I can cut her strings and untethered myself from fate. Why would you do that? Hermes said, puzzled. If she put her strings on you, then you must have a pretty amazing fate. Cirrus does not see it that way. Vesta chimed in. Really? I guess that is a fundamental difference between gods and mortals. But me given a fate, doesn't that ruin everything? Kind of a spoiler to how my story ends, no? I thought you gods came to Gakai to have fun. Cirrus said. That is true. Kinda makes the story rather predictable. But I would argue that sometimes it doesn't. Go on, make your case. Well, in heaven a lot of gods would read a series called One Piece. Cyrus, of course, knew that series. It was extremely popular in Japan and around the world, and he was an avid fan of it until work made him fall far behind the series. One Piece. Yes, named after the famed treasure of the story. The one who finds it and claims it may call themselves the Pirate King. Now the story starts with the protagonist of the story, Monkey D. Luffy. I like the premise. So his dream is to become the Pirate King, he constantly says it as he makes his journey to the fabled One Piece. You know, as the protagonist of the story, his fate is very well known. The story ends with him becoming the Pirate King. It doesn't detract from the enjoyment of the story, as the build up to it, the journey makes that ending all the more bittersweet. Happy that he achieved his dreams and bitter that his story has ended. That's nice, but we are not fiction. I can touch you as much as you can touch me, Hermes. Besides, wouldn't Luffy's story be far more exciting if you didn't know where it was gonna end? Possibly. In your case, Cyrus, I do not know the answer to the question you asked. Fate is unmovable, it is defined. Especially if it's for the greater good of the universe. Nyx's words of primordials rang in his ears. Fuck that. Even if I cannot break free, my daughter will. I will ensure she is given the freedom to choose who she wants to be. Hermes liked the look in his eyes. I fear not the man with nothing to lose, but the man who has something. Careful not to burn the world, Cyrus. When struggling against fate, it always gets you. Hell, it may have already put events into motion as we speak. I'll keep that in mind. Volume 4 Quest 300.5 When the opportunity is right. The woods behind the cottage. Ryu and Astria are taking a walk. So Lion, said Astria. Since I came here, I have noticed you have been avoiding Cyrus. You yes, well. I still find it surreal to see him as a father. Really? Could it be because you are trying to distance yourself from him now that he is a family man and you have unrequited love for him? Yes, I. Ryuu's face quickly turned red. WWW, what do you mean? I'm not. I've seen the glance you make when Lion is talking to him. I am surprised by how brazen she is, but what can I expect from a child of Hera? So. She turned to face Ryu. Am I on the money? Ryu looked away from her goddess. She then nodded her head. How did you know? Well, from Artemis. Thinking back on it in retrospect, you and her have the same way of dealing with emotions. That is, just bottle them up and do other stuff. It is rather surprisingly easy to read Tsundera's feelings, or are you more of a Q-deer? Are really? It was that easy for you to see. I am sure AI and Artemis noticed. Cyrus probably still sees you as a close friend and familia, so he thinks your actions are from a friend and not a romantic point of view. Her face turned as red as a strawberry. Ah, you have grown and changed. Astria said, head patting Ryu. Though it seems you are in a similar boat as Artemis was back then. Yes. She said, covering her face. I've been meaning to tell him, but I never had the chance or even a moment to say it. He is always busy with something, and I have worked at the pub. When was it? How did you fall for him? Ryu didn't even have to think about it for long. When he came back to Orario, he hugged me, and back when he helped me on the 18th floor, he held my hand. Ah. Astria quickly hugged Ryu. You are so innocent, I just wanna eat you up. Lady Astria, please. You're embarrassing me. Sorry. Sorry. She said, backing off. Please go on. I am here. She said it assuredly. Ryu looked away and continued to explain. He held me when we reunited after 7 years, and it comforted me. I felt a sense of deep kinship. Then, on the 18th floor, after some stuff happened, he kind of doted on me a bit. He made sure I wasn't hurt and even wrapped his armor around me to make sure I was fine. Okay, and then? And then? I didn't know what to do. Seer would tease me and the like, but when I heard the criteria to be his third wife came to light, I kept thinking about it and realized what my feelings were. I wanted to tell him there wasn't a good chance to. Then there was the raid on the Gnosis and I figured that would be the best time after we ripped Evilus from the city for good, but then the spirits who took them, that's when. Yes, when we go down to reclaim their bodies, I'm sure the dungeon will shake to the surface, and once we reclaim their bodies and possessions, that is when I will say it. I promised myself that. That could take a while, you know. I know, but now I don't even know if I could wait that long anymore. Seeing his kid's eye, I feel like I am failing another promise to Elise and the others. Ryu, you have the right to be selfish, you know. That is what Seer would say to me now and again, but I'm scared if Cyrus doesn't see me in that light. That is how it goes. But you are my child. Astria grabbed her shoulders. I know I failed you on that rainy day, but know that I fully support you. Ryuo looked into Astria's bright eyes with full confidence in her. It warmed Ryuo's heart. Thank you, Lady Astria. Ryuo then smiled, a smile that was full to the brim with her happiness and comfort that her goddess supported her. You really have changed, Lion, and I'm very proud of you. She leaned in and placed her forehead against hers. My precious daughter. They shared a moment as one would with their mother figure. Tell me honestly, Lion. How long do you think you can gather the courage? I do not know. But I will gather the courage and bide my time. I do not know when it will be, but I will make my move and pour my heart out to him. I hope it isn't years, I wish to see more of my grandkids, Lion. Lady Astria. Volume 4.